Good morning and welcome to a very sunny Queen's Park Oval here. The conditions are pretty good for cricket, as they say, a lovely day for cricket. Once the sun is shining, and boy oh boy, is it shining today. The outfield, the pitch, let's deal with the pitch. The pitch looks in absolutely perfect condition. I would say it should be a 300-run pitch, but of course it's CCC. This is one would say a development team, even though there is a development team in the tournament. CCC also can be classed as that. Some of these youngsters trying to make a name for themselves, and we'll just have to wait and see just how good they bat today. Last time these two teams met, the Red Force won pretty easily. The opening batsmen, it looks like Rupchan and Kali Charan are opening for CCC, and the news is that the Red Force, they've won the toss and they've sent the CCC in to bat, and it should be a very, very interesting day. I'm Colin Murray alongside Kadir. Kadir, good morning to you. Interesting game, of course, but last time these teams met, Red Force won quite easily.
Yeah, pleasant good morning to you, Colin, and good morning to all your viewers. Yes, certainly, Colin, Red Force dominated the last time these two teams met. So CCC, they had a good game against the Guyana Happy Eagles. They actually improved performance.
Oh, here's that first ball, loud appeal right away going up. And umpire Brathwaite, it looks like the presiding umpire, may have been just sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, we saw that bit of curl from Akil ball back into the right-handed Kalicharan, and he really had no answer. First delivery right on spot.
You surprised they're opening the bowling with Akil Hussain?
Not surprisingly, he's been doing it throughout the tournament and for West Indies as well in the shortened formats, the T20 version, certainly.
And the second ball, did you see the turn in that one? So the first ball, he curled it into the right-hander. Second one, giving it a little bit of air, and as it pitched, it just spun away from the right-hander, and it was just too good for him to play it. Of course, it's Kali Charan, the man taking strike at the moment. So Akil Hussain very much on spot, on target right away, and this is, I say, it's a captain's dream when you give a spinner the option to open, and he's on spot right away.
Yes, certainly hitting his lines and lengths early on is Akil Hussain.
Another delivery spinning. Well, I'm a little surprised that he's getting that amount of turns so early in the innings.
Yeah, he's getting them to grip and certainly leaving the right-hander prodigious spin on offer early on here.
So he's mixing up his deliveries, which is good, and he keeps young Kirsten Kalicharan guessing all the time.
Yeah, Kalicharan a bit short on runs so far throughout the Super 50 Cup. He's opened the batting. It's a new role for him. He usually bats in the middle order. So it's a new role for him and a bit short on runs. So certainly going to want to cash in a bit here against this Red Force team that he previously trained with.
Yeah, well, he knows a lot of the players. Of course, Akil Hussain and him very, very almost brothers, you could say, because they play for Queen's Park together. And Akil has seen young Kalicharan growing up kind of thing at Queen's Park. But he's off the mark with the final delivery, and after the first over, it's one without loss. And Kalicharan is off the mark, and the man opening with him, of course, is young Rupchan. No, I haven't seen very much of him.
Actually, Kyle Rupchan came in as a replacement player for the injured Demario Richards.
Right.
So he's been a reserve who's been called into the CCC team. And certainly we've not seen much of him. He was involved with the Blue Devils in the T10 tournament. I think he was part of the Trinidad under 19 setup as well. So a bright prospect in terms of trying to make his way in certainly going forward in cricket.
Well, it looks like Anderson Phillip is operating from the Brian Lara end. Very pacey Anderson Phillip. He's going to be looking more for pace than movement, even though that one in pitching, there was some sort of inward movement. There's one slip in position for Kalicharan. I would have thought they may have wanted a gully as well, a little bit of more extra bounce, and the ball could come off high off the bat and go into a gully position. But they've opted just to go with the one slip in Jason Mohammed. So not very much swing and offer. There's a little bit of, you can see a little bit of movement, but nothing great at the moment. But at least what you have to say about Anderson Phillip, his line is just outside the off stump. So I think Nicholas Puran wouldn't be too bothered about that. And you could, if you look at the field, when one looks at the field, there's a slipper third man, point cover, a shortish extra cover, mid off and mid on, a deep square leg and a short fine leg. So the two men out is that third man and the deep square leg.
I would have thought Captain Puran would have probably started a bit more attacking to Kalicharan, seeing that he's a bit low on runs, confidence not up, so just the one catcher in Darren Bravo short at in a cover, short there catching, and there's that short fine leg as well as mid on, who's slightly in a bit.
Well, they've got the slip in as well, but as I said, I would have thought that maybe, just maybe, they could have taken out that backward point, put him into a straightish gully, and take the third man around to his right. Another good delivery. You could see some movement coming, but I would have liked to have seen that movement from Anderson Phillip starting maybe just around middle and off. I think he's just a little bit too wide of the off stump at the moment. But again, you're not too bothered about that because he's still trying to get his line. He's getting some pace. There's no doubt about it. But if he needs to get that movement, he needs to start it just about middle and off. Get Kalicharan to play at the ball. And once he's playing at that ball and gets any movement at all, it can certainly go to the keeper or to the slip. That's a little better, but not much movement. That one more or less was angled into the right-hander. And Kalicharan very much right behind it. So big 99 on his back. Young Kirsten Kalicharan. Lot of promise. I mean, we've been talking about Kalicharan and promise to me about 4 years now. Yeah. And he's got to start to step it up now.
Yes, certainly. Came in certainly at the school level with a whole lot of impetus, into his batting, scored a lot of runs at that level, but just didn't seem to transfer that sort of heavy appetite for runs into this senior grade cricket.
Well, a maiden over from Phillip, one that the final delivery, you could see it angled back into the right-hander, but again, it started too wide of the off stump, and by the time this movement started, the ball had already gone past the stumps, so Kalicharan did the right thing, allowed it to go through. So both batsmen, well, we haven't seen Rupchan yet face a delivery, but Kalicharan doing the correct thing, getting the bounce, the pace of the pitch, and playing everything on merit. And that's what you can't ask for more at this point in time from the opener. But we're going to see Kyle Rupchan now for the first time this morning, and it's going to be interesting. Who does he play for locally, Kadir?
Kyle Rupchan, I think, but he's a South boy.
He's a South boy.
He's
right.
a South boy, so I'm not sure if he's part of
You're a South boy as well?
No. I'm from right here in the West.
I like that, right here. Here's his long forward delivery from Hossain. We haven't really seen a bad delivery yet from Hossain or from Phillip.
But certainly that's something we've grown accustomed to with Akil Hossain, hitting his line and length very, very, very much wicket to wicket type of orthodox bowler.
Right behind it, Rupchan, very straight bat, paying some respect to Akil Hossain. Of course, Akil Hossain coming back from the disastrous T20 World Cup. And that's for another story. But so many upsets with that T20 World Cup in Australia. It just goes to show T20 cricket. Sometimes you can classify it as a lottery. This is a delivery angle back in to Rupchan. He started to make room for himself. You could see him backing away, but the ball followed him because that delivery from Hossain was angled into the right-hander. And in the end, even though he was cutting at the delivery, it came high off the bat. the top of the bat more than anything else.
Yeah, I think that's a delivery that Akil Hussain has been working on.
Well, this is the first boundary of the morning. And the first really bad delivery we've seen, because it was angled just outside the line of the leg stump. Rupchan swept at it and kept it down, which was excellent. It beat the man there at that short, fine leg position. And let's see, the man there just trying to make, that looks like Imran Khan. Yes, it is Imran Khan at that short, fine leg. But look at that, delivery pitch outside the line of the leg stump, and it got the treatment it deserved.
Yeah, that delivery again, just trying to arc that ball and just trying to swing it really back into the right hand. A delivery that he's been working on very, very hard, Akil Hussain, just on that occasion, badly lined.
I like the look of Rupchan so far. He looks confident. That delivery getting right behind the ball. We're in the third over here. The Red Force coming up against the CCC. Combined campuses and colleges, if you're just wondering what CCC means. So the end of the over, just that one delivery that was given the treatment it deserved. And 4 runs coming from the over. And now 3 overs have been completed. 5 without loss is the CCC. And Rupchan is on 4. He's faced 6 deliveries. Kalicharan is on 1. He's faced 12 deliveries. And so far, no real alarms for the opening batsman from the CCC. I suppose the very first delivery, a loud appeal went up from Akil Hussain when he struck the pad of Kalicharan. But that ball angled into the right-hander seemed to be heading down the leg side. Other than that, both batsmen, they've settled in nicely as we look at Anderson Phillip coming into Kalicharan.
Nice bit of carry from Anderson Phillip as well. This one just a bit too wide on that occasion. Pitched up delivery. Too wide there. Kalicharan offering no shot to that one. But in the previous over, Anderson Phillip getting a nice bit of carry through to Josh De Silva, who's behind the stumps for Red Force.
You want to just call the Red Force team, Kadiri, because we noticed Shannon Gabriel is not in the team today, obviously being rested.
Yeah, Red Force.
And Jaden Seals.
Yeah.
Loud appeal goes up as that delivery angled into the right-hander. But again, seemed to be going down the leg side as Kalicharan looking to turn it. And struck him on the pad, but no real alarms for Kalicharan because that was certainly heading down the leg side.
Yeah, so the Red Force team, they're 11 today. Nicholas Puran, Joshua De Silva, Akil Hussain, Yannick Carrier, Keon Otley, Jason Mohammed, Jed Gooley, Imran Khan, Darren Bravo, Terrence Hines, and Anderson Phillip.
Both Seals and Gabriel, obviously to me, being given a rest.
As well as Sunil,
and Sunil, yeah. Sorry, well, here is Phillip again. Yeah, I forgot Sunil. How could I forget Sunil?
Yes, and so Gooley coming into the 11 today, yeah. Imran Khan, and as well as Terrence Hines, he played the last game as well.
Yeah, so it outside
so two changes for the Red Force today. Jed Gooley and Imran Khan coming into the 11.
Should be interesting because obviously they're looking at that game on Wednesday against Guyana, which should be a real interesting game again. Don't forget, Guyana beat the Red Force by 3 runs. When they met, here's a delivery, the ball coming off the outer part of the bat goes down to the man at that third man position, and that is Gooley, the man who's come into the team. So 1 more to the total. Kalicharan is on 2, Rupchan is on 4.
And CCC, with just that one forced change to their 11, Kyle Rupchan, the man out in the middle at the moment, he is coming for the injured Mario Richards. So basically it's the same team for CCC, and their team is as follows.
That one left, it came back at Rupchan, but that certainly just missed the off stump. but it certainly was a delivery that came back at him, and got to be careful if Phillips can get those deliveries to jack back at the right-hander. He's got to be careful. He's got to pick up that line and length very early.
Yeah, so the CCC team is as follows: Dinesh Ramden, Matthew Ford, Amari Goodrich, Abhijay Mansingh, Kyle Rupchan, Kirsten Kalicheran, Mikhail Powell, Navin Bidesi, Odin Makati, Romario Greaves, and Xavier Burton.
Here's a good shot from Rupchan, runs in it. They've gone for two. That's all there'll be. I thought that was they should have run a little quicker through between the stumps, and I thought that shot deserves at least 3 runs. It went very close to the boundary, and they simply, to me, canted for 2 runs, and I thought that was 3 runs. They never really ran it hard enough, and that's one of the problems I see happening now with West Indies cricket. At the end of the over 8 without loss, but you look at some of the running between the wickets, and there's not that. How should I put it? They're not energy, but the quickness. They're looking for that 3rd run. There we see the 2 teams, as mentioned a little earlier. Here's Akil Hussain with his 4th over.
Yeah,
sorry,
I'm with you on that.
His 3rd over, Akil Hussain, because this is over number 5. Sorry?
I'm with you on that, Colin. That's something we've seen, a bit of lethargic running.
Yeah, that's the word.
From these players, and certainly we want to see a bit more urgency, and some of that added to our game. We know our power hitting is our strength, but certainly that's going to help if we can rotate the strike and pick up those singles, and certainly in the middle overs of an innings.
It's another delivery that is swept. Is it going to go into the boundary? Yes, it will. This outfield is very quick. And that's going to be 4 runs. So another delivery lined by Akil Hussain. So I suppose if you have to find fault with him this morning, too many of his, well, I shouldn't say too many, but, he's got to have better control. He's a left-arm orthodox. Look at that. He's pitching that again just outside the line of the leg stump. And it's really a free hit when you think about it. And Kalicharan took total toll on it. That's much better.
Yeah, credit to Kalicharan on this occasion and Rupchan previously for putting away those bad deliveries, because you're not going to get too much of that from Akil. Normally very, very economical and wicket to wicket in his approach.
No real alarm so far for the batsmen. Pitch looks good, even though there is some turn. But you expect as the day goes along and the sun beats down on this pitch, it's going to get better and better for batting. That's a good shot. That's an excellent shot. That's going to go away. A short delivery. You could see Akil Hussain trying a quicker one. But it was far too short, and Kalicharan took full toll on that. Let's have a look. It was short, and was on the back foot very quickly. Pulled it from outside the line of the off stump, but hit it well, Kadir.
Yeah, good delivery. Good shot there from Kalicharan. Short delivery and dispatch over that mid-wicket field. No fielder out in the deep, and picked up 4 good-looking runs.
So score goes on to 16 without loss after 5 overs. So it's been a pretty good start by the CCC. And when you think of it, Anderson Phillip and Akil Hussain, they are West Indian players. They've represented the West Indies at the shorter form of the game. As Anderson Phillip, he's going to come in for his 3rd over. And again, he's just on or around the off stump. And Rupchan giving him the respect he deserves. Good morning, Gordon.
Yeah, good morning, Colin.
And how are you?
I am fine, Colin. The weather here at the Queen's Park Oval, lovely weather for cricket this morning.
Well, I was saying that at the beginning. It's a lovely day for cricket. If you're a young man, 20 years old, and you can run around the field, then that's fine.
Yeah.
If you reach you start to get into your 40s, then you'd want some overcast. condition.
Yes, most definitely. Well, that's a young man coming into bowl here.
So he's been bowling just outside the line of the off stump. Now, I personally would like to see Anderson Phillip get a little closer to that off stump, make the batsman play. But he's in his 2.2 overs, so that's 14 deliveries he's bowled so far. And I think the batsman may have left alone 10 of those 14. And that's, to me, is a little problem. He's got to get closer to that off stump.
Yeah, well, he definitely need to make them play. You know, the CCC batting has been their problem for this whole tournament. So I think he should just encourage them to play so he has a man at slip.
That's a good looking shot. For no run, though, from Rupchan. Yeah, he's got a man at slip. I was making the point a little earlier as well with this new ball. I'd have liked to have seen him a little bit more on Puran go on the attack a little bit more. I'd have liked to have seen maybe a gully, if a squarish gully or a straightish gully, it doesn't matter. He's got a third man in position, so if you go with a straightish gully, push the third man around a little bit to the right. So if he does bowl a short delivery that's cut, maybe the third man can get around to field it. If he edges it, he can get around again and field it. But I always like to see a gully in place for that delivery, maybe getting a little bit more bounce. That's a naughty-looking shot from Rupchan. It was too wide of the off stump.
Yeah, flashing there. It seems that he's being drawn in. You know, his patience is being wear down. The overs are passing, and he hasn't been able to score as freely as he would like. So I think a bit of the dot balls just getting to him there and flashing to one wide outside the off stump by Anderson Phillip.
There's no need for him to panic because this is a 50-over game. You know, it's not a T20, so even if they use up a couple dot balls early on, don't think he should really worry about that too much. Yes, they need to rotate the strike. There's no doubt about it. And we were making that point in terms of the running between the wickets as we look at Phillip again. It's much better.
Yeah, much, much better. It's close up. It's forcing the batsman to play.
And notice he got a little bit more bounce as well. And that ball, there's a man short in Darren Bravo at that short cover in a catching position. And that one was a little bit uppish because a little bit more bounce from Anderson Phillip, and that's what he wants.
Yeah, definitely. He's been bowling a testing line. It's definitely the game plan of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force to bowl that off-stump line just outside of off stump. So he's been pitching it there, asking the batsman to go and get it. That one a bit closer, and just as you're saying, forcing the batsman to play, creating an opportunity.
Final delivery of the sixth over. Again, wide of the off stump. So Anderson Phillip, he completes his third over, none for three so far, so he's been very economical. I don't think one would say he's been threatening, but he's been just, as I said, just a little too wide of the off stump for my liking. If he needs to get a little closer to that off stump, make the batsman play, and if he's not getting a lot of movement, he seems to be getting, once the ball pitches, it seems to be getting a little movement after it passes the stumps. He needs to get that movement in front of the batsmen, making them play. But 6 overs have been completed. It's 16 without loss. Kalicharan is on 10. Rupchan is on 6. And is it going to be Akil Hussain? He's going to continue. Yeah, yes, it is Akil, and he's completed his 3 overs. None for 13 thus far. Keeps bowling that bad delivery every now and again, pitching it outside the line of the leg stump. And on both occasions, he was swept away for 4s. So Hussain is going to continue. Really lovely conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. You're seeing a lot of sand around on the outfield. Gordon, don't be too alarmed at that. You know, they've been doing a lot of work here they on the Queen's Park Oval on the outfield, and the grass hasn't just been able to catch itself yet.
Yeah, definitely. I know. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. That's
the type of delivery he's going to... What he's doing is he's giving it some air outside the line of the off stump and spinning the deliveries away from the right-hander. So if he's going to do that, he needs to start a little closer to maybe middle and off. Make the batsman actually play at it. And if it does spin, get the outside edge. That's a good shot. That's a lovely shot. It's not going to get to the boundary, will it? Just about. No, it does. So it had even more timing than I thought it did. But that's a really good-looking shot from Kalicharan. Again, we see Kirsten Kalicharan showing the kind of promise and the kind of talent that we talked about a few years ago, but hasn't really come to the fore in terms of realizing that type of potential that he's had.
Well, it will be a beautiful day to fulfill some of that potential. His team at the bottom of the group thus far without a win after 3 games. And there we saw Akil Hussain there just trying to pitch it up a little bit more, and just over pitching slightly and taking full advantage was Kalicharan, just getting on the front foot and driving it through cover, pleasantly timed. And of course, as it passed the sandy area, it just picked up a bit of legs, enough to get into the boundary rope.
Well, a change in the field because Darren Bravo has come over from a mid-wicket to a short extra cover in a catching position. So that's interesting. So it means that, to me, it means that Hussain is going to give that ball some air and tempt Kalicharan into a drive if he doesn't get over the ball. Yeah, well, maybe Darren Bravo can take the catch.
Well, it seemed like it was a bit uppish, for that change to be made, but that's one a short one.
He gets away with that one because he took a top edge and it goes down to the boundary, a 4, but certainly 4 in the dark for Kalicharan. He was on the back foot looking to cut, made some extra height, and because of that, took a top edge and flew over the head of Anderson Phillip at the backward point position.
Well, there it was a short ball from Hussain after putting in the short cover, so he sold him the dummy, so to speak, looking for the ball pitched up, and it was short, it was wide, it asked to be hit. It got some of the treatment. The result, though, Kalicharan racing on to 18.
It's another good ball. I think the batsmen seem they're concerned with that delivery, not so much the one going away, but the one that comes back. And you could see Kalicharan was getting in line and then just left it at the last moment. Needs to pitch it up a little bit more, Hussain. Just looking to pull, looking to pull a delivery that wasn't all that short. And luckily for him, it went all along the ground to mid-on. The end of the over from Hussain, he's now completed 4 overs, none for 21. I don't think he'd be very happy with those figures, going at 5 runs and over. But after 6-7 overs, it's the CCC having been asked about their 24 without loss.
I think that's a very good start for them, all things considered. They haven't scored much runs in this competition thus far. So getting off without loss after 7 overs, I think 24, the run rate just 3.4, but they'll not be too concerned about that in the early going. They'll want to stay in the wicket and, of course, just see off the new ball bowlers. But for Trinidad Tobago Red Force, when you see off the opening bowlers, then you have Narayan, you have Seals, you have Carrier. So it's going to be a bag full here for the young CCC team.
Well, the only good thing about that, Gordon, is that Narayan and Seals and Gabriel, they're not playing today. Yeah, so that's the only good thing for the CCC. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be easy pickings for them because Imran Khan is coming to the team. Imran Khan is in the team as well. So you've got the leg spinner replacing Sunil Narayan. Terence Hines is also in the team, so I expect he's going to bowl a few overs of his medium pace. So it's going to be still it's a situation where they've got to settle down and bat, and that's my point. It doesn't matter if it's Narayan, if it's John, if it's Peters, if it's Henry, it doesn't really matter. Application is the most important thing. If you apply yourself, then that's fine. If you don't apply yourself, you're going to find yourself in trouble. That's a good shot, short delivery. And Kalicharan starting to get some confidence now because it was a short delivery and he was on that back foot pulling down to the deep square leg position. Akil Hussain is down there and he's actually having a chat with Sunil Narayan. Sunil Narayan has come out and is obviously saying to him what he's doing wrong, or maybe if he's doing something right, continue doing that. But it's always good to see that. The experience of Sunil Narayan actually came out of the pavilion, the dugout, and has walked all the way round to that deep square leg position to have a chat with Akil Hussain.
Yes, definitely. That's always a good sign, passing on that experience in the dressing room.
That's a good shot. That's another good shot. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. A delivery pitched up to Rupchan, and he went into the drive, opened the face of the bat, got it between cover point and backward point, down to the boundary for 4. That's a really good-looking shot. And the CCC now, they're growing in confidence, these two openers, Rupchan and Kalichran, because that was a good shot, and it's 30 for none.
Yes, definitely. They seem to be coming into their own here this morning. They're getting on the front foot there, and it's a beautifully played shot. A bit uppish. You know, at one point, the man at that backward point thought he was in with a chance, but it was well placed, and it raced away to the boundary fence for 4. So the run rate upping now. It's currently at 4.
Loud appeal again, but going down the leg side from Philip, carrying that ball into the right hand, and he was looking to whip it through the onside. They've taken out the slip now. He's gone towards mid-wicket. So 5 men on the offside, 4 on the on. And so it means that Anderson Phillip can be bowling now wicket to wicket. He's got the protection on both sides of the outfield, both on the offside and on the onside.
Well, we'll probably see him trying to attack the stumps more. Remember, you were saying that he was bowling a bit too wide outside the off stump, so it seems that he's trying to attack the stumps more, force the batsman to play.
That's a good delivery. Pitched up to Rupchan. He was looking to open the face of the bat again. Maybe give him the benefit of the doubt, trying to push it through extra cover region rather than opening the face. But a delivery that beat the outside edge went through to the keeper. So a good comeback delivery again from Anderson Phillip. He settled down nicely after being struck for that boundary earlier in the over.
Well, you see Ruplal there playing a bit of a nothing shot there. The ball was outside your stump. He was just hanging his bat. The best he could have done was get an edge through to wicketkeeper De Silva. Luckily for him, it went through to the keeper. No damage done here. CCC batting on.
That's a shot. That's what he was probably looking for. He's got it here. It's going to go down to the boundary. It's pulled back just inside the boundary. And this one is better running between the two batsmen because they pick up 3 runs. I thought earlier in the couple overs before, they should have run 1-3 and they only settled for 2. But this time, they decided to go for 3 as that ball was pulled back just inside the boundary. A good shot through extra cover. And it was just pulled back inside the boundary there.
Seemed like Terence Hines.
Is it Hines? It could very well be Hines. Yeah, it is Terence Hines. So he gave chase, didn't give up the ghost. But a good over for the CCC. 13 runs coming from the over. And Anderson Phillip has now completed 4 overs. None for 16, and after 8 overs, you talked about the run rate. It's now gone up to close to nearly 5 runs and over at 37 for none. This is a good start from the CCC as Imran Khan is coming into the bowling.
Yeah, definitely the return of Imran Khan. He's captained the Red Force for a couple of times, and he's here today. He's into the starting lineup. Before the game started, he was bowling a couple outside, and I told Kadir, it seems that he's going to be in the starting lineup today. Kadir says, with our riches of bowling talent, you don't think he'll be able to force his way into the starting lineup, but here he is.
He doubted your selection knowledge, did he? Gordon, don't allow him to sort of put you off. You should have demanded that, hey, Imran Khan is going to be in the team.
Well, he's seen for himself that I'm able to read what is taking place. I saw him turning it big this morning, so let's see
if he'll turn it big here. Loud appeal goes up, but he's
very
gone,
close.
is he? Yes, I think he's gone. Umpire Brathwaite raises that dreaded finger, and the very first delivery, a delivery from Imran Khan that just seemed to run on, no turn in it, and Rupchan played on the front foot, but it ran straight on, no turn. It wasn't a googly, it wasn't a leg spinner, just a loosener really from Imran Khan. The very first delivery, what a comeback for him. You're picking up that wicket. It's now 37 for 1. Rupchan goes back to the pavilion. LBW Khan for 18. He faced 19 deliveries. Sorry, just a correction there, but no, it's correct. He's 18. Yeah, he's gone for 18, and it's 37 for 1. But what a start from Imran Khan.
Well, an excellent start there from Imran Khan. He came on there and definitely the first ball was right on target. A bit of a loosener, but it was hit wicket to wicket. The batsman struck in front and the umpire left with no recourse but to send him on his way. So with 8.1 overs, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they get their breakthrough. The score is 33-1 here at the Queen's Park Oval. The CG United Super 50 tournament.
The new batsman is Navin Bidesi. So he is the man coming in to join Kirsten Kalicharan. Just checking, the scoreboard has 33-1 and Rupchan out for 14. We have Rupchan as going for 18 and the score 37. So I'm not sure if we've given the CCC 4 extra runs or the... So the actual scoreboard, we're going by the official scoreboard, which says 33-1. But here's Imran Khan, his first delivery, second delivery, but his first one to Bidesi. Give him some air. And Bidesi coming on that front foot, driving it straight back to the bowler. There is no run. So just a correction, it's really 33-1, and Rupchan going for 14, as this is another good delivery from Imran Khan. The good thing, Gordon, with a leg spinner is when they get it on target from the first couple of deliveries, you really have to say not only well done, but you see the experience of an Imran Khan coming through.
Yeah, most definitely. He's taking out... that one a bit short there. I think had Bidesi been there a couple of overs in, he would have been on the back foot pulling that through mid-wicket. So no run yet to be scored off Imran Khan. And just getting an inside edge. It goes out behind square and he's able to run through. He's off the mark. Navin Bidesi, he's off the mark here for the CCC. They score 34-1.
So we've made that correction to the score, 34-1 now. And Rupchan, we did have him going for 18, but in fact he was out LBW Khan for 14 as the final delivery of Khan's first over. And Kalicharan immediately seeing it was a leg spinner, spinning away from him, allowed it to go through. So a successful over for Imran Khan and picking up the first wicket for the Red Force against CCC. And after 9 overs, it's 34-1.
Well, a great introduction there by Imran Khan. He came on his very first delivery. He was able to get the breakthrough. This opening partnership, a decent opening partnership for the CCC. It allowed them the privilege of seeing off the new ball, so to speak, and the threat that the new ball pair had posed. Well, we see a bowling change at the southern end. Coming in, Terence Hines, he's going to take that ball. He's there with his skipper, Nicholas Puran, just setting up field. It'll be interesting to see the field that has been set, that will be set for Hines. Hines got 2 wickets in his last game, so he's in with a bit of a high coming against the Windward Volcanoes, who were on a high coming into the last game against the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. So Hines there, a smile on his face as he gets ready to be introduced here from the Joy Carew and the Brian Lara Pavilion in as well.
Yep, the Brian Lara Pavilion in, as it's normally known here at the Queen's Park Oval. Wide-ish delivery, getting away with it, not wide enough to be called a wide. But Terence Hines, of course, this is his home ground. He plays for Queen's Park, so he knows the conditions here all too well. And he does, in fact, when he does play for Queen's Park, tends to bowl from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. He's quite happy operating from there.
You saw the intent there. He's pushing it across the left-hander.
He's got this slinging action, doesn't he?
Yeah, he definitely has a slinging action. And you see his field set more offside than leg side.
He's got the
It's got the edge.
And I think it dropped just in front of Joshua Da Silva. Now, that was a good take, one way or the other. But I thought for once it may have carried to Da Silva, but it was a really good take. It was dropping just in front of him, or just to the left of him. Yes, it bounced. Couldn't really get to it. I thought he did well in the end to stop it.
Yeah,
Had it gone past him, it would have gone to the boundary. But that's a good delivery from Hines. Bit of bounce, bit of movement.
Yeah, that seems to be the plan, to push it across the left-hander. And there again, you see the movement. Just pushing it across, not really getting any swinging just yet, but he's just lined up and pushing it across from over the wicket to the left-handed Badesi. Badesi coming across there and just leaving it alone, allowing it to go into the safe hands of a good wicketkeeper, Joshua Da Silva. He's been excellent behind the stumps, Colin.
Oh, you know, he's come on by leaps and bounds since his tour to England few years ago. I can't recall the year. This is an edge, and it goes past Mohammed. Carrier is coming around to his right from third man, so the ball doesn't go into the boundary, but yet Badesi getting another edge to a delivery from Hines. Luckily for him, it was along the ground went to the right of Jason Mohammed. He's pretty wide at slip. But yeah, going back to Da Silva, since he came into the West Indies team, not only in terms of his wicket keeping, which I think has come on by leaps and bounds, his batting has also come on. I think if you have to find fault with him in terms of his batting, you'd want him to be a little bit more consistent in getting bigger scores. You know, he's got 100 against England, and you would think that would have opened the door for him to score more hundreds at test match level. But he's still young in terms of test match cricket.
Looking at this delivery, it's just pitched outside the off stump. So that seems to be the plan to Kalicharan. They just want to pitch it outside the off stump, ask him to go there and make the shot. For the left-hander, though, they seem to want to push it across the left-hander. If you see the field now, a more 5-4 field, and when the left-hander was in, it was a 6-3 field.
Yeah, well, the slip is coming out for Kalicharan. He's going out to show the extra cover. In Jason Mohammed, it seems to be the man there, going out to that short cover. But so far, it's been a good over from Hines. He's been consistent bowling outside that off stump. And as soon as I say that, he pitches this one up. And Puran does very well, slides across the outfield, stops it from going past him. Had it gone past him, it could have very well have run into the boundary. The end of the first over from Terence Hines, he's just conceded 2 runs. 10 overs have now been completed, so the last 2 overs, just 3 runs have been scored. It's 36 for 1. Kalitran is on 20. Badesi is on 2, and we're just having a look at the players who have scored the most runs. Alec Athanaze, the man from the Windward Volcanoes, and Kavim Hodge, the run getters in this group, and also Johnson Charles. So it's not surprising Volcanoes are level with the Red Force and Ghana Harpy Eagles on points. So it's going to be interesting. But I got to leave you, Gordon, and I'm leaving you with a man who says that Imran Khan, when you told him Imran Khan was going to play, he doubted you.
Yes, definitely.
Kadir. So I'm going to leave you with him for the next few overs.
Well, Kadir is coming in with Imran Khan going to take up bowling duties. He's up against Kalitran, and he's wide and it's swept away for 4 runs. Beautiful shot there. A wayward delivery there by the experienced Khan, going down the leg side and needing no invitation was Kalitran. It was just swept away, tickled fine. It went down to the boundary for 4. And Kalitran looking good on 24. Could you welcome back?
Yeah, welcome back, Gordon Pierre. And Kalitran, certainly he wanted to cash in here. Didn't score any against Guyana in his previous game. So he's gotten a good start here. He would definitely want to carry on as one of the more experienced batters in the CCC lineup.
Yeah, just playing that one out behind the point region, and he gets a single. He's looked pretty comfortable, Kalitran, here this morning. And the pitch, as we said earlier, as it begins to dry out, it's going to get better and better for batting. So the CCC will try to definitely get a decent score on the score sheet.
This one is a good delivery, slower from Imran Khan, given a bit of air, but Navin Bidesi, he as well came in to this CCC team in the previous game as well against Guyana, and he scored a nice looking 30. Very, very sedate in his approach to his innings at the start, very watchful. But again, it's going to be an important partnership for CCC here now.
A wide one by Imran Khan. Luckily, it wasn't called a wide. Well, the oval pitch has shown, although they have used different strips, it has coughed up a number of good totals. You know, the Volcanoes, they are the leading run getters in the competition, and they've scored close to 300 on 2 occasions.
Yeah, this one again, Kalicharan is pushing this one out to the sweeper. He's going to get another easy single. But yeah, this Queen's Park wicket is very, very good. It's held up nicely throughout this tournament, the Super 50 Cup. And we've seen a little bit of spin on offer. There's some carry and bounce as well for the Pacers. So it's a good cricket wicket in general.
And we see Imran Khan there just going wide. Just fishing for one there. He's trying to get that leg break going.
Yeah, that one seemed to be a slider just going across the left-handed Bidesi. This one again. Just looking to push it across Bidesi, really probably not looking to pull that leg break, just the slider.
Well, it seems to be the plan against Bidesi to push it across him both for the faster and the slower bowlers. That's well played, and he gets in the big dive. Receive a couple of runs there.
So at the end of over number 12, at the end of over number 11, CCC have progressed to 46 for 1.
Well, this early innings here by the CCC, a pretty decent start. And I think the coaching staff will be quite happy with what they're seeing here on display this morning. Remember, it's runs that the first time they played against the Red Force in this tournament, they were bundled out for 119 after just 33 overs. So they will come here looking to get a decent score and put some scoreboard pressure on this experienced Red Force team.
Yeah, CCC, as I mentioned before, much improved performance overall in their previous outing. So that would have given them some confidence coming into this game. They batted 48 point something overs, close to 49 overs in their previous outing with the bat. So that would have given them some confidence coming in to this game. And this one, BDC just tucking this one into the vacant mid-wicket region. Puran comes across from mid-on, does the fielding, and BDC picks up another easy single.
Really a beautiful day here for cricket, or the beach, some would prefer. If you have the Monday morning blues, the perfect place to be is at the beach. But here at the Oval, a sprinkling of fans have come in just to view the CG United Super 50 overs. And we're seeing Hines there. He's got a pretty decent run. Nice fluid approach to the wicket. That straight back pass.
Yes, CCC going at just about 4 runs to the over, 4.2 to be exact to the over. So runs have come by quite easily for them. I thought Puran could have been more attacking towards these batsmen. Kalicharan a bit short on runs. This, I think, is his highest score so far for the tournament. And Bidesi being quite new. This one is Bidesi's playing on this one and goes past the edge. So he's quite new to this level as well, Gordon. So I thought Puran could have been more attacking to them. Just the one slip in Jason Mohammed. No short catches in. Nice ring field though. Backward point. There's an extra cover. There's Darren Brown. Yannick Carrier in that sort. Not really a catching position, but just in front that 30-yard circle.
Hines in. So again, we're seeing the plan seems to be to just push that ball across with Dacey. He's resisted thus far. Just going across and leaving it alone. The fielding of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. They were chirpy earlier on, but I think the resistance from the CCC team has just asked a couple questions, both of the bowler and the fielding. So it's Hines. Nice rhythmic approach.
This one, Bideshi just open the face, guiding this one out to third man. And Bideshi, I like his approach. Very solid. He's new to the crease. Just faced the 14 deliveries. So that's something when you now come to the crease, you want to be very, very solid. You want to play in the V's, and he's done well so far. And he's looked quite composed. So this partnership is definitely going to be a good one for CCC. In terms of from their perspective, they would want it certainly to be a good one.
Yeah, it's an important partnership for them here. You know, two experienced batters. You know, so they will be looking for them to really. There's a good-looking shot. Dear Kalicharan, he seems to be unbothered, and thus far he's carried on to just the 27 from 38 balls. A good-looking innings there, and the 50 is up for the CCC. No, still on 49. I thought they had a run there. They're approaching the 50 run here. I think that will be a major landmark. They'll have to get your first 50, your second 50. They'll be aiming to about 250 and hope that is enough to really get a result here against the Trinidad Tobago Red Force.
Well, certainly they're going to have to go through this phase of the game overs 11 to 40 where the spinners are going to come into the game. There is some turn on offer. They're going to have to contend with Imran Khan here now, who's picked up that early wicket, striking in his very first delivery of his spell. And he's into his third one now. And he's gone for 11 so far. So this is an important passage of play here for CCC now, having gone through that first power play with the loss of just one wicket. This is an important passage of play now for them. This one, BDC is back to that one. Thought that was a full delivery there. Luckily for him, he got the bat down in time.
Yeah, that one seemed to be pushed through a bit there by Imran Khan. But Badesi, all's well that ends well.
And this one, he's back and punching. Can't beat the cover. He can't beat the cover there in Keon Otley, but picks up a single nevertheless. Brings Kalicharan back on strike. And that's the 50 up now for CCC, Gordon.
Yes, 50 up on the board for the CCC. They'll definitely want to push on from that. This partnership puts 17 thus far. The run rate just 4 runs and over. And that's a beautiful shot, isn't it? But
falls just short of the man out there, deep square leg.
yeah.
Was in the air for quite some time, landed just in front of Otley, who's out there patrolling that square leg boundary. So all's well that ends well. Kalicharan not getting enough connection on that one, and luckily for him, it landed just short of Otley.
Asking questions here, Imran Khan. That's what he's so good at, you know, just putting that ball on a spot, choosing a spot and just putting it there, asking the batsman to pick him. And that's just played up the onside, and they just jog through for an easy single. So as we come to the end of the 13th over, the CCC, they're on 52 for 1. Kalicharan on 28. Bidesi on 8.
Yeah, Imran Khan, one of the 2 changes in the Red Force team today, as well as one of the 2 leg spinning options for Puran in this playing 11 today. So we're going to see a bit of Yannick Carrier as well later on.
Well, Yannick Carrier, he did pretty well. The last time we saw him here at the Oval, getting 3 wickets for 34 runs. So here we see pretty comfortable, relaxed dressing room there for the CCC. They would be quite pleased with the going thus far after 13 overs.
Yeah, quite a relaxed dugout. No real alarms so far for them, so they've weathered the storm nicely. 52 on the board. Kalicharan still there, so it's good signs for them. And Hines is going to continue the attack here now for the Red Force from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed BDC, who's 8 now. This one.
Short and wide, going down the leg side, just losing his radar there. He's got a 6-3 field, so he's definitely lost the radar.
Yeah, he has a mid-wicket out on the fence. So that sort of line is not advisable. He has a predominantly offside set field. He has Jason Mohammed is going into a sort of a gully position now. So he's moved out from that first slip and he's gone into gully. And there's a backward point, extra cover. Mid off as Hines now. He's
around the wicket. Again, it's short into the body. But she just up on the back foot, pulling it around.
So this over, Terence Hines has gone for a different ploy. He's gone up. He's not choosing to pitch them up away again. No, he's going for that sort of a trying to tuck BDC up with that shorter delivery into the body. This field set though doesn't suggest that.
So I don't think he and his skipper are on the same wavelength. But now as we look at him bowling to the set, he's well set here. Kalicharan, he's gotten a start. He'd want to carry on here for the CCC. Hines into him. And he just gets back and plays it to the short cover fieldsman. That's Carrier.
Brilliant conditions here for cricket. The sun beaming down here at the Queen's Park Oval. And really conditions for cricket, lovely cricket. And certainly for batting as well.
Yeah, you know, having played off the whatever due there would have been from the covers, I think now Kalicharan will definitely want to make hay while the sun shines, as the old saying goes.
Yes, certainly he would want to carry on. He's gotten himself in. He's 28 now, of 41 deliveries. So he's definitely going to want to carry on here to at least get a good score, and more importantly, try and bat through for this CCC team.
Yeah, with his experience, he'll be the man who'll have to put up his hand here and bat for as long as possible.
This one he can't beat the mid-off.
Captain Puran there just at mid-off. But Hines, after that early 2 short balls where he just seemed to lose his radar, you say, so though he sent for a towel, so it seemed to have a bit of a dew outside because it seemed that there was some sort of moisture. He's gotten his hand dried and he's definitely got back his radar, and he's been testing the batsman, asking Kalicharan to play almost on every delivery. A nice rhythmic approach, just falling away on the delivery stride itself though.
This one, he's on the line of off stump, and Kalicharan just pushes this one up to mid-on.
So a very good over there by Hines. One more ball left in it. When he completes this over, his figures will look pretty impressive thus far. And I think the difference between himself and Philip is that he's asking the batsman to play, while Anderson Philip, so you see, he's played almost every delivery. Kalicharan though, he's been up to the task. So at the end of 14 overs, the combined campuses and colleges are 54 for 1.
Yeah, 2 runs coming off that Terence Hines over, and Imran Khan is going to continue now from the media center end. So no signs yet of Yannick Carrier. Imran Khan, he's gonna start his fourth over now.
It seems like seniority is taking the ploy here for the Red Force team. You know, having seen Carrier the last time out when he got 3 wickets for 24 runs and really ripped the heart out of the Volcanoes, the Windward Island Volcanoes, you'd have think you'd have been introduced at the end from the northern end for Akil Hussain, but senior officers get a blind, the junior officers wonder why. So I think Carrier, they may be just wondering how it is that Imran comes directly in and is up for the first change. Imran Khan, named after the famous Pakistani cricketer who had a bit of a mishap between recent times. Of course, he would have been elevated to the Prime Minister of Pakistan after his playing career.
And there we see Bravo just keeping himself warm if the sun is not good enough to keep him hot. But there's an interesting feel here though. And this one, he goes through the offside, a bit uppish, but he's gonna get a single, BDC.
Yeah. Just setting him up there, you're seeing the thinking of the Red Steel team. It was just looking run-a-mill. It was, so they tried something different, putting in Bravo just to get into the batsman's mind there. And there he was just opening the face, playing it a bit uppishly.
But this is better now from Puran. He's employed himself at a shortish extra cover position, and there's Darren Bravo on the opposite side, on the leg side, who's in short at mid-wicket as well. So 2 catching options. I would have liked to see the slip though for Kalicharan, because Imran Khan is giving the ball some nice air, and there is some spin in this pitch. This one,
it's a full toss there, driven down to long on.
yeah, really. So Bidesi now, the left-hander, is back on strike, and we're going to see this interesting field set where there's 2 catchers on the leg side relatively close to each other in Jason Mohammed, who is at a shortish mid-on position, and Puran in a bit of a short. Oh, and that one seems to be put down by Joshua De Silva there. Bidesi looking to guide that one and just manages to guide it straight into the hands of De Silva, who was and there we see, sort of catching practice for Joshua De Silva.
Definitely.
So a chance goes a begging there. Imran Khan now starting to cause some problems. And this one, Bidesi is back to this one.
So that's well played there by Bidesi as we come to the end of the 15th over here at the Queen's Park Oval. The score, CCC 56 for 1 after 15 overs.
Yeah, so and there we see now another change from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. You're going to see the part-time spin, really, of Jason Mohammed.
After 15 overs, CCC 56 1. Kalicharan 29 Bidesi.
As I welcome back Colin Murray.
Thank you very much, Kadir. Well, no alarm since I've been gone. The 1 wicket fell in that of Kyle Rupchan, who went LBW to Imran Khan for 14 with a score on 33. Of course, Badesi just being dropped by Joshua De Silva on his score of 10, so a chance for him. But 56 for 1, I would think the CCC would be pretty happy still, even though they've just lost that 1 wicket. They're moving along nicely. Kalicharan himself, he's on 29 as he faces up to Jason Mohammed, who starts his first over. A little bit of a surprise to see Mohammed into the attack so early. I'm just wondering if it's because our left-hander is at the crease and Mohammed with his off-spin may just be turning it slightly away from Bidesi. That could be the reason. He's gone around the wicket to the left-hander, so you would think that he would want to angle it into him and then spin it away on pitching.
Yeah, he's gonna get a bit of offer. Doesn't get much spin, Jis Mohammed, he has a nice flight. His approach very slow through the air. So that's going to help him off the surface as well.
Yeah, he's not a big turner of the ball. He's more of a roller than a spinner. And so we'll have to wait and see if he does get any amount of turn here to the left-hander. The field is well protected because he's got a long off and a long on and then a deep backward square leg. So he's got some protection in the deep. Gonna pick up an easy single. So far, the pitch has played well, Kadir. There's no real alarms. Yes, one or two have turned, but there's no prodigious amount of turn that from the time the ball pitches, it's spinning all over.
Yeah, credit to the ground staff for giving us a good cricket wicket. No real demons in the pitch. We've not really seen that two-pace sort of stuff on this track, this particular track.
And we've had good scores here so far at the Oval.
Yeah, we've had good scores. So, for CCC, 58 for 1 ball short of over number 16. A relatively good start for them, just going at about 3.6 to the over.
Kalchan is looking very good, actually. He's middling that ball. They're looking for 2. I don't think they're going to get it. That's good bit of fielding in the deep by Anderson Phillip, is it? No, that's not Anderson Phillip. That looks like Terrence Hines out there in the deep. And limited the scoring just to a single. So 1 to Kali. I like that shot from him. He gave himself some room and he punched it nicely down to long off. So he's looking very good at the moment. That was Darren Bravo actually down at that long off position. As I'm seeing walking in towards a mid. Well, he's going to be at a mid wicket now. But yeah, I like young Kalitran. He's starting to look good. 31 from 49 deliveries. There's nothing like runs that can give you confidence.
Yeah, a bit short of runs in this Super 50 Cup so far. So for him getting a start, you definitely want to carry on. Amongst these CCC players, he is a senior. He's a senior player among the ranks. So for him, he would want to certainly bat deep into this innings. As this one, he's trying to slog this one and misses everything, really. And it's going to run close to the boundary to pick up 2.
Well, I'm not sure what that was about from Kali Charan because to me, I wouldn't even call it a slog sweep. I'd just call it a swipe. He just went off. We'd love to see a replay on that because it was just a swipe. And I think he got an inside edge.
Shot out of the blue, really.
Yeah. That's better because he was all the time he was playing everything on its merit, and all of a sudden there is no one at deep mid wicket. There's a long on and a deep square leg, and he just tried to slog sweep it over the deep mid wicket position, and luckily he got an inside edge, or it could have certainly gone on to the stumps. And here he's pushing it down towards long off, and they get an easy single.
Yeah, that's testimony to how good Imran Khan have been since he's been introduced. So, given a little bit of air on that occasion, here we see the replay from that. Given some nice air.
I tell you, had he not got an inside edge, he would have gone on to the stumps. Yeah. Really not a good shot from him.
On this one, Bidesi beats that backward points fielder. But again, the running we see, Colin, it's a bit lethargic from these two. Could have been 3, could have certainly pushed the field.
Yeah, should have been 3. Now, we took some pace off of it. Is that Anderson Phillip out there?
Looks to be Guli.
Yeah. He took some pace off of it, so it didn't run into the boundary, and surely they should have run 3. So the 1 delivery left in over number 17. Kalitran on 34. Bidesi's on 13. He was put down when he was on 10 by Joshua De Silva off of Imran Khan. So he's very watchful as the final delivery of over number 17 is just pushing it out to mid-on. towards the mid-wicket. And it's a break now for a drinks break here for the players. So after 17 overs, it's 64 for 1. The CCC having been asked to bat by the Red Force. Kalitran is 34, Badesi is on 13. The man out, Kyle Rupchan, LBW Imran Khan for 14. And after 17 overs, the latest score here at the Queen's Park Oval, it's 64 for 1. So, welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval as the drinks break has just been completed. And Jason Mohammed is going to continue. He's going to bowl his second over. His first over cost him 3 runs. 64 for 1. Kalitran is the man on strike. He's on 34. Been batting very well. Just had one rush of blood, one would have to say, when he tried to slog sweep Imran Khan. Luckily got in inside edge and beat the leg stump. That is a bad delivery to start from Jason Mohammed, but luckily only gets a single because it's down to Akil Hussain, who is at that deep backward square leg, and they're able to pick up a single. So CCC go on to 65 for 1. They've been batting well. Kalichan on to 35, brings the left-handed Navin Badesi into strike. He's on 13 as Jason Mohammed goes round the wicket to the left-hander.
And BDC is pushing this one past Imran Khan, who's in at that short catching cover. So he gets a relatively easy 2 runs. Takes his tally now up to 15. And really it's been surprising from Puran to go for Jason Mohammed so early in this.
The only thing I can think of here is that he was looking at the off spinner bowling maybe to the left-hander. But Jason Mohammed is not that. He's not a, how should I put it, out and out off spinner. He's a part-time off spinner if it's anything. And doesn't get all that much turn. So, yeah, I think it's an interesting move. And we'll have to wait and see if it pays any dividends to the Red Force.
Yep, time is going to tell. But BDC
looks very patient at the moment. Well, as soon as I say that, he plays a shot like that.
Yeah, he had a good start in his previous outing. Got 30 against Guyana, and was a bit patient now. Can't beat Imran Khan at mid-off.
So Imran, what he's done, what Puran has done, he's put Imran Khan at almost a wideish mid-off, not the orthodox extra cover position. So he's catering for that drive from Badesi and trying to stop it from going down to long off. The end of the over from Mohammed, another 3 runs coming from the over. So he's now completed 2 overs, none for 6. The current run rate is just about 3.7. And the Kalitran remains on 35. It's 67 for 1 after 18 overs. But this is a good start. I would think, with a start like this, there's Yannick Carrier warming up. So Yannick Carrier is now into the attack, replacing Imran Khan. So leg spinner for leg spinner.
Yeah, 2 different types of leg spinners. Imran Khan gives it a little bit more air. Yannick Carrier a bit flatter through the air. And has that googly as well, that wrong on, which plays a lot on batsman's mind.
I tell you, Yannick Carrier is probably the hardest working cricketer I know. He's really, every day he's in the nets. Yeah. He's done a lot of work to his bowling. He's going to get a single, a shortish delivery that Kalitran is handling well. He's been there since the start, so he's accustomed now to the bounce and the pace of this pitch. But that's a shortish. But you're right. Carrier is he's flatter through the air, he's quicker. It does get some turn. You see the slip is going out towards a mid-wicket, or more of a forward square leg for Carrier, who's now going to be bowling to the left-handed Badesi. But Carrier works harder. I think his bowling has come on. His batting has always been trustworthy.
Yeah.
He's no big squash buckler with the bat, but he's tends to concentrate on his innings, plays every ball on its merit. You would hardly see him playing a rash shot. And I'm not for one moment saying he doesn't, but he's more of a dedicated cricketer, and he works very hard at his game. Well, that's a good shot. That's a good hit. It's going to clear the man at mid-off. And luckily for him, Akil Hussain couldn't get around from long on. He hit it straight back over the bowler's head. Now, he was looking to hit that more, I would think, to long off. Because at mid-off is Guli. He's at the orthodox mid-off position. So he had to run back. In the meantime, Akil Hussain was running from long on to long off, trying to get the catch. Couldn't make it in time. And Badesi survives. He picks up 2 runs.
And this one, Badesi just pushing this one up and offers an easy return catch to Yannick Carrier, who strikes in his very first over, just like Imran Khan did. So Badesi now, he has to go for 17 caught and bowl of the bowling of Yannick Carrier. CCC 70 for 2.
Yeah, he didn't get to the pitch. He was looking to drive, and there he is, not getting to the pitch and offering. He looks down at the pitch, but that had nothing to do with the pitch. He just never got to the pitch of it. Nothing to do with the actual pitch, but he didn't get over the ball. He was looking to drive and was reaching for that delivery. And once you're reaching for it and you're not over it, it's going to go into the air. And he offered a simple return catch to Yannick Carrier. And as you said, Kadiri's Carrier in his first over, like Imran Khan, he's picked up his first wicket. And he's now got, 1 for 3 from his first 4 deliveries. Badesi goes back to the pavilion, caught and bowl Carrier for 17. And it's 70-4-2. The batsman coming in, Xavier Burton. So it's going to be interesting to have a look at him and see how he handles the spin of not only Carrier, and will Jason Mohammed continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, or is he going to go for more of an attacking bowler, maybe bring back Imran Khan and have the 2 leg spinners operating in tandem? Or maybe Akil Hussain may be brought back into the attack.
Yeah, definitely. A chance to go on the attack now, having picked up that second wicket. But yeah, Colin, you was alluding to Yannick Carrier being a very hard-working cricketer, and I second that. He works very closely with the one Darren Cruikshank, who would have helped him along with his bowling. His bowling has come on leaps and bounds since being called predominantly into the West Indies team as a leg spinner. You know, he would have worked so much more harder on his bowling, which is paying dividends now. On this one, Burton manages to keep this one out. A good delivery first up from Carrier. And I really, really commend him on his hard work.
I think every time you pass in the Oval car park, he's in the nets. It's amazing. I wonder if he sleeps.
Well, he certainly eats, sleeps and breathes.
Oh, that's a lovely delivery, isn't it? Given a little bit more air from Carrier and pitching and spinning away from the defensive prod of Burton. He was just pushing forward to that, and it spun away, beat the outside edge, and went through to wicketkeeper De Silva. So a good over from Yannick Carrier, picking up the wicket of Navin Badesi for 17 and 70 for 2 after 19 overs.
Yeah, successful first over for Yannick Carrier, striking in his very first over, and CCC now certainly have some work to do. A bit of consolidation needs to take place here now between Burton and Kalicharan, who has been there from the start, and it's going to be Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed with that. Not that Jason Mohammed may not pick up; he may make us look silly as Kalishan pulls this delivery out to the deep mid-wicket position, and they go through for a comfortable single. Yeah, he could very well make us look silly and pick up a wicket. I just think it's time when a new batsman is in, get the more attacking bowlers back on and try and pick up that wicket of a new batsman. But let's have a look at Mohammed. He may very well pick up the wicket, and Kadir, we can apologize then to Nicholas Pooran.
Yeah, I think it's really... He's not going to cause that much problems. Jason Mohammed doesn't spin the ball as much. So really I would have liked to see Pooran go for that attacking option. Maybe Akil Hussain taking that ball away from both right-handers. And it's just allowing Burton now to really settle into his work. He's off the mark now.
Yeah, remember, it's not a situation now where you want to contain. You've just picked up a wicket. You want to make another early breakthrough with a new batsman. But you'll have to wait and see. 72 for 2. Halfway through over number 20. Kalicharan still there. He's on 37 and looking very good. And he's gone. The loud appeal goes up, but the umpire is unmoved. Is that umpire Duguid?
That's umpire Carl Tuckett.
Carl Tuckett, yes, it is. Yeah, umpire Tuckett.
As we see that delivery there, Colin, just holding its line. They're going past the outside edge. Kalicharan really unmoved. There, umpire Carl
Difficult to
Tuckett.
tell, isn't it? Difficult to tell. We've got to get ultra edge for that. and I'd love to see it again. There was some deviation as it passed the bat, and not sure if it's off the pitch or if we'll have to have a look at that again a little closer. This Calichan is pulling it. You know, I was about to make I was about to say, before this happened, young Calichan, he's got to settle down and do not give his wicket away. And that is what you call simply an atrocious shot from young Calichan. He's on 37, been batting, you've done all the hard work, and you just give your wicket away. It's sad. I was about to say that, you know, I hope young Calichan settles in and does not give his wicket away, but he's certainly done that. It seemed to be Anderson Phillip out there taking a very comfortable catch in the end. And Jason Mohammed picks up the wicket, just as we suggested that we should have gone for the more attacking bowler. But this really is buying a wicket.
Colin,
that's all it is.
It was more of a batsman's error in that case. It's not Jason Mohammed was troubling them by any means. So I think the move paid off from Puran, but it was more of a silly shot really, and a lack of concentration from Calichan, who was in. He got 37 and really should have known that it was a trap being set here by Puran, and he fell into that trap.
And that's the disappointing part of it. You know, this is a young man. We keep talking about the promise and how good he looks, and we say all these nice things about him. But when you get out like that, I mean, you know, it's atrocious. It's sad that this is a young batsman, up-and-coming batsman. You've done all the hard work. You've faced 57 deliveries for 37 runs. Or is it 38? I see the scoreboard has 38. So you've faced it. You've got 38 runs. You've done all the hard work. And then you give your wicket away like that. It's sad to me. And that is a big, big, big problem with West Indies cricket.
It speaks to the presence of mind, because you know that the situation requires you to be there, and Jason Mohammed really, he was brought on to actually buy a wicket.
I tell you what, if I was playing at this level now, I would be happy if Jason Mohammed is bowling to me. And this is no disrespect for Jason Mohammed, you know. Let's make this clear. As the new batsman in is skipper Dinesh Ramdin. Yeah, this is no disrespect to Jason Mohammed. He bowls with a good control line. He bowls a good length. He's not a big spinner of the ball. But if you take your time and you work the ball around, Jason Mohammed should not cause any major problems to you. And that is a total buying of a wicket, an atrocious shot from young Kirsten Calichan. And you know, if I was the coach, I would tell him, walk around the pavilion. Don't come in the dressing room until you analyze that awful shot you've played. And it's sad. That to me is sad. And I'm dealing here, this has nothing to do with CCC or Red Force. It has to do with West Indies cricket. And you know, we talk about young, promising batsmen. And when you give your wicket away like that, how are selectors going to view that?
I feel your pain.
Yeah,
Colin, I feel your pain. But I gotta leave you now.
You're leaving me? And you're leaving me in the hands of Gordon Pear?
Oh
my word.
In my seat.
Oh my word. I better take a sip of water before Gordon Pear comes on board.
Oh, well, definitely. The plan has worked for Nicholas Puran here. You know, he brought on Jason Mohammed even before Yannick Carrier. Yannick Carrier, though, he got his wicket immediately upon coming on. But there, Jason Mohammed repaying
got some turn. With Darren Bravo is going crazy at short extra cover, appealing. Why doesn't he relax?
Well,
but I tell you, I made the point. I was making the point to Kadir when Carrier picked up the wicket of Badesi. I was saying to him, I said, well, it's a good opportunity now for Puran to look at an attacking bowler at the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Here's Burton, he's going to get a single as he's pushing this one out towards long off. Hussain is doing the fielding, one more to the total. And I said, with a good opportunity now for either look at Imran Khan coming back from the Brian Lara Pavilion or Akil Hussain. You know, because you've got a new batsman and put him under some pressure. But I also said to him, I said, you know, Jason Mohammed can make us look like a fool and get a wicket. And he certainly did it. You know, he certainly did it. But that, to me, had nothing to do with the bowling of Jason Mohammed. It had to do with the poor batting of Kirsten Calichan.
Yeah, Calichan not playing to the moment. You know, he was very important. He was set at 37 and having faced 57 balls. So you were looking for him to carry on here, and he's a young man in the CCC setup. He'll be one of the senior players, and they'll be looking for him to bat through the innings after having given them a credible start.
But you've done all the hard work. He did all the hard work to get to 37 from 57 deliveries. You saw off the opening bowlers. You're now looking at the middle overs, and then you give your wicket away. Burton is going to get another single. In the meantime, Ramdin was off the mark in the previous delivery from Carrier.
Yeah.
So Yannick Carrier in his second over, 1 for 6. Just one delivery left of over number 21.
So Dinesh Ramdin, the skipper of the CCC team, very experienced, from a West Indies skipper as well. So he'll be quite confident here. He'll try to lead his troops, and he's very familiar with the Queen's Park oval ground as well.
It's a good delivery from Carrier, giving it some air, and turned into a Yorker by Ramdin as he just came on that front foot. Had to come down on it, and ball trickling out on the offside. The end of over number 21. At the end of it, the CCC, they are 75 for 3. And you have to think that they were comfortable at one stage. They were 70 for 1 and batting well. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking, well, if they can continue like this, they can get to over 200. Now at 75 for 3, another wicket. And I think they'll be hard-pressed to get to 200.
Yeah, they always say when you're batting at 2 wicket state, so when you're batting at 70 for 1, just add 2 wicket state, and it's not so good as total. So we see Jais Mohammed continuing at the southern end, the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Captain Dinesh Ramdin, he's continuing with Jais Mohammed, persisting with Jais Mohammed. The plan has worked, so I guess if the plan is working, there's no need to fix a truck that's driving.
Yeah, well, if you're going to stay with Mohammed, you can't take him off now. He just picked up a wicket. And really and truly, 3 overs, 1 for 8 before this over. You expect that of Jais Mohammed, unless you go after him. You expect that he's going to go for 2-3 runs and over. But, if you be patient against Jais Mohammed and you work him around, you will pick up the singles. And if you try to rough him up, that is when you confine yourselves in a little bit of trouble, as Kalishan found himself, trying to go after him and trying to hit him over deep mid-wicket when there was a fieldsman out there.
Well, Burton, he's coming and he's confident. He's just nudged the ball around, rotated the strike well. And they can milk this all day.
Dinesh Ramdin I would be surprised if Dinesh Ramdin doesn't just work Jais Mohammed out to long off and long on and work the ball around. I'd be surprised if and he's just come in as well, just faced 4 deliveries. So he's going to, I would expect the experience of Dinesh Ramdin is just going to try and guide the rest of this innings. If he can stick around, he'll probably try and guide the rest of the team into the last 5 overs or thereabouts.
Well, he's very familiar with both the ground and the Trinidad Tobago team. He would have played with them as teammates and skipper them as well. So he'll be that ball just sliding down. Let's see if the umpire will say that there was a bit of bat in it. No, he does. There's no bat, so it's leg byes signal. So at the end of 22 overs, the CCC, they are 78 for 3. Ramdin just in the wicket, he's on 2, and Burton, he's on 4. Carrier to continue here from the northern end. So Carrier continuing his good form.
As you say, Carrier to continue from the northern end. This is in fact the Willie Rodriguez end, the Jerry Gomez Media Center, and Willie Rodriguez end. Of course, Willie Rodriguez, who made Queen's Park the oval his hunting ground. Very famous leg break and googly bowler, was very much, and we'll talk about it after this delivery. Oh, that's a poor shot, but he's going to get away with it because it's going to drop between mid-off and a short extra cover, and he was not sure what he was trying to do with that. Was he looking to go over the top, but it went straight in the air, and luckily it beat the man there at short extra cover in Darren Bravo. And Akil Hussain, who is at long off, couldn't get in time to take the catch. So Burton, not a good shot at all, survives. He's on 5. It's 79-4-3.
Well, he's not been able to pick Carrier. But Carrier comes in. Just driving in there beautifully. Rammed in. Good feeling by Bravo there in short.
Yeah, I was mentioning Willie Rodriguez, of course, leg break and googly bowler for Trinidad and played for the West Indies. The only man actually to play cricket and football for the West Indies.
Yeah.
But was a tremendous leg spinner. I was going to say in the mold of Yannick Carrier, and I'll explain that after this delivery as a single for Ramden, pushing at it, beating Bravo at that short extra cover, and one more to the total. That goes to 80 for 3. Yeah, he was quick through the air, but he spun the ball a mile and a half. Big spinner. Had a great game against England in 1968, if memory serves me right, as we're looking at Carrier again. And he bowled, again, I'm going on memory here, I think he bowled Basil D'Oliveira and some other player, I can't remember the other guy, leaving alone to Googlies, and it spun back at them. And both of them were bowled. So it's fitting that Yannick Carrier is bowling from the Willie Rodriguez end. But he was quick through the air, just like Carrier. And of course, it would be Willie Rodriguez was a fine bowler.
Yeah, legendary bowler here at the Queen's Park Oval Cricket Ground.
Captain Trinidad and Tobago, he captained Queen's Park. Of course, he was the one that Joey Carew then took over from him. And Joey Carew, of course, famously known as Mr. Knowledge. And he's also adorned here, the Joey Carew members' balcony. Adorns his name here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. The end of the over from Carrier. He's completed his third over. 1 for 8. Really good figures. And after 23 overs, it's 80 for 3.
Well, the CCC, they will have to really consolidate here as they try to get their innings back on track. The experience, Dennis Ramden, he's partnering Xavier Burton, and they'll try to rebuild this innings. It's been a mixed bag here from the CCC. They got a credible start and then a good second wicket partnership between Kalichuran and Badesi, but both wickets falling in quick succession and just opening the door for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. And we see a bowling change at another end, just as you were predicting or begging for.
Well, I'm not. It's interesting because he's brought Akil Hussain now into the attack, which is a good move. I expected him to at some time in the proceedings to go for a little bit more of attacking bowler from that Brian Lara Pavilion end, and he's opted for Akil Hussain, who had his first 4 overs for 21 runs. I don't think he bowled very well in that opening spell. Bowled a very good first over, but then he bowled a couple loose deliveries outside the line of the leg stump and was swept on a couple occasions by Kalichuran and by his opening partner Roop Chan. We've seen Akil Hussain, his control has been much better than what we saw in his first 4 overs this morning.
Yeah, well, the last time these two teams met in the first round, Akil Hussain, he was the chief wicket taker, taking 4 for 38 from 8 overs. So he was the chief wicket taker. So we see Ramden here. He's up against Hussain. That's going to be an interesting battle. And yeah, he's able to just nudge it around. He gets off strike.
Well, I think he wanted to do that, Gordon, because the last time they met here, Dinesh Ramden, he faced 23 deliveries, didn't score, and was eventually bowled by Akil Hussain.
Yeah, definitely. So he'll have that fresh in his memory. So he'll be at the safe end at the non-strikers end. And it's Burton who's going to be up against Hussain. Seem to be in the air just a bit.
Burton looks very impatient, doesn't he? He looks like he just seems to want to get on with proceedings.
And he
But
he doesn't seem to be able to pick the spinners either.
Yeah,
He was uncomfortable against Carrier, and now he doesn't look quite comfortable against Hussain either.
He's got to settle down, you know. It's 50 overs. You still got what? Another 26 overs left after this. That's plenty overs.
Yeah, a lot. And I think these young batsmen, they have to learn how to manage their innings, you know. Not only their personal innings, but also the innings of the team. They need to set goals and achieve them. Short-term goals, you know, 5 overs, 10 overs. You need to really break down the score, what you're aiming at, and the run rate that you want to get it at, because they just seem to want to go out there and play, you know, not showing much patience.
Yeah, you got to in terms of managing your innings, you got to decide how you're going to do it, and you know, you got to rotate the strike. We keep saying that in West Indies cricket, but the 24th over was just completed, 81 for 3. Akil Hussain, just 1 run coming from his 5th over, none for 22. Yeah, you got to decide how you're going to approach your innings and work the ball around. That's the most irritating thing to a bowler, when you can work the ball around and pick up singles.
Yeah, you know, he have to change his trend of thought as he changed his approach to each batsman. Ramden there.
And that's what Ramden is doing. That's what Ramden is doing. He's looking for the singles. He's trying to rotate the strike. But of course, you know, it's you got to be careful as well, trying to look for the singles. There was never a run there, and Burton was quite right to send him back.
Yeah. Look at that Burton at the non-strikers end, though. He's not.
That's a good shot. That's going to run away. That's a good shot. It was a short delivery outside the line of the off stump, and it was short enough for Dinesh Ramden to get onto the back foot. Let's see, and made some room for himself, but got onto the back foot, and he cut it beautifully for 4 runs. That's a very, very good shot. A shot you expect from a batsman of the ability of Dinesh Ramden, even though he's getting on in years. If you're going to bowl him a long hop, he's going to smash it. And he goes to 8, and it's 85 for 3.
And
that's another bad delivery.
You
got away with it, Gordon.
You would definitely think he would have gotten away with it. More or less a half pitcher. You know, Ramden was on the back foot. He pulled it around powerfully, but straight to the fielder out in the deep there.
Yeah, had it gone a couple of yards either side of him, it would have gone into the boundary. But you could see Carrier there trying a quicker delivery based on the previous delivery when he was smacked for 4. And that one was far too short. And he got away with it not going into the boundary. And Burton gets an outside edge.
The two batsmen just run into each other. And they just jog through for 2 runs.
That's what you call batsmen not following the ball and not looking at each other.
Yeah, Burton would have played it behind him. He was supposed to trust the call of Ramden. But running basics, I was just going to say that when you're seeing Burton at the non-strikers end, he doesn't really back up at all. He's in his crease. Some of the basics that's missing, you know, from West Indies cricket. This is see a team that is used for development. And I think these are the basics that he should be implementing very early on here.
Well, he's got a coach, so let's hope that they're looking at him and he will learn. 1 delivery left in over number 25, 88 for 3.
A good over here for the CCC.
He's hitting it straight back over his head. That's not a bad shot, because once you're going to play it over, and he wasn't a full-blooded lofted drive. He just sort of chipped it over the bowler's head, and it was straight. There's nobody feeling straight back over the bowler. So that was a safe shot, and he was able to pick up 2 runs. So both batsmen now, Burton and Ramden, on 9 after 25 overs. The CCC having been put into bat by the Red Force. They are 90 for 3. And Gordon Pay, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of the man who said that Imran Khan may not play today. after you advised him that Imran Khan was going to play, Kadir Mohammed is going to join you.
Well, it seems like it's not going to be Kadir. a new bowler is going to, Anil is going to take.
We have a new bowler, suddenly a new bowler has come into the. Are you captain in this team, Gordon? You just bring in a new bowler and you didn't even tell me that?
Well, I am not captain in the team. I think the team is being captain off the field. So from a remote position, we see a new bowler. So welcome Anil. Anil is coming in here, as is Akil Hossein. Short ball and it's banged away. But they'll only get one out to the cover region. And patrolling out there. So welcome Anil. Good morning, and how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Gordon. Nice to be here. CCC losing the toss and being asked about by the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. At the halfway stage, Gordon, 91 for 3. And if you were to double that score, we're looking at a score at possibly 190. But I'm sure CCC, they will want to possibly get to maybe a 220, 240 mark. But a lot of work to do for both Burton and skipper Dennis Ramden.
Yeah, well, it's a very important partnership here for the CCC.
And Burton has to be very, very careful against the likes of Akil Hussein, who's got a potent arm ball. Playing that cut shot could put him in some problems if he doesn't pick it early enough to negotiate it.
Well, in the first game between these two teams, Akil Hussein, he got 4 for 38. Really skittled the CCC team, and that's a beautiful shot. Just playing it out. Carrier chasing. And the batsman just running through for 2 runs. So things looking quite easy now. Within the last 2 overs, you're seeing runs beginning to flow. Ramden, he's raced a 10 from 13 balls. And Burton, he's beginning to find his legs. He's on 11 from 25 balls. And that's a beautiful looking, lovely looking square cut there. Just cutting it out to the backward point region.
So Akil Hussein just a bit too short and wide, giving Burton enough time, to rock onto the back foot and caress that ball through backward point for a single. That takes the score on to 94 for 3. Burton moves on to 12 from 26. So just striking about that 50 mark, Gordon.
Yeah, thus far you're thinking that they're going at a pretty decent rate. The partnership already up to 23, and they would have joined each other after 2 quick wickets. When the second wicket pair, after adding a reasonable partnership, they were out in quick succession. That's Bidesi and Kalichirana. So they needed to consolidate and begin to set a platform for the CCC team. Batting has been their problem all season, so they'll be very cautious.
Well, I don't want to say it's been a problem. I think when you look at the overall of the CCC team, Gordon, one has to take into consideration that most of these guys are playing is their breakthrough list their season. So we have to appreciate the fact that some of them will be lacking that kind of experience playing at the first class level. Having said that, you would expect that the learning process will be accelerated with the opportunities being given to them.
Yeah, I think definitely your learning curve, you got to be a quick learning curve. You can't say it's just your first season into the top level when you have the likes in your dressing room as reefer, as well as the captain Ramden. I think you got to absorb quickly as young men. You got to also process. I think there's a lot of information out here now, in terms of course, experience is the greatest teacher, but there's a lot of information that I think that they can use. But let's look at Burton up against Carrier here. And that's Carrier bang on target. You see Burton just getting forward and playing it back to the bowler.
Well, it's been a revelation for the likes of Yannick Carrier. In the last 9 months, he's really come on by leaps and bounds, and his bowling is really on top of it. He's really on top of his game when it comes to his bowling. His bowling has come on by leaps and bounds, and because he's added that facet to his game, Gordon, he's playing international cricket.
Yeah, he's forced his way into the West Indies lineup. That's a shot over the top of extra cover, and it races away, dissecting the field. So Burton, he's always looked like he wants to get things going, and there it's a fantastic shot. Carrier just floating one up asked him to pick it. He invited a challenge and bisected the field, getting 4 runs for his team. So runs beginning to flow here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, so, what do you want to see from these guys as well? And Burton has shown that, that intent.
Straight down the ground. And as they say, not a man move. He banged it straight as an eagle, bisecting the fielder at long on and long off. And it's into the boundary. He brings up the 100 for the CCC as they're beginning to roll. Xavier Burton, he said he's seen enough and he's on the move.
Well, he's taken a liking to Yannick Carrier here, but what a wonderful shot from Burton there, hitting it as straight as an arrow, lofted a drive there, and it goes for another boundary.
So this partnership 30 from 40 balls. And then the anticlimactic defensive, forward defensive, just playing it back to the bowler.
Well, Burton is showing, good assurance in terms of his attacking play as well as sound in defense.
Well, he's mixing attack with defense. A wise choice here. Getting some bat onto that one. It goes down to third man. And good running. They get 3 runs quite comfortably there.
So aggressive running from both Burton and Dinesh Ramden resulting in that extra run. But Yannick Carrier would really feel aggrieved there, Gordon, having bowled an excellent delivery, breaking the outside edge, and it went down to that third man region. But Yannick Carrier, he will continue to wheel away Gordon. He will back his skill sets, to pry a wicket out.
Well, let's look at his final delivery in this over. And that's well played there. Ramden just stroking it out through the cover region and taking up a single.
So Ramden coming off a score of 38 in the last game against the Guyana Happy Eagles. So he seems just to be peaking at the right time here. And with his influence in terms of the batting, his batting, his experience having played international cricket. But just bring you up to the scorecard. Kirsten Kalichran, he was caught Philip Bowl and Jason Mohammed, the man with a golden arm for 37 or 57 deliveries. The youngster making his list day debut today, Kyle Rupshan, LBW Bowl, Imran Khan, 14 from 20 deliveries. And Navin Bideshi, caught and bowl Yannick Carrier for 17. But it has been... The rebuilding process has started here for CCC. Compliments skipper Dinesh Ramden and the youngster Burton.
Yeah, well, it's a good partnership, 34 from 43, and we see a change at the southern end, the Brian Lara Pavilion end, as returning to bowl is Terence Hines, so he's back here. And
so skipper Nick Pura now he's asking Terence Hines to make some further inroads into the CCC batting lineup.
Well, the last 2 overs, runs just beginning to flow, therefore the CCC off the spinners, so he probably is adding just a bit of pace to slow them down.
Well, what I think he have done here is basically trying to change the pace of which the game has been meandering in the last couple of overs, and try and add some new dimension to the bowling attack.
Yeah, well, it's Terence Hines. He's going to be the one entrusted to find a breakthrough here. This partnership just approaching the 40 mark. It's 34. And then make that 35 or 45 balls. A very important partnership here for the CCC.
Well, this partnership, Gordon, could be the cornerstone of what the CCC end up with if they're able to bat through the entire allocation of 50 overs.
Yeah, the current run rate at this time 3.4 overs, 27.2 overs gone thus far. The last 2 overs conceding 9 in the 25th over, and then 16 in the 26th over.
But the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they are still very much in the ascendancy at this stage, Gordon. But we into the 28th over, and CCC, all credit to the Trinidad Tobago Red Force bowlers, they have not allowed the CCC batters to really get away. So they have kept things in check, but I'm sure they will want to continue to chip away at the wickets. More importantly, to get rid of skipper Dennis Ramden.
Yeah, I think when you look at the standings, though, you'll see that Trinidad Tobago, they sit pretty on top, but they have 4 points from 3 games, the same as the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Harp Eagles. A loud appeal. Oh, he's given him, the umpire has given him. So Hines, he's been tossed the ball and he's gotten the result for his captain, Burton. He goes for a well-played 23 off 33 balls. Look at it again.
23.
So Burton guilty of playing across the line, Gordon, and paying the ultimate price. A belated appeal from Terence Hines, but umpire...
So the umpire there setting Burton on his way. Burton, he was looking good. He had just gotten some good runs off of the Anikoya over. But then Nicholas Purana with a good bowling change. His bowling change today has been on spot. Every time he's brought on a new bowler, they have taken a wicket on the change. So you see Terence Hines there repaying his captain confidence and taking the wicket. We see the new batsman come in. That's Kati.
So a very timely dismissal by Terence.
McCarthy. So it's Odin McCarthy who's coming to the wicket.
So a very timely dismissal there by Terence Hines. Just what the doctor ordered from the skipper, Nick Puran. And he has answered that call, Gordon, by removing the very confident young batsman, Burton. He has to go back to the shed, but it brings the likes of McCarthy out to the middle.
And there we see the wicket again. The ball cutting in. It seemed to be sliding down. A very close call.
Well, he was moving across his stumps, and I think that is what allowed the umpire to vindicate that leg before appeal.
Well, he was playing across the line, so he's gone. Odin McCarthy, he is in now for the CCC.
And again, Gordon, as Colin Murray was alluding to earlier, another batter who was set at this stage, give it away. And it has been a perennial problem across the entire region when these guys, having batted for a period of time, they just seems to mentally lose their concentration. But when you vying to play at the first class level or international level, that mental toughness comes into play, and you've got to prepare yourself mentally for the war that you're going to face outside there.
And well, you've been in the coaching setup. Do you think that the batsmen are not facing enough balls in training?
Well, I want to comment in terms of the CCC. I think these guys possibly lack the experience, not having played little or no first listed cricket at all. And as much as you want to put in the drills and stuff like that during your practice, it's a different situation when you go out to the middle, Gordon. The intensity of the opposition, people in your ears, and you could be overawed by the opportunity as well.
Well, I'll take it from you. I always remember, though, the Tiger, Chandapol, even when a match was going on, he would, if he was out or if his team was batting, he would be there facing deliveries. So he loved to bat and bat long. The same thing goes for Brian Lara. These batsmen, you see them set. The wicket is giving them no problems. The bowlers not giving them any problem whatsoever. But that lacks in concentration.
Well, actually, this pitch here at the Queen's Park Oval, Gordon, is a belter. It's a batting belter. If you're prepared to grind it out, you will get value for runs. And if you're able to stay long enough, you could really cash in on a surface like this. It's really tailor-made for batting. No, take nothing away from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They've kept them in check.
Well, we see a bowling change here at the northern end coming on. Just simply there. That's Ramden just really catching practice there for Darren Bravo at the short cover fielding position.
So a very soft dismissal there from skipper Dinesh Ramlin, just chipping that ball to extra cover, where Darren Bravo just said thank you very much, Dinesh Ramlin.
Yes, a very soft dismissal. Another magical change by Captain Nick Puran there. He's brought out Imran Khan. He's brought back Imran Khan after Carrier was a bit expensive in his last over, his previous over, and immediately he's gotten the result.
Well, more importantly, he's gotten rid of the skipper, who the CCC unit should have been the cornerstone in terms of building that platform for this team, the CCC, to get over possibly a 200 mark. But at this stage of the innings, Gordon, I must admit, they might struggle to get to that 175 mark at this stage.
Well, 2 quick wickets here for the CCC. It's the same thing that happened earlier on when Badesi, Kalichurana, they had a good partnership, and then they went quickly behind each other. And
that's the result of playing at this level, Gordon. The pressure, the intensity out in the middle could get the better of you. It has nothing to do with your ability to execute. It's about your mental toughness, right? In terms of willing to really battle hard and battle through the difficult periods that you will encounter while you're out in the middle.
Well, it's the vice captain, Matthew Ford. He comes into bat here. A lot will be expected of him.
Well, from what I've seen in the first encounter against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, he did show a lot of resolve. He was very positive. He had that intent about him. And I must admit, I really like the look of Matthew Ford as an all-round cricketer. He seems to just be ticking all the boxes, Gordon.
Well, he'll have to tick some here, and he'll have to face up against Imran Khan, who's got his tail up here, returning to the team and already claiming 2 wickets. 2 wickets for 21 runs in his 5.2 overs. And that's good feeling there by Puran in close.
So Imran Khan, making a statement here, given the opportunity today and showing everyone that, he wants to be part of that playing 11, Gordon.
Well, when I was entering the park, I saw him bowling. I told Kadir Mohammed, my fellow commentator, I said, Imran is turning that ball square. He said, no, Imran would not be able to play because that bowling lineup is a power pack bowling lineup. But here he is today, and already he has claimed 2 wickets. And that's getting off the mark. A nice shot there, just getting forward, leaning on it and opening the face. Well,
what Matthew Ford did extremely well there, Gordon. He just played it with his soft hands. And he was able to go past Jason Mohammed at that first lip position. So immediately Matthew Ford, he recognized that he can't be playing with hard hands and have made that subtle adjustment.
Just going down the leg side there, Imran Khan. Wide call by the umpire.
As you are well aware, any delivery that goes down the leg side, Gordon, the umpires are well within their right to call it a wide, unless the batter is making movement going across the wicket. But at the end of that over, the 29th has been completed. The score CCC 110 for 5. Matthew Ford is on 2, and Odin McCarthy, he's yet to get off the mark. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force very much in the ascendancy here, Gordon.
Yeah, well, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've definitely have things their own way. They score 110 for 5 of 29 overs. Terence Hines looking to get another wicket here. Standing in his way, Odin McCarthy. And just straying down the leg side there was Terence Hines. The oohs and the ahs are probably signaling that it just was very close to that leg stump.
Yeah, possibly a quarter paint away from the leg stump. But as we had alluded earlier on, Gordon, once the ball is down the leg side, the umpires are well within their right to call that wide. But what the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will not want to do at this stage, Gordon, is to allow the CCC to get back in this game in terms of putting together a partnership. They will, I'm sure, skipper Nick Puran and the entire Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they're smelling blood at this stage.
Well, it's been one of the problems, though, of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team this season. Bit of bat on that one there. So McCarthy, he doesn't seem to know much of what is taking place here. As we look at Hines here again. Very late.
Very late indeed. And Terence Hines using that off-spinning option, that cutter delivery. McCarthy was through the shot even before the ball arrived.
Yeah.
So he's got to be very, very careful to allow that ball to come as close as possible under his eyes before he wants to execute that booming straight drive.
Yet to get off the mark, so the pressure beginning to build here. The Red Force with their tails up. Terence Hines running in and then just flicking it away off the legs.
With Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the ascendancy, I'm very much surprised Nick Puran has not flirted with a slip, Gordon, with these two batters basically new out in the middle.
I think Puran just missing a trick when it comes to when to add the pressure when the other team is wobbling. It has been a problem this season. You'll remember the Ghanaian team, they got a bit of a late flourish in their matchup against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, all congratulations to the batter on that occasion who got to 74, Shepherd, Romario Shepherd. I mean, he was just in that kind of form, sublime form, that he took the attack, to pieces on that day. And it happens, on the odd occasion where, these guys back their talent, and it comes off.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, Romario Shepherd, he's a big talent. But what I'm saying is that at this point, when you got two quick wickets, I think you just need to get in that slip. You need to get any man short on the drive. You need to add the pressure, because when you look behind you as a batter and you see two slips and a gully, it's a totally different effect when there's none.
Well, I'm sure Skip Nick Puran, Gordon, he wouldn't want to go ultra aggressive, because I tell you what, all it takes is two batters to start sitting and getting a partnership together, and then the whole complexion of the game takes a different spin. So it's a 50-over contest, and there are passages of play where you will take the initiative and attack, but then you've got to rock back a bit and just allow your bowlers to bowl discipline lines and length and try and strangle the batters as well.
Well, Terence Hines has definitely done that for his team. In his 4.4 overs, he's just conceded 10 runs. Beautiful short ball.
And just letting the likes of Kati know that Matthew Ford, my apology, knows that he's at the bowling crease, and you're not just going to be pressing onto the front foot. I have something special here as well that I can serve up ever so often.
The short ball, always something that you want to have in your arsenal. That element of surprise. You don't want men trying to get into line early and push forward. He'd have to spend probably just that ultra second sitting back, but then he's just approaching, chipping down Matthew Ford.
But we would have seen Gordon, good fast bowlers, intelligent fast bowlers indeed. They would try and set you up by getting some short pitch deliveries in, and what they would do really well is change the velocity of which they release, and that could pose a couple of problems to the batters as well. They could be beaten while trying to attempt that pull shot. So I'd like to say a special good morning to Kadir Mohammed. How are you, Kadir?
Yeah, good morning, Anil, and I'm fine, thank you. And the CCC have really capitulated now to 112 for 5. After that, a sort of good open standard. You see the 5 wickets going down. Kristen Kalicha, and he went for 38 caught. Anderson Phillip bowled Jason Mohammed. Kyle Rupchan, LBW, Imran Khan for 14. Navin Bidesi. And it's a chance here. But McCarthy, he completes his ground.
So McCarthy, they're taking on Darren Bravo at that mid-off position. Beagle getting in very quickly. They're having a shot at the stumps, but Keon Otley was very smart to come off the boundary at that deep backward square position. So it only results in a single and no more. There wasn't an attempt to get that overthrow.
And this one, Ford is sweeping nicely and he's going to get it over the boundary. He's going to pick up a maximum here, Matthew Ford. There we see Imran Khan giving it a bit of air, and Matthew Ford obliged to that one, hitting it way in front of square. And picking up 6 good-looking runs and takes the total now on to 119 for 5. Oh, smart again there from Imran Khan. A bit of air, slightly slower.
So Imran Khan is saying to Matthew Ford, if you want to take me on, I would, extend the invitation. And as we all know, Imran Khan is a shrewd operator. He wouldn't just be floating it up. He would be putting some extra spin.
This one, he's a bit shorter. And Ford is just sort of flat button this one down to Akil Hussain, who's at long on.
So
picks up a easy single.
So Matthew Ford continuing to show us his all-round cricketing ability here at the Queen's Park Oval.
And this one, McCarthy looking to sweep this one and just doesn't make any proper contact. But yeah, Matthew Ford has really been a good prospect for West Indies cricket moving forward.
Well, he's been a revelation if you ask me. He's come on by leaps and bounds in a very short time. So kudos to that young man.
McCarthy with him, Udin McCarthy, the 26-year-old Jamaican, as Imran Khan completes the 31st over here at the Queen's Park Oval, and it's CCC 120 for 5. And Imran Khan, he's gone through 7 already. He's 2 for 32.
So Imran Khan showing his guile, his experience, and also showing, that he wants to play in this tournament, and he's really putting his hand up by bowling an excellent spell here. 7 overs, 2 for 32, having gotten rid of Kyle Rupchan.
Yeah, so the wickets to fall for CCC. Kirsten Kalicharan caught Philip Bol Mohammed for 38. Kyle Rupchan, LBW to Imran Khan for 14. Navin Bidesi caught and bowled Yannick Carrier for 17. Xavier Burton, LBW, Terrence Hines for 23. And Dinesh Ramdin, the last wicket to fall, he was caught Darren Bravo, bowl Imran Khan for 12. And we see a bowling change from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and now Anderson Phillip being brought back.
So Anderson Phillip being brought back from the Queen's Park, from the Brian Lara Pavilion. And?
Yeah, so Anil, this just speaks to the inexperience of the CCC batters getting in and then getting out soon after.
Well, it's something that we continue to debate, Kadir, at all levels of the game here in the West Indies, and I'm sure that the powers that be, they're taking full stock of possibly ways and means that they could change the fortunes that we have experienced thus far.
Yeah, I think a conscious effort needs to be made on the part of the coaches in terms of batsmen needing to be more solid and have that presence of mind to go on when it's really needed.
But just to add to that, Kadir, I think also our players is really suffering from practicing, with the best facilities that we see all around the globe. We need to improve by leaps and bounds where our facilities are.
And Anderson Phillip, short delivery, but McCarthy does the smart thing and just gets out of the way, allowing that one to go through to be taken by wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. So Anderson Phillip, not too bad opening spell from him. He's bowled 4 overs up front for just 12, coming back here now for a second spell. Captain Puran certainly bringing him back on, looking for that breakthrough once more.
And we've seen the likes of Jaden Seals, who's not playing today, having a walk around the field, lending some support to the players out in the middle.
This one called wide by umpire Carl Tuckett. Anderson Phillip trying to take a bit of pace off of that one, just badly lined on that occasion.
Possibly just asking McCarthy to follow that one outside the line of the off stump. So Anderson Phillip mixing his pace up here a bit. Anderson Phillip, as you know, he's leaving tomorrow night to go down under. And, one will hope, that we want to wish him all the best, going down under. Australia is not one of the easiest places to go and play
This
cricket.
one, McCarthy is flicking this one and coming off the boundary and lands just in front of him there. It's Terrence Hines. And it's a mix-up in the middle as well. McCarthy picks up 2. But a chance there for Terrence Hines out in he probably picked it up a bit late. There we see coming off the boundary. The ball just landing in front of him.
Yeah, and whenever the ball goes into the outfield like that, the decision that the fielder has to make very, very quickly indeed is either to go for the ball or to defend that ball going into the boundary. So Terrence Hines really trying his ultimate best here to hold that catch in. Unfortunately, dropped a bit short.
And this one again, another short delivery from Anderson Phillip, well lined, and McCarthy acrobatically gets it down to fine leg and picks up a single.
So Jed Gully throwing that ball and disturbing the woodwork at the non-striker's end. So Anderson Phillip, he's giving these youngsters a working over here at the Queen's Park Oval. And I tell you what, to really do what Anderson Phillip does in terms of producing those deliveries, it will be taking a lot out of him because the track is as flat as a road at this stage of the innings.
This one, Ford is picking up a quick single in the outfield, and that brings to the end over number 32. CCC 126 for 5. But yeah, congratulations to Anderson Phillip on being called up to the test team, and he'll be traveling tomorrow night. So that vacates a spot. Jaden Sears will be leaving as well. So that vacates some spots in the Red Force lineup going forward in this Super 50 Cup.
Yeah, wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva, he's also on his way to Australia as well. So we want to wish, these guys and the entire West Indies touring party, all the best in that 2-test series that's going to get underway in Australia very shortly.
Yeah. Credit to all these guys. So it's a lot of spots on offer for the reserves in and among the Red Force team, as Akil Hussain now he comes back. And this one is a loud appeal. Our umpire Gregory Brathwaite probably saying that one going down a bit.
Yeah, and just coming back to the reserves, it's important. We'll have a look here at the replay.
Yeah, that arm ball just keep going on and on with the arm.
It just seems to have brushed his glove as well, so that negated any option in terms of a LBW decision there for Akil Hussain.
And then he's right back on the money again.
So it's important for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, to have in their reserves the ranks of the likes of Imran Khan and Mark Dial and these guys, because they will definitely have a part to play when these guys leave tomorrow to go down under.
This one, McCarthy Ford actually just getting this one down to the long on, picks up a single. There's also Jeremy Solozano in the reserves as well, so he would want to come into this team and bat on top of the order, because Joshua De Silva has been opening the batting for the Red Force, so that's certainly going to vacate a opening slot as well.
So the likes of Amir Django, right, will come into the reckoning as well, with Joshua Da Silva leaving to go down under. So a lot of spaces to be filled, Kadir, and the selectors will have their work cut out in making those tough decisions in terms of replacement players for the guys who are moving down under.
Yeah, it's just my personal opinion. I thought Amir Django, he probably would have felt hard done by not getting into that initial squad, the Red Force squad, and that's just a personal opinion of mine. He's done well with the chances that he, has gotten, and that's the end of Over number 33 here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's CCC 128 for 5.
So excellent work from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, ensuring winning the toss here this morning at the Queen's Park Oval and inserting the CCC team, to have first strike here this morning. We did witness a bit of preparation moisture earlier on, but that didn't last very, very long. Possibly about 6 overs in total. But then the spinners came on. Akil Hussein started the bowling from the Willie Rodriguez end. And we're just going to go through the scorecard here. Combined campuses and colleges. This is the CG United Super 50 Cup 2022. Kirsten Kali Sharan, Court Philip Abul Mohammed, Jason Mohammed, that is. Kyle Rupcha making his list day debut today. LBW Imran Khan, first ball from Imran Khan was plumb LBW right in front the woodwork, and he had to go. Navin Bideshi, who looked really assured during his short stay at the crease, he was caught and bowled by Yannick Carrier, beaten in the flight and just tamely hitting that ball back to Carrier. Burton having looked extremely well when we thought that both Dennis Ramden and the likes of Burton, it's going to carry the CCC team, to a score of some level of comfort. He then go playing across the line to Terence Hines, plumb in front, LBW for 23, and Dennis Ramden, Imran Khan outfoxed him and had him caught tamely at that extra cover position, where Darren Bravo accepted that catch gleefully and said thank you. But since that, the bowling thus far for Red Force, Akil Hussein, 7 overs, 28 runs, no wicket, and it's not often that you see the likes of Akil Hussein not picking wickets. Anderson Phillip, 5 overs, 18 runs, no wicket, but how well he has bowled here, having not played in the last game against Windward Islands. He's come back here really, really beautifully here. Imran Khan returning to the side here, Kadir, 7 overs, 32 runs, 2 wickets, and and that's what we have grown accustomed to from the likes of Imran Khan. He has been a wicket taker and continues to show all of us here that he's still got that wicket taking ability. The like of Terence Hines coming back in his second spell and removing that, making that breakthrough when both Dennis Ramden and Burton were really threatening to set along and take the game away from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Terence Hines coming and doing the trick again. And then the likes of Jason Mohammed, how valuable he has been to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup, not only from a batting perspective, but he's got the confidence that he can come on and produce that magical delivery and get that breakthrough. So he goes 4 overs, 10 runs, 1 wicket. And Yannick Carrier, well, how much can we speak about him? He's come on by leaps and bounds. He's really ripping this ball on this Queen's Park dry surface here at the Queen's Park Oval. So at this stage, Trinidad and Tobago definitely in the ascendancy here, Kadir.
Yes, certainly taking all their chances so far, barring that drop catch by Joshua De Silva, but then Navin Bidesis went soon after. But it has been a good performance from the Red Force, dominant to say the least, as Anderson Phillip is going to continue now from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And this one, Makati just tapping this one down to third man. He's thinking of 2, but Akil Hussein quick to get off the third man boundary, limits them to just a single. And Anil, this partnership is going to be so crucial. 33 overs, we're into the 34th now, and not much more batting in terms of capability, from CCC. So McCarthy and Ford, the all-rounder Matthew Ford, is going to be so crucial for them to actually bat until probably about the 40th over or so, and then assess the game from there onwards. And they're pinching a quick single here.
So great
and
awareness.
This is some good footwork from Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, he fancies his footballing skills as well.
As we know, he represented St. Mary's College at intercol level as well, Joshua De Silva. So he's quite a talented person is Joshua De Silva. So he, as well as Anderson Phillip and the other one, we're not sure now.
Jaden Seals.
Silva, Anderson Phillip, and Jaden Seals, they'll be leaving tomorrow night to head down under. As Anderson Phillip with another short delivery. So he's really bending his back on this dry surface. It's going to take a lot out of the fast bowlers. You know, the conditions it's a hot day here at the Oval.
Extremely hot day here, Kadir, at the Queen's Park Oval. Anderson Phillip really running in, and showing all of us here, that he's fit and ready to travel tomorrow down under. Umpire Brathwaite just indicating that's one for the over.
McCarthy, another short delivery, and this time he's pulling this one in front of mid-wicket, way in front of mid-wicket, and he picks up 4 good-looking runs, Odean McCarthy. So Anderson Phillip, in his attempt to get this one up, this one didn't had enough punks on it to really trouble McCarthy. He was able to rock on the back foot and put it away nicely for 4.
Yeah, it wasn't a venomous delivery by any stretch of the imagination. That ball just sit up in this Queen's Park Oval pitch here, and McCarthy was good enough to pivot and deposited that ball forward a square into the boundary for 4 runs.
This one a little bit fuller from Phillip this time, and McCarthy just flirting with danger outside there, really on nothing shot, just trying to guide that one down.
Well, what McCarthy is doing is camping on the back foot. He's looking for that short pitch delivery, so the change in length there really defeated him. Before he could have moved, the ball was into the mid of Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for the likes of Odean McCarthy, 26 years of age. He's from Jamaica. So certainly this is a good opportunity for him together with Matthew Ford, the young Matthew Ford, 21 years of age. A really nice all-rounder in the making. And this one again, with McCarthy up on the back foot. One bounce into the fence.
Yeah, so Anderson Phillip guilty of overdoing that short delivery. It was outside the line of the off stump, but McCarthy, having possibly played at the likes of the Sabina pitch where the wicket is really quick, right? That was really a gift to McCarthy there. And I don't understand it sometimes, Kadir. You just bowl a full delivery and go past the outside edge, and then the next delivery is a rank long hop, that the batsman has all the time in the world to execute beyond the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, and again, that's something that has been plaguing our fast bowlers. We're not patient on a line for long enough periods and asking enough questions.
Well, on a surface like this, you got to be disciplined, you got to be patient. It's not the kind of surface that you're going to blast anybody out.
Yeah.
So you got to have that level of patience, and work the batters out in terms of how you're going to get them out.
Yeah,
so there must be a plan, could you?
And Anderson Phillip by no means a real out and out quick Anil. And this one goes past. Looks to be Jason Mohammed. It's Darren Bravo. Seems to be Darren Bravo just losing his foot in there. But goalie well backed up. Limited to just a single.
So Darren Bravo just losing his footing here a bit. That takes the score to 140 for 5. And that takes Matthew Ford onto 15 from 20 deliveries. And McCarthy, he's definitely stepping up a bit in the last couple of overs, benefiting from some deliveries that that he benefited from.
Yeah, trying to forge together a partnership here. They've already put on 33. So from a CCC's perspective, they want this partnership to continue. And McCarthy just getting outside the line and sweeping this one behind square and picks up Ford actually getting inside the line and sweeping that one and behind square and picking up 4 good looking runs once more.
Yeah, so Matthew Ford, to me, premeditated the sweep shot here, anticipating that length. And what a wonderful execution of the sweep shot here. It goes into the deep backward square boundary for 4 runs. So that takes the score on to 144 for 5. And how well Matthew Ford has played at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, Matthew Ford, quite capable with the bat as well, and we're going to see him later on with the ball. So he's really a nice, good all-rounder in the making for West Indies, as Akil Hussain switches sides, and he's going to go back over the wicket now, and Ford is punching this one out to the man at the sweeper. That's Terrence Hines, and he gets a easy single.
So Akil Hussain just trying to change the angles when bowling. He's bowling some of the deliveries over the wicket. He's going wrong the wicket. So to the different batters, you know, he has a clear plan how he wants to execute against both these batters.
Yeah, Akil Hussain, a bit of an indifferent spell today. Normally very economical, Akil Hussain. But his first 4 overs went for 21.
But take nothing away from the surface itself. It's really tailor-made for batting. There's not much happening at this stage in terms of spin or anything like that. So the players, they have that luxury that they could rock onto the back foot and work those balls into those angles that's available on the field.
And this one, McCarthy's just opening the Ford is just opening the face on that one.
So skipper Nick Puran, he's dispensed the slip away. He had that slip for the majority of the CCC innings, but at this stage of the innings, he will want to try and keep the score to manageable levels.
McCarthy can't beat the backward point in Anderson Phillip, and that's the end of over number 35 here at the Queen's Park Oval. CCC have progressed to 146 now for 5. So 8 runs, 8 runs, coming in that Akil Hussain over. And as the sun continues to bake down here at the Queen's Park Oval, it's going to get better and better for batting as the sun is baking down on this surface here. As I welcome back Colin Murray.
Yeah, thanks, Kadir. So this partnership certainly prospering here for the CCC. They've put on 39 runs off of 40 deliveries, which you have to say is absolutely excellent, because they were 107 for 5, having lost 2 quick wickets with the score at 107 for 5. And you would have thought there would have been a time for a little consolidation, etc. But these two have taken the attack to the Red Force bowlers. And when you think of it, 39 runs in 40 deliveries after being 107 for 5 has been an excellent partnership thus far. Here's Carrier. That's a good delivery. Some spin in it.
Yeah, but I like it. It's counter-attacking.
Oh, yeah.
It's really, really counter-attacking, and it's good to see 2 young players with the presence of mind really picking the gaps and taking all the runs on offer.
Well, after that delivery, Nicholas Puran, he sent Jason Mohammed to a slip because that ball spun. The end, the Brian Lara Pavilion end, the end Carrier is bowling throw, has been known as the leg spinner's end. And this one, good shot from Ford, just taking it from outside the off stump and working it down towards mid-on or to long-on. And they pick up a quick single. They were actually looking forward. That's the beauty so far of this partnership as well. They're taking every available run. They were running quickly between the wickets. Ford was actually thinking of 2 there because he knew the ball hit probably high up on the bat. So the timing wasn't there, and it was trickling going out to mid-on. And he was thinking immediately that there could have been 2 in it. And he hustled the man at long on. I think that's Bravo down there, is it?
Terrence Hines.
No, that's Hines down at long on. And he had to hustle in to prevent them from going back from the second.
And this one, Carrier is back on line of off stump. And Ford negotiates well. But certainly Matthew Ford and Udin McCarthy have stringed together a nice partnership here. Partnership currently at 40. And they've gone about it quite smart, not really taking any undue risks, as Ford is just pushing this one out to the sweeper. He's going to pick up another easy single here.
The thing is, Kadir, they both look very comfortable at the moment. They don't look in any trouble. They're playing their shots. I thought that the over from Anderson Phillip was a poor over. There's not much pace in this pitch. It's on a good batting track, and he was bowling that ball half pitch. This is not Perth. He's going to Australia, and there's a quick single. Good running again by these two. He's going to Australia, and yes, you're going to get a little bit more bounce and pace out of those pitches. But you've got to look and assess conditions and decide how you're going to cope with it. You know, bowling half pitch here is not going to worry these two guys.
Yeah, that's where your assessment of the conditions needs to come into play. As soon as possible, you realize that there's nothing in it for the faster bowlers in terms of pace and bounce in the track. So you just got to settle on that line and length as the end of over number 36 comes to an end. And CCC at 149 for 5.
Yeah, he could have got away with it early in the innings with a newer ball and, you know, after a couple overs. But when you're talking on over 30 overs, a ball that has been over 30 overs, the pitch has lost most of whatever preparation moisture they might have been in. The sun has been very, very hot, baking, as you said, baking down the pitch here. You know, that's just not on. And I must admit, I'm very disappointed. I was disappointed. There's a guy is going off to Australia to play for the West Indies, you know, and he's got to be better than that. Tell you, if he goes and you know, hopefully he'll get a quicker pitch and more bouncier pitch, and he'll probably add a yard or two to his bowling, and that should serve him good. But if he goes to in some of the other pitches, if he goes to Brisbane or one of the pitches that doesn't have the kind of pace and bounce, and he does that, well, I can tell you where he'll be picking up the ball.
As Imran Khan.
This is a big shot. That's a good hit. That's going to clear the man at long on. Excellent. And this is what we're talking about. These two guys have taken the attack to the bowlers. Imran Khan back in the attack and giving this one some air. And there was McCarthy going after him, not bothered that he's got a long on. He decided to back himself, cleared the man at long on. Excellent shot.
Yeah, it was in the slot, asking to be hit. As this one, they pinch a quick single. They really.
This is excellent batting, Kadir. This is probably the best bit of batting that we've seen for the day. And these two, you know, they're one run away from the 50 partnership. And I do hope they do get the 50 partnership and go beyond, because they're looking both comfortable, they're on top of the bowling, and this is another ball that's going to run away for 4. This time Matthew Ford is a short delivery, and they're putting the Red Force bowlers under pressure. That was a long hop from Imran Khan. Let's have a look. And he was quickly onto the back foot. And for the first time, we're seeing the Red Force bowlers under some pressure here today. And let's see how Nicholas Puran is going to react.
Yeah, overcompensated there, Imran Khan. Realized that he pitched up and got hit back down the ground, and then just overcompensated. A shorter delivery on Matthew Ford, putting it away nicely. So this partnership going along very nicely for CCC. And there we see breaking the wrist and getting that one in. Working it in the leg side and getting an easy single once more.
If you notice, after he was hit for 6, the next ball gave it some air, and McCarthy was on the front foot. He just pushed it in front of him, and they went through for a quick single.
Yeah.
That's the kind of batting you want to see.
Good communication again from these two, realizing that the single is on offer and had the full backing of his partner. And that has really been the pitch of this partnership so far, the way that they have run between the wickets.
That's a good delivery from Imran Khan, was the googly. I don't think McCarthy read it. This is a lovely delivery again, beats him outside that off stump, and you could see him a little unsure. He got the googly the ball before, and you could see him now, wasn't too, first time we've seen him a little bit apprehensive coming on that front foot, and the ball, the leg spinner just beat the outside edge. Wasn't taken cleanly by Da Silva, but certainly there didn't seem to be any edge or anything like that. And it's the end of the over number 37. McCarthy is 25, Ford is on 26, and the partnership now with 54 runs. I think there was a gentleman doing commentary a little earlier said the way the CCC are going, they're looking at 175. I tell you, this game can make an idiot of you, can't it?
Yes,
You make your predictions based on what you're seeing. But I
I've
must
seen funnier
admit,
things.
no, but I must admit, I didn't expect this kind of partnership. When they came to 6 and 7, I thought, well, if they do get to 175, they would do well. No, they're looking at about 220, I would think.
Are you making a prediction again here,
No,
Colin?
but that's all dependent on if these two stay. If one of them get out or both of them get out, then who knows? I'm not sure what what 9-10 Jack will look like.
Yeah, so a good over previous one for CCC, picking up 12 runs in that Imran Khan over as Yannick Carrier. He's going to continue here once again.
But still, 160, I would think on a pitch like this, for them to really challenge the Red Force, they've got to get close to 250.
But that's the difference between Yannick Carrier and Imran Khan. Imran Khan slower through the air. Yannick Carrier a bit quicker through the air, and he thinks he spins the ball a bit more, the leg break that is, than Imran Khan.
Yes, there's Ford looking there. He's trying to find that gap. There's a huge gap between a backward point and a cover. There's protection out in the deep at a square cover point. Man right out on the boundary rope. But he's looking for that huge gap. So he's trying to make room for himself to play it through that gap. But so far he's been able to find the man at backward point. It's another good delivery from Yannick Carrier. And it's good because it's testing the bowlers now. They realize that suddenly they've got to bowl proper line, they've got to bowl a proper length, they've got to spin the ball. This partnership have now tested the Red Force bowlers.
Yeah, they're asking questions, certainly of the Red Force bowlers. As Yannick Carrier is answered well in this over. This one is beaten forward again with another ripping leg spinner.
Yeah, a little bit more bounce as well. So it's been a good over so far from Yannick Carrier. Just one delivery left. Let's see if he can bowl another good delivery. It will come to naught if he gets hit for 4 or 6. But he's really bowling well now and on top of it. Another good delivery. You could see that's good bowling because he's tempting Ford as well to try to find that gap. So he's trying to make room for him. He should be playing that ball on the front foot, trying to get it through extra cover. But he's seen the gap, and Carrier is tempting him. Say, okay, you want to find the gap, find it. And he's backing away all the time, trying to slap it through that vacant point position. And he's not been making contact because of the spin, because of the bounce, and because of the pace of Carrier. It's been really a very, very good over. And he's been unlucky probably not to pick up a wicket.
Yeah, that's the mind games coming into play, between these two. But they've got to realize now that they've added 54 already, and they need to continue from a CCC's point of view. 38 overs gone here, just about 12 overs or so remaining in the innings. So these two would definitely want to continue and not give it away here now.
Yeah, look at the partnership. 54 from 58 deliveries. It's been a really wonderful partnership. And look at that. That's such easy batting from McCarthy. All he did, it was a delivery floated wide of the off stump, and all he did was lean on it, allow it to run off the face of the bat, take all the pace off of the delivery, and just go down to that backward point and get a comfortable single. So that could be trouble. Yes, the googly, he didn't read it, and Matthew Ford was, you could see him a little apprehensive, pushing forward, and wasn't far forward, but that's a good comeback from Imran Khan in this over. Let's have a look at that dismissal. Yes, and he was looking to turn it as well. Didn't play it with us. He didn't read it in the first place, but he was looking to turn the delivery. And when you're looking to do that, you always find yourself in trouble. I don't know why you want to play with half of the bat when you have the full face of the bat to play with. Should have been on the front foot and should have been playing it back along the track. But a good knock from Matthew Ford. You've got to give him credit. He goes for 26 from 36 deliveries. Really an excellent innings from him. And you have to say to him, unfortunately, he just didn't read the googly from Imran Khan, tried to turn it to leg and paid the price. So it's now 162 for 6 And Imran Khan making the breakthrough yet again. He's now picked up 3 for 45. He's been pretty expensive for the 8 overs, conceding just less than 6 runs and over. But the more important thing for the Red Force, he's picked up 3 wickets.
Yeah, he's outfoxed Ford on that occasion. They're not picking that wrong on. And really good on Imran Khan's behalf. And that brings to the crease now Amari Goodridge, another Bajan in the CCC team, just 21 years of age. Has a good built, well-built guy, Amari Goodridge, and he's going to have to contend with Imran Khan, who's already picked up 3 wickets back in the starting 11 today for the Red Force. And this one, Goodridge is pushing this one out to the man at mid-wicket, and he's looking for 2. But McCarthy had other ideas. Bit slower there from Imran Khan,
Yeah,
drawing McCarthy forward, taking the edge, but no slip in place, and he picks up 2.
Now that's, I'm not sure if I can forgive Nicholas Puran for not having a slip, because he is bowling to McCarthy, who is well set on 26. So he's now going to, unfortunately the horse has bolted already. He's now going to put a slip in place for
It's reactive
McCarthy,
as
yeah.
opposed to being
Yeah,
proactive.
now the question is, with the new batsman coming in Goodridge, put the slip in, leave him. But this
And
is a big shot, but is he going to clear the man at mid-wicket? No, he will not. And again, McCarthy, you could see him bending over. He realizes he has given this wicket away. It was not a great delivery at all from Imran Khan. It was short. And would you believe that McCarthy, he's pulled it straight into the hands of the man at a deepish mid-wicket. He had to run maybe about 2 or 3 meters or maybe 5 meters to his left, but he hit it straight down his throat. He should have found the gap. Who is that out there? Let's see.
Otley.
Is that Otley? Kishan Otley? So he takes the catch, and unfortunately, the innings from McCarthy, normally you see this, when one batsman goes in a partnership, the other follows very quickly, and McCarthy goes back to the pavilion, caught Otley off the bowling of Khan for 28. Imran Khan has now picked up his 4th wicket, 4 from 48 from 8.5 overs.
Yeah, Imran Khan, some good work from him. And then, it all comes to nothing. This partnership was so good, producing 55. And then they lose both wickets in the space of 4 balls. So now again, CCC in danger of not batting out the entire 50 overs.
And you remember I was talking about that commentator with you, a gentleman by the name of Anil? He's probably going to be right, because it's now 165 for 7. And if they do get to 200, I'll be really I'll be astounded if they get to 200 at this position. They're going to get a single because the new batsman is, let's see,
Romario Greaves.
Greaves. Yes, Romario Greaves. So he picks up a single. It's the end of the over from Imran Khan. He's now conceded 49 runs from his 9 overs. But more importantly, he's picked up 4 wickets, both batsmen and 1. It's now 166 for 7. Let's see, I would expect Carrier is going to continue. Akil Hussain has got some overs in the hut. And I would expect he's maybe back in the attack shortly. Also, Terence Hines has got some overs inside. So it's may very well see him. Then you got Anderson Phillip as well. But let's have a look at Carrier.
Greaves works this one nicely out to the deep backward square and picks up a single. But I've seen stranger things happen, Colin. I would not be surprised if CCC could get up to 200. This partnership is just about milking it still. But again, 7 wickets down. We'll see how this go.
Yeah, it's we'll just see how well they handle the spinners. And so far, Goodridge wasn't too sure about that delivery, was pushing at it, but pitched and spun away from him. Carrier in his 7th over.
Yeah, since he
1 for
switched
30.
ends, since he switched ends, he's been a lot more on that good area for a leg spinner, just on and about middle and off stump and spinning away, and he has that googly as well, and he's been very miserly from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Previously was operating from the commentary,
Another
the media
delivery.
center end.
Another delivery that beats him. All ends up spinning away from the right-hander. You have to remember that Goodridge, not too sure how he is known for his batting. Well, you know, there's an old saying that sometimes when the bat keeps beating the edge, that the batsman is not good enough to edge it.
You know what? These areas that Yannick Carrier are landing is exactly where Kelvin Williams would have put down those cones and asked the spinners to hit, and he's hitting those areas.
To be honest, I would like to see him get a little closer to that middle stump. See if that's the googly this time and beats him. Yeah, I would like to see him getting a little closer to the middle stump and just tempt Goodridge maybe to try and play across the line. But if you're going to, you know, you against the better batsmen, they're going to reach for it and they're going to try to anticipate the spin and probably get the edge. He's just pushing that bat in front of him, putting the left leg forward and then pushing the bat out, hoping that the ball hits the bat.
Yeah, I think he's wary of the googly as well.
You're giving him a lot of credit.
Yeah, he's wary of the googly. He's that one coming back into his pad. So that's the end of over number 40. CCC 167 for 7. As I welcome back Mr. Gordon Pear.
So Imran Khan is going to complete his final over. He's got 9 overs so far, 4 for 49. Yannick Carrier, he's completed 8 overs, 1 for 33.
Well, Imran Khan looking to bowl out. What a return by the veteran.
4 wickets, you can't ask for better. I think, you know, it's probably been a little bit expensive. You know, he'd probably end up going for just over 5 runs and over, depending on this over. Picking up a single, Graves, so he goes to 3. The total on to 168 now, and Imran Khan, he's got his half century, 4 for 50. So just if he can just complete this over without any further alarms, he will go for just over 5 runs and over, which I suppose you've got to say that's good bowling because he's picked up the 4 wickets as well.
Yeah,
Started with the wicket of the opener, Kyle Rupchan, in his very first delivery, and has done very well since.
Yeah, he's definitely made a statement in his return that he may be getting a bit down in age, but his quality as a spinner cannot be underestimated. Always an impact bowler when he has that ball in his hand.
Graves is the man who is actually facing now, and he's going to pick up a single. Goodridge was the one who got the single at long on in the first delivery.
Well, Goodridge against Carrier, he seemed to be at sea.
Well, he's only faced that one delivery from Khan. He got a single. Let's see how he'll look now. It's a good shot.
It's a good shot.
It was short and kept it along the ground because he knows that Otley is down at that deep mid wicket. He took a good catch to dismiss Makati, and Goodridge doing the correct thing, playing it all along the ground.
Yeah, he's just rolled his wrist on it, kept it down. So
Graves, the man in strike, and faces the final delivery from Imran Khan. So it's the end of the over. It's 171 for 7. Goodridge is on 3. Graves is on 4 at the moment. So Imran Khan completed his 10 overs, 4 for 53, just about 5.3 runs and over. and picking up 4 wickets, as you rightly said, Gordon. A good comeback from him.
Yeah, most definitely. But we know pretty shortly, 3 of the Trinidad Tobago players, they'll be joining the West Indies team for the tour of Australia.
How will that affect them?
I think it's just going to take away a bit of a quality in terms of experience. You have the young, of course, you're seeing De Silva, and he's already opened the batting and he's gotten 66 in the last game, you know, returning them to winning ways against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So you'll definitely be wanting them to continue.
Well, Carrier is continuing here. He is in his 9th over, 1 for 33 so far. He's been much more economical than Khan, but of course he hasn't picked up the wickets. Only 1 so far.
Finally getting the bat on the ball there, Goodrich, when facing Carrier.
It's going to be interesting because with Seals and Anderson Phillip gone, it takes away their 2 of their main weapons in terms of their fast bowling artillery. Shannon Gabriel is still around.
Yeah, they'll have Shannon Gabriel. Oh, that's up in the air. It's going to be an easy catch.
Well, his nightmare has come to an end, Goodrich. He just never got to grips with the bowling of Yannick Carrier. And Carrier giving this one some air. And Goodrich, he saw the man at mid-on. He tried to go over his head to hit it down to long on. Never timed it. And he goes back to the pavilion for 3.
Yeah.
And look at it. He saw the ball outside the line of the off stump. He was looking to hit it high over the mid-on position. Never really got hold of it. And Terence Hines comes up with the catch. And Goodrich goes back out for 3. Caught Hines, bowled Carrier. It's now 171 for 8.
Yeah, you could see that he was struggling there, Mari Goodrich. He struggled really against Carrier, and it was only a matter of time before he looked to get that big shot going. And well, you saw the result, straight down the throat of Terence Hines. And he goes back for just 3 runs. And the CCC, I think they'll be disappointed with the total that they are putting on the board.
You know, at 107 for 5, Gordon, I thought, well, you know, if they get to 175, 180, that's fine. You know, but when you got a partnership between McCarthy and Ford that put them, that added 55 and put them in a decent position at 162 for 5, it's really disappointing now that they've lost 3 wickets for 9 runs.
Yeah, and they've lost wickets in bunches. The opening partnership, they had a solid opening partnership, and then after that, a good second wicket partnership, and then they lost 2 quick wickets. There was a good partnership again, and then 2 quick wickets again. So they're losing wickets in bunches. Something that they definitely have to work on, you know, building those partnerships, allowing so that they're able to get a decent total for the team. And I think that's one of the things that this team, this young CC team, will have to definitely work on. That's their batting, not only personal batting, but their batting as a team strategy.
Carrier beats the new batsman Mansingh with a delivery that was just outside the line of the off stump. Yeah, Mansingh, Jamaican. Yeah, the 24-year-old Jamaican Mansingh. 2 slips. And he's having a big swing at this. Doesn't make contact. He's frustrated after after missing the first delivery. He decided, look, I'm not going to stick around here.
The old adage, go hard and hope for the best.
I was thinking you might have said, go hard, close your eyes, go hard and hope for the best.
It almost seemed like he was closing his eyes.
Beaten again outside the line of the off stump. Carrier continues to bowl very well here. He's completed his 9th over, 2 for 33, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. And the CCC, 171 for 8. I think the Red Force would be pretty happy with their return. Now, Akil Hussain is going to come into the attack. We've seen 42 overs bowled, and he's going to come back into the attack, obviously replacing Imran Khan, because Khan has completed his 10 overs, And Akil Hussain, he's got 2 overs still left. He's bowled 8 overs, none for 36. And it's going to be bowling to Romario Graves.
A wicket maiden there for Carrier, getting the wicket off Goodridge, and also getting a maiden. So it's Graves.
Yes, and that ball coming off the inner part of the bat and goes down towards the deep backward square. They're going to pick up an easy single. But I think they're going to find Akil Hussain a little bit more manageable than the leg spinners.
Yeah, they'll be able to read them. They'll be able to read them. Whether they're able to play it is going to be a different question altogether. At least they'll get a bat on the ball.
You're hoping.
Well, judging from the first ball, Greaves getting that bat onto the ball. He's up against Mansing.
Yeah.
Spinner to spinner.
Well, you see, it's a little easier, but that was a delivery just back of a length, and he was just going across and pushing it out towards cover. Delivery just short of a length there from Akil Hussain. And there he's forward.
In defense.
Not much spin, so he's able to cope with it, Mansing. Yet to come off the mark.
The overhead conditions here, the oval, just a cloud cover arriving. Cool conditions, no threat of rain just yet.
That's a good run, actually. Gave himself some room, but the delivery came back at him. That one wasn't spinning away. It was angled back into him. He was making some room for himself and got bat onto the ball. But luckily for him, it went between the backward point and cover point, and they were able to get a single.
Well,
so Mansing finally off the mark with that single. It's now 172 for 8. Graves on 5. He's back in strike.
Forward just playing it back to the bowler. Long forward. So they're finding things a bit easier up against Akil Hussain. At least getting some sort of bat onto the ball as they look to close out the 43rd over here. You're looking for the runner. There's a question asked. Not out, says the umpire. So a bit of dodgy running there. So at the end of our 43 overs, these combined colleges and campuses and colleges are 174 for 8.
173. You're giving them an extra run.
173.
Why is that?
173 for 8.
You think that run might be the run that Red Force may not get?
Yes.
173 for 8. So far, it's been, it's. You look at that total and it's really inadequate. You would be shocked at this point in time if Red Force don't achieve, even if they get another 27 runs and get to 200. That should be a target the Red Force should be well capable of getting.
Yes.
But Carrier is going to continue. He's got his final over to be bowled.
And again, you're seeing that Mansing probably deciding that I'm not going to pick him. I'm just going to try to hit him.
Well, listen, even if he connects, I'd be shocked if he doesn't just get a top edge and the ball goes straight in the air. He's got to try to hit it over. If he's going to play a big shot, try to go with the spin and try to go over extra cover. But, I suppose that I'm asking too much for a number 10 batsman.
Adjustment in the field. You're seeing they're making the adjustment.
I think Carrier gave him that run because it was badly lined just on around the leg stump, and all he had to do was to push forward. He must be very happy to go down to the non-striker's end, getting a single. So Mansing goes on to 2.
Well,
Graves is on 5. It's now 174 for 8.
He's at the safety of the non-striker's end. He said, Graves, well, you can continue this battle. I wish you well. Both batsmen yet to really pick Carrier.
Picking up another single. Graves. So
back to you, Mr. Mansing.
Yep. Not sure if he Have you ever batted, Gordon, with a batsman who sometimes refuse a signal because they don't want to go down and face the other bowler?
I definitely have.
I was surprised he took the signal.
Yeah,
But he's got to. I mean, you're playing the game. You got to go for every run. Here he's gone in the air, but didn't time it, so it bounces down to Bravo, who's at long off, and they pick up an easy single. Mansingh deciding to go after Carrier.
Yeah, he's decided he can't pick him,
Yeah,
so he's going to hit his
yeah.
way out when he's facing him. 2 slips there. Greaves to face Carrier Puran at second slip. At first, Chase Mohammed.
That's a good delivery. Getting a little bit more bounce in it as Graves was looking. He was on that back foot, looking to work it through the onside, and all of a sudden had extra bounce and also some turn. And in the end, but you could see him, he's rehearsing that shot going on the leg side, but he could run himself into problems.
Yeah, going against the spin there
Yeah.
definitely would not be wise. And the history of a Caribbean batsmen with having problem against good leg spinners. It continues.
Continues. Here is Carrier. It's going to get a single because of that big gap between backward point and cover point. And the end of the spell from Yannick Carrier, and this is really a good spell. He's been very economical, just 3.7 runs and over because he's completed his 10 overs, 2 for 37. So not only he's been economical, he's picked up 2 wickets, and Yannick Carrier continues to improve. I think his bowling has come on leaps and bounds over the last year or two.
Yeah, he's definitely had a breakout year this year, getting onto the West Indies team against New Zealand. He's also made his way into the T20 team going to the World Cup.
Didn't get a game. Couldn't understand that. I would have thought if Yannick Carrier, if you selected him, you had to play him at some point in time.
Yeah.
And they opted not to play him, and he had just had a probably nice holiday down under.
Well, probably was waiting for him to get to the main draw.
Yeah, I think if you had if you selected him, you had to play him. Why would you have selected him as the leg spinner and not play him?
Yeah,
but then again, that's West Indies cricket. Strange things happen.
Yeah, a lot of strange things have been happening in recent times.
Very interesting World Cup, isn't it? Lots of upsets, and Zimbabwe beating Pakistan, and then Netherlands beating South Africa, and South Africa is now out after such a great start by them. Actually, that was my dark horse. So I'm not too sure my West Indies would have been a first choice just to get in.
Yeah.
I didn't think they would have won it, but at least getting to the Super 12, and then my team to really win it. I thought South Africa had an outstanding chance because of the bowling attack.
Yeah, most definitely. You would have backed them with their fast bowling attack to definitely do well on those Australian pitches.
The problem was I realized it from the start, would have been the batting. Too much of a dependency syndrome was on Quinton de Kock and David Miller.
Yeah.
And once the two of them failed, they would have been in problems.
But back to the action here at the Queen's Park. Oh, beautiful reverse sweep there.
Is that Mansingh?
Yeah, it's
No, it's Graves.
Graves, yeah.
That's a good shot, actually.
Beautiful shot. He picked the ball beautifully and just swept it.
The reverse sweep coming into play, and give him credit. That's a good shot. He picked it early, and he played that reverse sweep and timed it well and beat the man at backward point. So 181 for 8, and Graves is into double figures.
Yeah, a bit of a partnership here between these two. Just 10 runs, but 10 valuable runs. Or should I say invaluable runs here for the CCC. And that's also a good shot.
Not a good delivery from Akil Hussain. He's just outside the line of the off-stump. He hasn't picked up any wickets here today. None for 43 so far. He's got one delivery left in over number 10. So he's been economical, just about 4.3 and over. But you would have expected Akil Hussain to be among the wickets.
Yeah, he definitely struggled here against the CCC. Remember, in the first game, he got 4 for 38, from 8 overs. So you'd have backed him here to come and get wickets here. But he's not done that. as we come to the end of the 45th over.
So 45 overs, Gordon, 183 fade. I'm going to leave you. And sometimes I'm not sure, who's going to come next. Let me see. Is it Anil? Is it Kadir? They're both watching me, and I can't understand that. It seems to be Anil. Anil's going to come for the final overs to join you.
Well, I'm welcoming Anil here as we get ready for the final 10 overs in this one. A very interesting prospect. 5 overs, sorry. the final 5 overs, as we are on the 45th over. Anil, 5 overs to go. What are you going to look as a decent total for the CCC?
Well, I think the first objective of the CCC would be to bat the entire 5 overs. So more than likely, the likes of Mansing and Romario Greaves, they will want to bat a further 2 or 3 overs and possibly try and take whatever they get in that 3 overs and then look to show some intent in the last 2 overs.
Well, Jason Mohammed is back on. He's already bowled 4 overs. He has 4.1 overs. He's gotten 11 runs, taking 1 wicket.
So skipper Nick Puran recognizing that the spinners are doing a wonderful job for his team. The scoring is not running away at any stage of the accelerated at any stage of the inning. So he's very much comfortable in allowing the likes of Jason Mohammed to continue to wheel away. And every dot ball here, Gordon, it's really goal at this stage of the back end of the innings.
Yeah, definitely. The CCC, although they have only 2 more wickets in hand, they'll be trying to push on to get probably to a 150, a 215. That will be a credible scoreline from here.
But they wouldn't want to go too hard too early as well, Gordon, because they wouldn't want to be bowled out as well. So it's a catch-22 situation. When do they go? We'll just have to wait and see. But again, it's all dependent on how well the Red Force team finishes the back end of this innings. But Nick Puran, the skipper of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, he'll be very pleased with the way things have gone thus far.
Yeah, definitely. He'll definitely be quite comfortable with this scoreline. His bowlers have performed credibly this morning, and there we see the CC team just milking that single, playing it down to long on,
and having made the changes this morning, Nick Puran, you haven't really seen any weaknesses in terms of the players who came into the team. So we could safely say at this stage, Gordon, that the bench of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they well prepared when given the opportunity to come out here, and we've seen that from the likes of Imran Khan, given the opportunity today and getting 4 wickets in the piece, and it really creates good headaches for their selectors, when having to select the team.
Yeah, of course, when you look at the Red Force team, the defending champions, on paper, a very powerful team. And we see a bowling change at the northern end. We see Terence Hines. He's been given the ball. Yeah, he's bowled 5 overs for 10 runs and 1 wicket.
So Terence Hines, Nick Puran will want him to close off this innings here, Gordon. Want to at least try and pry out this last 2 wickets here.
So he's gonna be bowling to Greaves. Greaves have 14 from 19 deliveries.
So CCC have exceeded my expectations in terms of the scoreline. So we just have to wait and see how much more they add to that tally, Gordon.
Just running through there, Terence Hines, probably just missing his run-up. He's bowled the majority of his overs today from the southern end, so probably just get that new run-up, just missing out.
So important for Terence Hines or any bowler in particular, if you miss your run-up, you are both delivering that delivery, because you would not have everything in place in terms of your timing and stuff like that, your rhythm and all that.
So it's Hines into Greaves. Greaves just plays it. It's a close run. Jason Mohammed there.
Well, he was a gunner there. Mansing had Jason Mohammed hit the woodwork. Mansing would have been on his way back to the sheds. But good anticipation from Jason Mohammed as well, moving smartly to his left and getting that through.
Just probably 1.5 stumps to aim at as well, coming there at the point area. So a bit of a close call. Mountain is up against Hines. And he just guides it down to third man. Jogs through for what will be an easy single.
So Mansing just allowing this ball to come on to him, just opening the face at the last moment. And that ball goes down to Bravo at that third man position. But it takes the score to 188 for 8. All the 8s here, Gordon. When are we going to see the launch?
Well, I think they're just going to probably milk it around for a couple more deliveries. Probably at the end of the 47th, they'll decide that they will want to go. At the start of the 47.
But this is brilliantly fielded at backward point from Jason Mohammed. Moving smartly to his right and ensuring that there's no rotation of the strike. So that keeps the score goes on. It's 189 for 8. So
well, the CCC, they're at the bottom of the table, the 4-team table. Trinidad Tobago, the Red Force, they lead on 4 points, but they have the better run rate than the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And also tied on 4 points is the Guyana Happy Eagles. Those teams will cross swords today at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
And I'll tell you what, Gordon, one of these teams are going to be going home beaten. I'm not sure who it's going to be, but there is going to be a result there at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Only thing could stop that from happening is if there is an interruption for rain. But either way, one of those teams are going to be on the losing end.
Yeah, so interesting group here in the Group A of the CG United Super 50 over competition.
So excellent delivery from Terence Hines. They're just changing it up a bit here. That slow cutter delivery. And Terence Hines continues to do a really excellent job for his skipper Nick Puran here into his 6th over here and just conceding a meager 12 runs, Gordon.
Yeah, excellent bowling figures. And he's also challenged the batsman. He's not only allowed the batsman not to play it, he's been allowing the batsman to play at it. And every ball the batsman has to play at it. So that's at the end of his 6th over. 12 runs for 1 wicket. That's his figures. At the end of the 47th over, we have the CCC. They are 189 for 8.
And what lovely execution of that Yorker, directly on the stumps there. Not much the batters could have done there except to just try and negotiate it. And they did so by just tapping it back to Terence Hines. So Terence Hines continues to be impressive, having made his ODI debut in the last game.
Yeah, definitely he's
his 50 over debut.
He's definitely come on in leaps and bounds and has showed that he's worthy, to be on this team.
And it's ironic that you said that because when Sunil Narayan was delivering his cap, struggle here. So he did make mention that the likes of Terence Hines is deserving of an opportunity to represent the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the CG Insurance 50 over tournament.
And he's gotten his opportunity and he's taken it with both hands thus far. But it's Jason Mohammed. And that's played out pleasantly through the covers. Mansing just jogging through for this single.
So we into the 48 over now and we haven't seen that charge just yet.
Well, I think it's going to come sooner rather than later.
But they only allowed to get singles at this stage of the inning. So it's just a fact now of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force now not allowing any boundary balls, Gordon, which is a very essential part of the back end of the innings.
I
Just
think
trying to close off the bowling here with some singles.
intelligent cricket though by a loud
Loud
appeal. I think it was a delayed appeal early. So
I think
not-
it was more a case Gordon where they batted in the ground rather than the outside edge.
and Jason Mohammed will try to finish off this over with his final 2 balls. Or just played out too long on. They jogged through.
So the CCC dealing in singles at this stage, and skipper Nick Puran, he wouldn't be too perturbed by what's transpiring out in the middle. But what he will be echoing to his bowlers is to try and close it off as quickly as possible.
And it's the conditions here, the oval just changing a bit for those who were born and bred in the Queen's Park Oval. In the commentary booth here, Mr. Colin Murray, he's saying that the rain seems to be on the horizon.
So just getting a bit murky here at the Queen's Park Oval, but the meteorologist Colin Murray has indicated to us that it's not going to be with us anytime soon.
Let's hope he's better than Sagoni Mohammed. But looking at the running from the northern end, Terence Hines, ball in hand, he's up against Mansing.
So the partnership now 21 valuable runs, and he's out quarter the wicket here, feathering a catch here, Gordon. And Red Force continues to dominate this contest against the combined colleges and campuses.
Great bowling there, though, by Terence Hines. We cannot afford to give him enough credit. Look at the ball. It was pitched just in that area where you had to play it. And he was looking to just guide it down.
Yeah, just getting that ball to zip off the pitch as well. So that had a bit more shoulder in it as well. That ball just kissing the surface and taking that edge, feathering that ball to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. And the 9th wicket goes down now for the combined campuses and colleges. 192 for 9. What's your prediction at the end of 50, Gordon?
Well, it seems like they wouldn't get to 200, judging from the shaping of the batsmen that came before. Because I think after we passed Goodridge, some of those batsmen, they just were unable to really show much competence. Of course, Mansing, he got to 9.
But I tell you what, Gordon, a couple edges here, they will get over that 200 line. Possibly an inside edge, an educated edge, whatever edge it is. But they would be looking to at least get to that magical figure of 200.
That's Mikael Powell. Mikael Powell, he comes in at number 11.
So Terence Hines has the opportunity now to close up the innings here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Well, let's look. Hines with excellent figures. 6.1 overs, 12 runs, 2 wickets. He'll try to improve on those figures with this delivery. It's in the middle of the bat.
A lot of ahs and oohs. That ball was shaping back into Powell, but negotiating that delivery at the last moment there, Gordon.
Yeah, well, playing with a very broad bat there. Full face of the bat, showing it to the bowler. So, showing that he's no mugger with the bat here, Powell.
So Terence Hines bowling from the Willie Rodriguez end here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Nice rhythmic approach. The in-swing in Yorker there.
Going for that magical delivery here. Trying to disrupt the woodwork. But Powell was able to just dig that ball out. Goes out to cover. And they get a single. That takes the score on to 193 for 9. Terence Hines doing a wonderful job for Nick Puran, the skipper of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, returning figures of 6.3 overs, 2 for 13. And how well he will want to close this innings in this over.
Right. That's a
And beaten
wide
by a-
delivery. You know, Terrence Hines, he reminds me of Santoki from Jamaica. Similar stature, also able to swing, although he was left-handed. Santoki was left-handed, but when you're talking about his ability to swing the ball in, hitting those good areas on the pitch, he reminds me just at a glance, of a Santoki-like figure. Of course, he's right-handed, and Santoki was left-handed.
Yeah, similar hairstyle indeed.
Yeah. So he's up to the wicket here. And it's driven over the top of extra cover. And it goes down into the boundary for 4. So Powell there, banging that one over the top of the infield. In fact, it was Greaves with that shot, was able to bang it over the top of the infield.
So we are seeing seeing some intent from Greaves at this stage of the innings, but just about 7 balls to go in the innings, he will really have to keep going, pressing on the accelerator during the last 7 balls. I'm sure he's going to be looking for a single to be on strike for the 50th over. So he's able to successfully pinch that single in the 49th over. At the end of the 49th over, the CCC, having been asked to bat by the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they are 198 for 9. And who is going to be given the responsibility to close it off here, Gordon?
Well, I'm not quite sure.
So I'd like to say a pleasant good afternoon to no other than
Is it afternoon already?
midday, sorry.
Well, midday afternoon, that's good. Nothing is wrong with that comment at all. I'm just trying to work out the final scorecard here that's going to happen. But Hines, let's see who is the man. Is it Jason Mohammed? Is going to bowl the final over.
It's going to be Jason Mohammed from the Brown Lara Pavilion end.
And 198 for 9. So 199 now, and Graves, he did well actually. He's on 22 not out. I thought he batted pretty well.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he didn't have the luxury where he could have possibly show some intent a lot earlier during the innings, Colin.
Yeah, his wickets were falling around him, and then I don't think he had the support of the lower batsmen, Goodrich and Mansing. But I think he took his time, and he looked to work the bad ball. Powell doing the smart thing, trying to get a single to give Graves the strike.
But that was an impossible attempt.
Yes.
So Jason Mohammed continues to do a magnificent job for his skipper Nick Puran.
Still, Powell can't get the run.
And Jason Mohammed, Colin Murray, into his 7th over, just conceding 18 runs and having the prize wicket of Kirsten Kalicharan as well.
Well, finally Powell is going to get a single because Akil Hussain, he did well. He was diving, he's left-handed, and he was diving to his right to stop it. But more importantly, the 200 is up.
Yeah, so that's 200 is up for the CCC, and I'm sure that it's not a score that they would be happy with, Colin, but they'd be very happy to get to that 200 mark.
Yeah, I think just after this delivery from Mohammed, they can't get a run. So 1 delivery left in the over. Yeah, the one man that would be very happy would be Nicholas Puran, no doubt. Getting to 200, that should be a target that against the CCC is well within the grasp of the Red Force.
Yeah, and looking at the conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval as well, Colin Murray, it's a belter of a track.
Yeah, the track is good, no doubt.
So, to me, the opening pair will have the challenge of negotiating those opening bowlers, and once that is achieved...
Well, Graves getting a top edge. He went for the last delivery. He did the right thing. He was trying to hit it high over extra cover, The ball peeled off a top edge and went high in the air, and the catch was taken by Yannick Carrier. And there goes the end of the innings, all out for 200 with the final delivery of over number 50. Jason Mohammed has now picked up 2 for 19. So well done to Jason Mohammed. He's been steady without being brilliant. He's been very steady. He's put the ball in the right area and saying to the batsman, well, if you want to hit me, come after me. And he's done well. 2 for 19 from his 7 overs. And all out for 200, the CCC.
Yeah, so the CCC, having struggled in the middle overs, they were able to have some partnerships here at the back end with the likes of McCarthy and Matthew Ford, adding a bit of impetus to the innings. But when you thought that they would possibly try and take this game away from the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, they both were dismissed in very quick succession.
Well, let's have a look at the scorecard. Anil Kalicharan, to me, was disappointing the way he got out. Played very well for his 37. Caught Philip Bol Mohammed. Then Rupchan, who opened the batting with him, he went LBW Khan for 14. Bidesi caught and Bol Carrier for 17. Burton went LBW Hines 23. Ramdin, very bad shot as well. He was very casual, just pushing forward to a delivery and hit it straight into the hands of extra cover. He went caught Bravo Bol Khan for 12. Makati, who, as you rightly said, batted very well indeed, when caught Otley Bol Khan 28. Ford went LBW Khan 26. That was a good partnership between the two of them, with some 59 runs between those two. And then you had Goodrich. He was at sea to the spin. He went caught Hines Bol Carrier for 3. Graves was the last man out. Caught Carrier Bol Mohammed 22. Mansing, he went caught Da Silva Bol Hines for 9. And Powell was left not out on 2. So the CCC all out for 200. There were 7 extras. And the bowling for the Red Force, Akil Hossain, he had 10 overs. He had 10 overs, none for 44. Anderson Phillips, 7 overs, none for 32. Imran Khan, 10 overs, 2 for 53. Jason Mohammed, he had 7 overs, 2 for 19. Yannick Carrier, 10 overs, 2 for 37. And Terrence Hines, who bowled pretty well, 7 overs, 2 for 18. So 200 to get Anil, a walk in the park for Red Force.
Well, there's no walk in the park when it comes to a cricket game, Colin Murray.
Right.
This game is a game of glorious uncertainties. 2 or 3 quick wickets up front, and you never know how the tables can turn. But to me, the pick of the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers that the CCC may not have taken into their planning would have been Jason Mohammed. And to me, his spell, the way Nicholas Puran used him, is really excellent. But the bowling changes, the leadership has been of the highest order.
Yeah, well, it's a 200, and I was just joking, saying I walk in the park, because as you rightly know, Anil, that's runs on the board, and as you say, a couple quick wickets, and who knows what can happen. But in fairness, 200 runs should not be a difficult task for the Red Force. If they bat properly, if they apply themselves, the 200 runs is very much gettable. And you made mention of the track. It's a really good pitch here at the Queen's Park Oval. 200 should not be enough, but cricket is a funny game, and 200 are runs on the board. So that's the situation from us here, Anil, at the Queen's Park Oval. We're going to be back in a short while the players take a lunch interval and the pitch is being prepared for the second innings, where the Red Force will come back and try to get to 201 for victory. Until a little bit later, when we'll rejoin you after the luncheon interval. That's the situation from us here at the QPCC. It's the combined campuses and colleges bowled out by the Red Force for 200. Well, welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval as the Red Force trying to get to 201 for victory. The opening batsman, Kajon Otley, he is in strike, and the non-striker, Joshua Da Silva. And opening the bowling is Matthew Ford for the CCC. Of course, Matthew Ford, very much known to swing the ball. 2 slips in place as he's on his way. It's a good delivery, good line, good length, and maybe just getting a little bit of a slight amount of away movement. That's why he's got the 2 slips in place. And you could see Otley very watchful in defense and pushing it out on the offside. We had a slight drizzle during the luncheon interval, but nothing really to talk about, as Otley, the left-hander, formed a good partnership with Joshua Da Silva, but Da Silva, of course, leaving tomorrow to go down under to represent the West Indies. As that's a good delivery from Ford, pitching and leaving the left-hander. You could see him just looking to nibble at that, and luckily for him, it didn't pick up the outside edge. But Ford, again, good line, good length, and certainly will be one that the openers will have to watch. So I'm Colin Murray alongside Davy Mirage. Davy, interesting, Matthew Ford made his name really in the CPL. When I say made his name, he really bowled very well in the CPL, was moving the ball around, and I would expect he would be doing the same here.
Definitely, as he continues to bowl outside the off stump, Otley leaving alone, working that off stump line, trying to get him to nibble at that ball again as he did in the last over.
Yeah.
Last ball, sorry.
Yeah, looking for that outside edge. He's coming around the wicket, which I'm a little surprised that I thought he would have gone over the wicket and maybe slant the ball across the left-hander. But he's opted to bowl round the wicket and on pitching, hoping that that ball would angle into the left-hander and leave him. But here is Ford again.
As he gets some swing there again, Colin. Maybe he's trying to just keep the ball holding its line instead of going across, thinking that the late movement that he's getting might be able to entice the batsman to drive.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, he's probably because he's taking the ball up to the bat, which is good. And that last delivery, you did mention that there was some swing. It was full in length and it didn't move, but not as much as he probably would have wanted. And Otley was over that ball and in defense.
As Ford comes into bowl again, he has a hint of swing. Batsman playing defensively, looking closely at the ball, and that ends the over.
Yeah, at the end of the first over. So Matthew Ford, a maiden over, so it's a good start for him. And I would think that the Red Force would have had a chat about the CCC bowlers, and Matthew Ford would be one that they would target in terms of, and when I use the word target, to ensure that they don't play any rush shots against him, because he is a good bowler, and they would want to just be careful how they approach Matthew Ford.
Well, as we said earlier, a score of 200 should be easy to get, but definitely, looking at the first couple of overs, making sure that they don't get a wicket will definitely allow them to work through this score quite easily.
Well, that would be the objective of the two openers, not only to pick off runs, but the Red Force would not want to lose early wickets. As we look at Mikhail Powell from the Brian Lara Pavilion Inn. So again, they've gone with 2 slips. I like to see that. They're giving the bowlers and saying to the bowlers, okay, you hit the deck hard, get some swing, and we're going to back you up with a couple of slips. So Ramdin has 2 slips in place. The ball is pitching. We saw that one from Powell pitch and cut away from the right-hander, Da Silva, and he was just leaving it alone. 6 men on the offside, just 3 on the on. So one, you can tell right away that he's looking for that away movement.
And again, he bowls and ball moving away from Joshua Da Silva. A bit slingy action compared to Ford from the other end. Do you think that adds a bit more movement off the wicket?
Well,
Seeing that it got a bit wet?
I don't think the shower was hard enough for that. I think it was more of a little slight drizzle, and it took a little while to cover the actual square. So I don't think that would have had an effect. Was that really what you call a passing shower? Because that cloud was just seemed to be just over the oval. And I'm using the word shower guardedly because it was more of a drizzle than anything else. But it's a good start from both Ford and now Powell. Nice controlled over so far. He's targeting just outside the line of the off stump. That delivery may have just been angled into the silver, and he was pushing it out towards mid-on. But good start from Powell as well.
Let's see how he continues to move forward from here, as the first two balls of the over he was outside off stump, and then the third ball a bit closer, attacking the stump. And that's a no ball.
Yep, probably looking for a little bit extra pace is Mikel Powell, and stepped over the front crease, and so the Red Force getting their first run, and with that no ball as well, Davey, it's a free hit.
Well, let's see if Joshua De Silva can capitalize on this and add to the score, reducing the 200 runs that they have to get. Powell comes in.
De Silva smashes him straight back overhead, and that's the beauty with a free hit. It allows you to just loosen those arms, and De Silva, what he tends to do, he tends to hit that ball straight, and he just gave himself some room and smashed it straight back overhead for 4 good-looking runs.
Well, again, with a free hit, it gives the batsman the license to go, knowing that he cannot get out. So it's basically any line you bowl, the batsman is going to throw his bat at it and see what happens. And in this case, De Silva came on top and getting a good-looking shot there for 4 runs.
It just got that front leg out of the way. And that would give him some confidence as well, middle in the ball, because that next delivery was pitched up to him and he was just more of a push drive, and it immediately Ramdin has decided to take out that second slip. So that's what a boundary and a push drive does. So they've taken the second slip out, and he's gone to a short extra cover.
It makes me wonder, Colin, why didn't he try to pitch the ball up a bit for the free hit? He pitched up this one and just got hit the short cover, and that was it.
Runs again, that's a good shot, and that's going to go to the boundary. Well timed by Joshua De Silva. He looks in good nick. He was on the front foot, and he just angled it just to the right of the man at mid-on. The timing of the shot was excellent, but he was on that front foot, a delivery angled into the right-handed De Silva, and he was just working that delivery to the right of the man at mid-on, who couldn't get across in time and went down to the boundary. So 9 runs coming in Powell's first over, De Silva on 8 at the moment. And I tell you, the thing is, with a free hit, as a bowler, you're always very wary of trying to pitch the ball up, because you can get smacked out of the ground. So you try to just put it back of a length, just short of a length to the batsman. But once you give yourself room as well, which De Silva got that front leg out of the way, he was able to smash it back overhead. So it's always a difficult thing. A lot of bowlers, Davey, will tell you, with a free hit, they try to go wide of the off stump. Is Ford starting his second over. Loud appeal goes up, but that seemed to be heading down the leg side. Yeah, a lot of bowlers will tell you that with a free hit, let's just have a look at this replay from the first delivery again, the second over from Ford. You could see that going way down the leg side. Appeal went up. Perhaps Brathwaite was not interested. Yeah, they tell you bowl wide of the off stump, because it's difficult to get to that. And most you can probably do is try to smash it high over cover or extra cover, which if you do that, then it's really a good shot.
Exactly. Previous delivery, I see Ford going a bit wider of the crease there, so the angle of the ball going down the leg side.
That's too short. He's got away with it. It came on to Otley much quicker than he anticipated. Just gets a single as it goes down to the man at that fine leg position. So Otley is off the mark, and we're in the third over, and the Red Force having to get to 201 for victory, 10 without loss.
Steady going by these two openers here. Ford now getting his first run in the second over and bowled a beautiful first over. As he changes now, as he's coming over the wicket to Joshua De Silva, we have a change in the field also, as we have a short extra cover in place now. But believe for the shot that he played in the previous over.
Yeah, well, there's just the one slip for Matthew Ford and Joshua De Silva in strike.
Josh had an exaggerated movement outside off stump there to get to that ball. Probably played that shot on fifth stump.
Well, his technique is pretty good. Joshua De Silva, I've always thought of highly of him in terms of his technique. And of course, he's an opener. Started his career with Queen's Park in his second team as an opener, scored a lot of runs, and then got promoted to the first team. But since he's come into the regional setup and West Indian setup, he's batted in the middle order. So he's not unfamiliar. Ford slips, so it's a wide signal by the umpire, but Ford went down on all fours you're slipping at the moment. Yeah, and his technique has always been good. He picks up the line of the ball. Even when he is trying to hit the ball over the top, he tends to go straight back overhead. I remember against New Zealand, he was running out of partners in a test match and got to 30 odd, 36 or thereabouts. And I can't remember if he was batting with number 10 or Gabriel at number 11. And that's a nice, pleasant looking shot, timing it well, but the placement wasn't good, so can't get a run. Yeah, and he played an awful shot, was looking to get runs, of course, and went straight across the line and was bold. And I remember when he came back to Trinidad, I saw him one day in the car park in the Oval. I said to him, well, why did you go across the line? And his answer was, I was looking for a big hit. I said, but you were playing straight all the time, straight back over the bowler's head. Thankfully, he agreed with me. So that's a good delivery, good line, good length. A little bit of movement, not much. I saw Ford in the CPL. He had this big in swinger to the right-handers and a bigger waist swinger. He's not getting that exaggerated movement here today, but he's a good bowler. There's no doubt. Matthew Ford.
I haven't seen any swing in this over. The previous over that he bowled, there was a hint of swing to Otley. I'm seeing he's getting some more movement off of the pitch.
I'm just looking at him and hoping that maybe he can add a yard or two of pace. His runs for De Silva, not well angled by Ford. It was pitched just outside the line of the leg stump, and there was De Silva turning it nicely to the vacant forward square leg position. The man at mid wicket had to give chase, and also the man at fine leg, and limited the scoring to 2. So the end of over number 3, at the end of it, Otley is on 1. De Silva is already into double figures. He's on 10, having faced 11 balls, and the Red Force trying to get to 201. They are 13 without loss.
It's a good start so far. Quite, how should we put it, a mundane start.
Well, very watchful, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're both batsmen, they're not taking chances. They're playing every ball on its merit, which is what you want from your seasoned openers.
As you say, seasoned, we have a seasoned campaigner captain in CCC in Dinesh Ramdin. Hopefully, his experience he can pass on to some of these youngsters, maybe guide one or two of them to maybe push on and move forward.
Yeah, well, that's the idea, isn't it? Oh, he said it's straight back in Otley's hand. Otley is it straight back into Powell's hand, and he's put it down.
It was
Yeah.
firmly struck though.
Yeah, well, he should have taken it. It came right to him. Let's have a look at it again. Yes, it was firmly struck. Came back to him quickly, but yeah, he got both hands to it. I thought he should have held on to it. Return catches are always difficult because you're not really looking for it. Some bowlers do actually look for return catches, but I don't think Powell expected it. And as you rightly said, it came back to him quicker than he anticipated, even though it was right in his lap. By the time he got his hands to it, it already hit his hands and come out. That's a good shot. And those, how many times you've seen that, Davey? You put down a catch, and the next ball you're punished for a 4. But that was a rank half volley outside the line of the off stump. And there is Otley just getting across it really and smashing it. Beautiful shot.
But I would say it's 99% of the times that you put the catch down, that the very next ball goes to a boundary, just to add salt into your wounds of having a catch dropped. Whether it's by yourself or the keeper or player, it's very, very disheartening to see a ball heading to the boundary or heading over the ropes just as it's been dropped.
Seems you've got a little bit of an inside edge onto that. The appeal went up, but I heard like 2 songs before it hit the inside edge and then onto the pad. Powell in his second over, none for 13 so far.
Powell seems to be changing up his lengths and his lines at the moment. Some are outside off stump, some are on the leg stump. I'm not sure if he has a plan at this point in time to.
Well, that's always a nightmare for captains because you're not sure you know what sort of field to set. Here it's a 5-4 field, so it's not. If he's going to bowl at the stumps, then that's fine because he's got cover on both sides of the pitch. He's got a man at third man, and then he's got that deep square leg. So he's got. But we see the slip has now come out in Kali Charan. And he is going towards a short extra cover. And is he going to get the cover to maybe go around to his right? That's too short. That's too short. That's well played by Otley. That's a super shot. It was just short. And he just got quickly onto the back foot. And he hammered it through mid-wicket. That's a really good-looking shot from Otley. He was in position quickly, and he just really and truly, it was asked to be hit, and he obliged. He goes to 9, the total on to 21 for none, and Powell is pretty expensive so far.
Ramlin has his hands on his hips. He just took the man out of slip and put him in short extra cover, and then he bowled short.
And that one he's flicking over the deep mid-wicket. That's going to go into the boundary as well. So yet another 4 for Otley. He quickly moves on to 13. He's faced in 14 deliveries for his 13. The Silver is on 10 after over number 4. The Red 4 starting to moto here. They are 25 without loss. They're going at just about 6 runs and over. And Mikel Powell has been taken apart so far in his 2 overs, none for 21.
Well, again, I guess this is where the experience comes in that you would like your bowlers to bowl a particular line, especially if you have your captain set in a offside field. Then you have your bowlers going and bowling on the middle stump, the leg stump, and being put away on the leg side. So this is where I think Powell might have to work on some more with his lines in order to reduce the amount of runs that he's getting in his spell. 2 overs for 21, and you have Ford at 2 overs for 4 runs.
So Ford starting another over. First delivery, he's just playing forward. In defense is Joshua Da Silva.
Ford seems to be bowling a tighter line, definitely, than Powell.
Well, he's got a 6-3 feel Davey, so you expect him to be pitching that ball just outside the line of the off stump.
We would hope so. And there he goes again. And see, Ramlin still has a slip in for him. So Ramlin seems to have a bit more confidence in Ford to be able to hold that line outside there, asking the batsman to play, asking the batsman to make sure he covers his stump. As the short extra cover just moves a bit in again in more of a, you say, a catching position there.
Yeah, he's in a catching position. That is, seems to be the man there is Burton. Burton is the man there at that short extra cover.
For 2.3 overs, 4 runs, 1 maiden.
And that's good bowling because he's settled down nicely and he's bowling the ball just on or around the off stump but not full in length. And Da Silva just coming across and pushing the deliveries out with a very straight bat, looking to play towards mid-off and to mid-on. But give Ford credit. It's not short enough for Da Silva to get onto the back foot, and it's not full enough for him to get onto the front foot.
Asking Da Silva to play at the ball, which is what the captain is asking of Ford. Forcing Da Silva to work the ball.
They go through for a quick single. That's good. Good cricket all round because it was a delivery angled into him. And he, again, Da Silva knows where the mid-on is and he was playing it just to the right of mid-on. You could see him just angling that bat. And immediately on playing the shot, he called Otley for the single and it was always on. And even though Rupchan was moving swiftly to his right, couldn't prevent it, and they went through for that easy single. So brings Otley back into strike.
Da Silva seems to be timing the ball very sweetly as he is now on 11.
He would want a big one before he gets to Australia. Loud appeal goes up again. I think when you're bowling wrong the wicket, you're angling that ball into the left-hander. And Ford looks very disappointed, like he can't understand what went wrong. But Mr. Ford, pity I can't show you this replay because that ball was going down the leg side. It was you're angling into the left-hander and going down the leg side. He's very disappointed. So again, another very good over from Matthew Ford. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 5. And if he continues on his upward trajectory, Davey, he should be around West Indies cricket for a while.
Well, we can hope that the West Indies board would have a look at him. And continue to look at his progress and invest a bit more and nurture these young talents that we have coming up in the system and not let them disappear. Ford going a bit wider of the stump there just now, ball angling down, would have definitely gone past the leg stump. As you said, he looked a bit disappointed, but I noticed
all bowlers are always disappointed.
All the time.
They always think every time they hit the pad, the man is out.
Definitely. Well,
you're not like that, are you?
I am definitely like that.
Oh my word. Well, there's a change in bowling, which we're not surprised at because Powell is out of the attack. And this first delivery gets an outside edge. It's Graves into the attack. And gets the outside edge. So Graves, that first delivery, Da Silva edged. Luckily it was kept on all along the ground. This time, quicker delivery from Graves, just pitching outside the line of the leg stump. Signaled a wide. And one more to the total. Kadir Mohammed is back into the commentary position as well to join me.
Good afternoon again, Colin. And Romario Graves, the frontline spinner in this CCC lineup, as this one is badly lined again. And Da Silva is going to come back for another 2, waiting on the signal from the umpire. It's leg byes.
Yeah, the first delivery, he pitched it, just drifted away from, pitching just outside the line of the off stump, drifted away from Da Silva, he got the outside edge, went along the ground, and then for some unknown reason, the next two deliveries, he angled it outside the line of the leg stump. That's better. But Da Silva is going to pick up a single. There's a long on in place. Silva with a very straight bat. I was telling Davey how, the technique of Joshua Da Silva is so good. Tends to play with a very straight bat.
Yeah, he has that ability to play very straight and in the V's. Joshua Da Silva, he works very hard on his batting as well. Joshua Da Silva, I really admire his work as well. And he had that score of 66 in the previous game against Windies. Really held the innings together.
Is Otley playing a paddle sweep? There are going to be runs in it for him. It's not going to go to the boundary because the ball was running off the face of the bat, and the man down at that deep backward square leg position had to run around. Badesi had to run around about 10 meters to his left, and they were able to limit the scoring to 2.
Yes.
So 15 is Otley now. It's 32 for none.
Yeah.
And Otley whipping this one through the onside. More runs in it for him. So these two now starting to look pretty ominous. Middling the ball, not looking in much trouble. And 2 more to Otley. He goes to 17. The total on now to 34 without loss.
Yeah, Otley had some good starts in every game that he's batted so far. He had 65 in the very first game against this opposition, CCC. He had 49 against Guyana, and he got 36 against the Windward Islands Volcanoes in his last outing.
Gonna get a single. So Graves not getting any turn here, and because of that, Otley is playing him very comfortable at the moment. It's the end of his first over, none for 6 from that over. Otley is on 18, Da Silva is on 12. It's 35 for none after 6 overs.
Yeah, Otley and Da Silva going about this very methodically. Their approach so far, not really taking any undue risks. Runs are coming by easily, so I mean it's not like they have to go searching. Coupled with some really loose deliveries as well from Powell in particular, that really got both Otley and Da Silva going. As the two umpires converge in the middle, I'm not too sure what's happening.
I think Otley has a problem with the pad, or I'm not too sure what's happening there. But is it one pad has been taken off?
Seems to probably pull up because I'm seeing the physio coming on.
Well, not sure what happened because he played out the over, and then all of a sudden he's been getting some treatment. So far it's 6 runs and over, just about 6 runs off. Let's say 5.999, because after 6 overs the Red Force, they're 34 for none, still requiring 167 in 264 balls.
Yeah, certainly the balls v runs comparison is not really that much. It's just about
very much gettable.
Yeah, certainly. They would have felt limiting CCC to 200 would have been a good score, very chaseable score. As we know, this surface is only going to get better for batting as the sun really peaked down it earlier in the first innings. So and then again, there's no real demons in the track as well. So it's going to be up to CCC now to really try and at least break this partnership.
Yeah, well, Otley is still getting some treatment, so that's the hold up. That's the hold up at this point in time.
As I was mentioning earlier, Colin, he's in some form. He had some good scores, starts in every game so far. He's gotten a start here again today. He's 18 at the moment, and prematurely because he's down.
Yeah, let's hope it's nothing too serious, because of course with Joshua Da Silva going out to Australia tomorrow, they're going to be already short of an opener. Not that Joshua Da Silva is irreplaceable, I'm not suggesting that, but you've got a a steady opening pair in the
Yeah.
tournament that have started the tournament. So it's a situation where you're already losing one. You don't want now to have to replace two openers in the very next game,
Yeah, that's gonna be
especially against Guyana.
that's gonna be a real setback if it do happens that way. Let's hope it doesn't. Certainly from a West Indies perspective.
But I'm not too sure what is happening. But he's still sitting down and getting some treatment on that left leg. I'm not too sure. We can't see from here if it's the calf, if it's the thigh muscle, if it's a hamstring. We're not too sure. The good thing is he's sitting up and he's getting the treatment. So we just have to hope that it's nothing too serious and that he'll be able to carry on. Of course, if you're now joining us, the CCC, they were bowled out for exactly 200 with the final delivery of the 50th over. And Kirsten Kalicharan was the top scorer with 38. Xavier Burton, he got 23. Odin Makati, 28. Matthew Ford, 26. And in the end, Romario Graves, he got 22. And the total, they were all out for 200. So we have a look at some of the Red Force players in the balcony. And the Red Force, the bowling, the pick of the bowlers was Imran Khan, who picked up 4 for 53 from his 10 overs. Jason Mohammed had 2 for 19. Terence Hines, 2 for 18. And Yannick Carrier had 2 for 37. So Otley is still getting some treatment, but he seems to be back up now. Yes, he is, and he's strapping back the pads.
Good signs for
Yeah.
Red Force.
The CCC players all in a little bit of a huddle, some of them looking at Otley to see what's happening with him. See, it's looking at the boot now, his boot. And there is the total, 35 without loss. Kajan Otley on 18. Joshua De Silva is on 12. 6 overs have been completed, so the current run rate is just about 5.8. The required run rate is 3.8. Partnership of 35. And the Duckworth Lewis, if the game was to stop now, the Red Force will be well ahead because the Duckworth Lewis is 13. But even if it stops now, I think you need 10 overs. Haven't checked the rules.
I think it's
Some
20.
Is it 20 as much as 20?
I think
To constitute a game?
yeah, I think
Yeah. I haven't checked the rules. I must admit that whether it's 10 or 20 overs to constitute a game. So it doesn't matter with the Duckworth Lewis in place now. But the good news is that Otley is back up. And this is the CG United Super 50 tournament. We're having a look at Ford striking the pad of Otley. And we had a nice shot there somewhere to the east over the Caribbean stand. That's where the rain tends to come from. But it looks all clear there, Kadir, doesn't it?
yeah.
We're safe. We're safe for now.
Yeah, I would think so.
Somebody like me to Sagoni Mohammed.
Yeah.
I was, Gordon Pay, I think, or somebody, because
Yeah.
I talked about the cloud build-up just before lunch. And I wasn't too sure if that was a compliment or an insult. Here is
I'll leave
Ford,
that right there. Ford begins his fourth over. Now Matthew Ford. He's been quite economical so far, and throughout the tournament so far, Colin, I've been quite impressed with Matthew Ford. As we know, he gets the ball to move either way. He brings it back into the right hand and away from the left hander, so he has that ability to swing the ball. So I think once Matthew Ford can add some pace, a yard or two of pace, he'll be a handful moving forward for in West Indies cricket. Oh, and this one, he's looking to heave this one really over the leg side. It wasn't really the ideal length to play that shot.
That's right. Yeah, I don't think it was there for that pull shot. And seemed to be a little bit premeditated, that he is looking, in the area of that mid wicket. There's only 3 men on the onside. It's a 6-3 field. There's 3 men on the onside. There's a fine leg, a mid wicket, and a mid on. So he was looking to target that area, the deep mid wicket area. And I thought he may have just premeditated that shot.
And this one Ford is bringing this one back into the left-handed Otley, but it's too high to really consider an LBW.
He's not going to get that. And to me as well, it seemed to be heading down the leg side again. He's angling the ball into the left-hander. And look at it. Look at Ramdin's movement as well.
Yeah.
Ramdin started to go to his right. So,
Matthew
you know.
Ford was adamant that he got that decision and hit Otley on the tie pad. So, I mean,
Well, there were 2 things against him. Not only that, as I said, it clearly was going down the leg side. So he's halfway through his 4th over. None for 5. It's been a really good economical spell from him, and he's beaten the bat of Kishan Otley. That's much better from Otley, getting on that front foot and playing it straight. That's a good shot.
I would not mind that if I was Matthew Ford, because that's the sort of area that you want to be in as a swinger, especially at that pace. You don't want to be halfway down the track. You want to pitch up the ball and give that ball enough time to swing. And there's a slip and play as well. So you would not mind as if you were Matthew Ford, you're enticing that drive, which is exactly have a extra cover and cover as well catching.
Oh, that's lovely. That's beautiful. That's a really super shot from Otley.
Gorgeous, Colin.
Yeah, he was on that front foot and he just worked the ball. The previous delivery, he timed it as well, but the previous delivery went straight to mid-off. This one, he angled it slightly away from the man at mid-off and it came off the bat like a bullet. He timed it to perfection and raced to the boundary for 4. That's really a lovely looking shot from Kishan Otley. He's into the 20s now. He's on 22. And you wonder when you can play shots like that, why did he try a couple balls ago to go over the mid-wicket position? You sometimes wonder. This is another very nice looking shot. Once he plays that straight and he's able to get it just away from mid-off, it's going to run away to the boundary. But it's the end of the over from Matthew Ford. He's completed his 4th over. 7 overs have now been bowled. Otley is 22. Sorry, yes, Otley is 22. The Silver is on 12. It's 39 for none.
Yeah, he's so confident when you look at him. He's driving on the up as well, which is difficult against that new ball, but he's so confident and he is in some form, Keon Otley. You know that he won't mind. But again, these two have again put on a good partnership unbroken so far, 39 after 7 overs. No real hiccups in the partnership so far.
Graves is going to continue his 2nd over. And De Silva coming on that front foot. Just on driving down to long on. 1 more to the total.
De Silva is so graceful when he plays in the V's. So very eye-catching. Pleasing on the eye.
Yeah, the thing with him is he plays straight. He's got a good technique, Joshua De Silva. It's going to be interesting when he gets to Australia to see him on those bouncier pitches, how he adjusts. But I tell you, it's going to be easier for him to adjust than somebody without a proper technique.
Yeah. His technique is certainly going to be tested on those conditions. Certainly up against
The
likes
Mitchell
of
Stark and the likes on
Pat
Josh
Cummins.
Hazelwood.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough series for the West Indies.
Yeah.
And you just hope, as I said to somebody, I don't expect them to win. But at least if they're competitive, you're happy with that.
Yeah.
Put Australia under some pressure.
That's going to be a moral victory for us as well if we can't compete with the likes of Australia. In Australia as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to beat Australia in Australia. As I say, I don't expect a victory, but you expect at least to give a good showing. The young Chanda Paul is into the West Indies lineup. And
Greaves has been on the money in this over.
yeah, it's been a good over from him. Much better 2nd over. Yeah, young Chanda Paul is in the setup.
He's in line to open as well.
Yeah, that's
to make his debut.
It should be interesting with him how he handles the pace of the Aussies. Yes, this has been a good over from Graves. Just 1 run so far coming in this over. So he's now completed his 2 overs, Romario Grills, none for 8. And 8 overs have now been completed. And it's the Red Force are 40 for none.
Yeah, Otley 22 from 28. De Silva 13 from 20. And have been really smooth so far from these two. As Matthew Ford, he's going to bowl another one.
Yeah, well, it's
Matthew
going to be
Ford.
his 5th over. And why not? He's bowled well. And Dinesh Ramdin may just give him a 5 over spell, withdraw him out of the attack, and maybe just bring him back a little bit later. Let's see, there's a 6-3 field, so 6 men on the off, including that slip. So Kalicharan is almost like a second slip.
This one, De Silva is working this one out straight to Rupchan, who is at mid-on. Kyle Rupchan making his debut today. Local boy from right here in South Trinidad.
He didn't bat badly. He got to 14 and was deceived by Imran Khan, a googly. And the very first ball, I think he faced Imran Khan.
Yeah, Imran Khan's first ball reducing a wicket. This one badly line again from Matthew Ford, but he has that fine leg in place, and De Silva is going to pick up a easy single. He moves on to 14 now, and the Red Force in pursuit of 200. They are currently 41 without loss. Matthew Ford going through a good spell here so far. He's into his 5th over. He just conceded 10. Ask a lot of questions. In particular to the left-handed Otley, who since he's gone down with that injury, I've not really seen him move gingerly. So I'm wondering what was that about.
A little bit of a loose shot again from Otley. Gap there between bat and pad. If we have a look at that again, you would see him looking to drive, and the ball just angled into him and passed. There was a big gap between bat and pad, and luckily for him, it didn't go on to the off stump. But let's have a look. Seemed to be a pass.
He is so confident, Colin,
That's
and
right.
I
He's just
only
playing these
hope that
shots.
that doesn't lead to his downfall.
Well, let's
That
hope it won't.
overconfidence, because I'm
Yeah.
seeing he's driving on the up. That's a back of a length delivery, and he's driving at it. And we saw previously he's driving it very good to mid off.
They go through for a quick signal. They'll have to hurry. He did well. The importance with that run was that Otley called as he played the shot. He immediately called. I think Rupchan was a little bit on his heels, and he was taken a bit by surprise. But give him credit still. He attacked the ball, sent the throw in, and Otley would have just been home. Good bit of running. Good call. Good run.
Yeah, good cricket all round. Otley on the move and in one motion, playing the shot and getting down the other end for a quick single. But I credit to Kyle Rupchan, who came in quickly. And all's well that ends well. This one
That's
is
a good
coming back
delivery, yeah.
into De Silva.
Yeah, got the outside edge.
So we see in that ability to swing the ball on show from Matthew Ford. Remember, he had a good knock when he batted as well. I think he got 26, Matthew Ford. So that would have probably given him a bit of confidence coming into this half, the bowling half for CCC.
So the final delivery of his 5th over, the 9th of the innings. Burton has gone there to that short extra cover, just looking for that uppish drive from Kishan Otley. Plays it well. That's a good bit of feeling to his own bowling, Matthew Ford. So he's completed his 5th over. It's been very good indeed. 5 overs, none for 12. And after 9 overs, Otley is on 23. De Silva is 15. And it's 43 without loss.
Yeah, so far so good from Otley and De Silva. This final over of this first power play. It's going to be bowled by Greaves, Romario Greaves, the front line spinner or the main spinner in the CCC team. There's also Xavier Burton, who bowls a bit of off breaks as well.
So he's going to be bowling to Joshua De Silva, who is on 15. And it's coming in for his third over, none for 8 so far, operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
And we see Ramden plug that gap there, realizing that De Silva just working it too easily down to long off and picking up an easy single. So he employed Burton at that straightish mid-wicket position. Or should I say a straightish mid-on position?
Yeah, I think he's more of a straightish mid-on. Or some people will tell you even a wideish mid-on. But the thing is, he can move swiftly to his left to do the fielding once De Silva tries to play it down to long on.
Yeah.
Backing away, giving himself some room. He finds the gap, runs in it here for De Silva. They've gone for 2. That's all they'll be. Again, I thought the running wasn't really hard enough, and they opted very early that they would casually stroll for 2, and De Silva goes to 17. It's 45 for none. But then again, practice makes perfect. And, I would have liked to have seen them hustling, looking for 3. If it was none, then that's fine. But at least put the fieldsman under some pressure. Look for 3. Yeah.
This one, De Silva is working to the leg side. Mansingh does the fielding. So you're going to see Abhijay Mansingh later on as well with his leg breaks. De Silva this time pushing this one down the ground.
Yes,
Can't
he
beat Powell at mid-off.
thought of the single, but certainly was not on. So the final delivery of over number 10 coming up. 45 without loss, as De Silva faces the final delivery from Greaves. And that's a good shot. He waited on that and he cut it very late indeed. And there was just the man at backward point, but that went to his left. He had absolutely no chance. The ball goes into the boundary. That's a good looking shot from Joshua De Silva. He goes into the 20s now. He's on 21. Otley is 23. 10 overs have been completed. It's 49 for none. So the run rate at the moment just about 4.9. And that is the end of the power play. And it's going to be Otley in strike, 49 for none. And Anil is going to join you.
There's going to be a bowling change now for CCC from the media center end. It's going to be Amari Goodridge, the 21-year-old Bajan. He's going to pick up the attack now. Had a very miserly spell against Guyana, and his first 2 overs were 2 maiden overs.
So Amari Goodrich, young, exciting fast bowler coming out of Barbados. Skipper Dinesh Ramden will want him to get into the thick of things immediately by trying to remove either one of these openers, but both openers has really looked assured.
What a lovely looking shot, but good fielding there by Matthew Ford prevents any thought of a single, and really had it past Matthew Ford there, that would have surely been 4, Anil.
Yeah, lovely off drive from Kian Otley, continuing with his rich vein of form, having scored 49 in the last innings.
56 against Windwards.
56.
36.
36, yeah.
Yeah, he
And
had 49 against Guyana, and he had 65 against CCC.
He's been very, very prolific thus far.
And meet and drink for Keon Otley. You just can't bowl to that man there. Too short from Amari Goodridge and put away by Keon Otley. What a lovely shot there, Anil.
Yeah. Amari Goodrich going into the wicket here, but that ball just sat up for Kean Otley to play that lovely pull shot through mid wicket for a boundary. So that takes Kean Otley on to 27 That takes the score on to 53. So the 50 have come up for the Red Force, and it in the 11th over.
Another good looking shot. He's gonna get a single this time. Ford does
So
the
the pitch
fielding.
pitch definitely tailor made for batting. These guys are closing their eyes and pulling through the line of the delivery.
Tell you what, Keon Otley is brimming with confidence. He is so confident at the moment. He's playing those drives to perfection.
I really love to see him go to triple figures here today. Try and get to that 100. Try and get 100 today. He's all set. He's batting well. He's in sublime form, and he's timing the ball beautifully.
This one is gonna be a leg by.
The Trinidad Tobago Red Force making a excellent start yet again to this run chase. CCC being bowled out in the 50th over for exactly 200. In order for them to get back into this game, they would need to pry out at least 2 wickets here in a very short time.
Yeah, wickets the order of the day for CCC. As Amari Goodrich, full delivery, and he's gonna get a single again. Otley.
So Utley is showing that he's not only perfected that off drive, but he's also got that on drive in his batting repertoire, playing that on drive to perfection there.
Yeah, I think what is very noticeable from him, he's staying very still at the point of contact, barring that swipe that he had against Matthew Ford in Ford's last over. But apart from that,
but what
he
I'm
stood
very
upright and played really well.
But what I'm very, very impressed with Kadir is his balance at the crease, going forward or backward. It looks a picture here, Keon Otley.
As that brings to the end over number 11, Red Force are 56 without loss, Otley 29, De Silva 21. And
But
they require another 145 for victory.
So TNT Red Force on their way here, doing it very easily here at the Queen's Park Oval. Both De Silva and Keon Otley, they in sublime form, as you well aware of. Kadir, De Silva will be traveling down under tomorrow night, and we want to take the opportunity, to wish him and the entire traveling contingent to Australia all the best in that 2-test series, and hopefully, these guys will give a good account of themselves and make West Indies proud again.
Yeah, certainly. That's what we're gonna expect from them, as Romario Greaves to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and he's gonna bowl his 4th over now. Romario Greaves, he's gonna be bowling to the left-handed Otley with a slip-in play, backward point, extra cover.
So Dinesh Ramlin here, getting that slip in place, Kadir, showing that he still want to maintain that.
Good running
attack.
from these two. Pressing that man out there, Xavier Burton, who was on the point boundary, pressing him and getting 2 runs.
Yeah, they've worked out really well once that ball went past the backward point fielder. And what happened there is because he had stopped it halfway, the momentum with the ball going out to the backward point area assisted them in getting that 2nd run.
This one he can't beat McCarthy, who is patrolling that backward point region.
So high traffic area, McCarthy is stationed there by skipper Dinesh Ramlin.
He's a designated backward point fielder. I've seen him there all the time for the CCC team.
So the ball spinning away from the left-hander. McCarthy is always in the game there.
Yeah.
Either the punch of the back foot or that cut shot that we would have seen Keon Otley executing to perfection on most occasions.
Yeah. Quick single. Otley's gonna get home safely. So really good running from these two. Apart from they're really pushing the boundary riders are really pressing them to turns 2 into 3. But apart from that, it's been good running from these two.
Well, Kean Otley expertly played that ball with soft hands, allowing the opportunity for both himself and Joshua to rotate the strike.
This one, the Silva is working this one out to Burton. Another easy single.
So a bit too easy for the TNT Red Force batters at this stage, but take nothing away from them. They've batted brilliantly together this pair, and I'm sure that, when Joshua leaves, whoever has the responsibility to open the batting together with Kean Otley, they will want to continue to give the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, the platforms that both these openers have been doing over the last couple of games. Could you?
Yeah, certainly. So 5 runs from the Romario Greaves over, and at the end of 12, Red Force are well placed in pursuit of 200. They are 61 without loss.
So they're just going about 5 runs per over, and there's absolutely no need at this stage, could you, to do anything special. Just keep ticking away the singles. When the bad ball comes away, you get it away to the boundary, and you're getting 4, 5, 6 runs are over. Absolutely nothing else is required.
Yeah.
And if both of these batters could go on to get hundreds, it will be an emphatic victory, to say the least, for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Joshua De Silva in the last innings, having made 66 well-made runs, batted brilliantly. Unfortunately for him, he suffered some cramps, and that really, didn't allow him to carry on with his innings. But it's difficult as a wicketkeeper as well, to wicketkeeper 50 overs and then has the responsibility of opening the batting, and it's something that he loves doing. So you've really got to, give him a lot of kudos. Is Joshua De Silva taking on that responsibility of wicket keeping and actually going out there and taking the first ball.
Yeah, that's really commendable from Joshua De Silva. Works really hard on his fitness as well. But I remember in Zone A, the TNT Red Force having played 3 games before this one with 2 victories. Guyana 3 games, 2 victories. Windward Islands Volcanoes 3 games, 2 victories. So it just goes to show that these teams are winning consistently.
Yeah, well, I think if it's going to carry on like that, net run rate is going to play a pivoted role in who goes on as the 2 teams out to Antigua. So it's important here, the net run rate as well, because if it comes down to where all 3 teams are on the same points, then net run rate is going to determine that second place finish team.
Yeah.
Or the first 2 teams that goes through to Antigua. So very important indeed, the net run rate will possibly come into the equation as we go later on into this tournament.
Wide delivery there from Goodrich, but De Silva can't beat Makati at backward point.
Yeah, what a dynamic fielder he is at that backward point region there. That one was cut ferociously by Joshua De Silva. And my word, Makati made an excellent stop here, diving away to his right and ensuring that had it passed Makati there, that would have raced away to that backward point boundary. So making a very timely stop, and more importantly, giving the bowler that support that's required.
Oh, and this one, Joshua De Silva going down the track and just trying to heave this one over mid-off, and he misses, and Goodrich strikes for CCC. Josh De Silva, he has to go for 22. Red Force, they lose their first wicket at 62. So it's 62 for 1 here in the 13th over.
So Joshua De Silva, what was he doing? Just lost his concentration there, trying to go downtown, and just played a hoover there, a hoo-ha, and losing his off stump. So just when we were
ill-advised at this stage, Anil. They was going so Runs were coming by so easily, there was no need to really play that big shot. Utley is scoring from the other end. He's 34-43. He's doing the bulk of the scoring. It's just about turning the strike over and giving it to Utley, who's seeing the ball and hitting the ball so well.
Yeah, so definitely evidence of a loss of concentration there from Joshua De Silva, coming down the track, trying to access that straight boundary, missing that ball completely. And being bowled all over the place for 22.
Yeah, so the new man, Jason Mohammed, in at number 3 for the Red Force here. Amari Goodrich striking in his second over.
So Jason Mohammed would have been the leading scorer for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force in the last edition, with 300 odd runs to his name. And he's gotten some starts during the course of this tournament, but he will really want to finish up this job here for Trinidad Tobago Red Force in company with Kean Otley. He'll want to take the opportunity to really get stuck in here today, and if possible come not out when achieving that victory target of 201. So Trinidad Tobago losing their first wicket here. Joshua De Silva being bowled all over the shop here by Matthew Goodrich. Amari Goodrich, sorry.
So Jason Mohammed takes his first delivery from Goodrich on the line of the leg stump and goes out there to that backward, that square leg position. He can't get a run.
So a stifle appeal here from Goodrich.
So we've seen Goodrich operating with mid-on and mid-off up. There's also a slip in play in Kirsten Kalicharan as well. So a bit of an attacking feel here from skipper Dinesh Ramdin.
Well, it's always advised when a new batter come in place, you get that attacking option in terms of fielding.
Oh, and this one is a full toss, and Jismam is going to get off the mark with a boundary. So he is up and running. He gets a boundary. Amari Goodrich, final delivery of his second over, goes for 4.
Amari Goodrich just guilty of trying to bowl that slower delivery, not executing as he would have liked, but someone of the quality of Jason Mohammed. He just leaned into that delivery and caressed it through that extra cover position, and it raced away for 4 runs. I'd like to welcome Davy Maraj.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Glad to be making my debut commentary.
Excellent opportunity, Davy, to be part of this wonderful team, 360.
The score is 60. Thank you again. The score is 66 for 1. Otley on 34. Josh De Silva just departing, and Jason Mohammed on 4.
Yeah, so Jason Mohammed getting an early Christmas gift there.
As Greaves coming in to bowl his fifth over, 19 runs so far. Not doing too bad. Otley is definitely in some form as he's just playing them so easily. Looking for a quick single there, being sent back by Jason.
So the likes of Kean Otley, he doesn't like to really get bogged down for too long, Davey.
Definitely, I mean, trying to rotate the strike, it puts a lot of pressure on the bowling team and takes the pressure off yourself as a batsman. You know, trying to rotate the strike, getting your colleague on the other end to face as much balls as he can also, as he's now coming to bat.
Well, what it also does as well, it brings those fielders in that attacking position inside the circle. It keeps them on their toes as well.
Definitely, as we had a really good save at the backward point region there, as Otley just opens the face and works the ball out.
So McCarthy continuing to patrol that high traffic area down at that backward point region.
Otley just sweeping fine, getting a single. And Jason Mohammed is back on strike now.
So excellent in terms of that right hand, left hand combination that Trinidad continue to employ. What it means to say now that the likes of Romario Greaves, he will have to change his line and length as well. With rotation continuing, he has to make that subtle adjustment when the rotation takes place.
Definitely always adds pressure onto the bowling team having a left and right combo, especially for the bowler, as you rightly said, having to make adjustments in being able to bowl the particular lines needed to both the left and right hander, especially now as Ramlin has in a slip.
Ramlin now looking to try and pry out another wicket there. Jason Mohammed using his feet here, getting to the pitch and playing a lovely off drive, but it's travelling too quickly to the fielder there at mid-off. And at the end of the over, the score, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing a score of 201 for victory. They are well placed at 67 for 1 after 14 overs.
Definitely in a good position here. Nothing fancy needed, just rotation of the strike. Both Otley and Mohammed looking good at the wicket. Otley more so, being in the wicket since inception.
But I'd really love to see the likes of Kian Otley, Davey, go on and really get to triple figures here today. He has been doing the hard work. He has been, working hard. But I'd really like to see him go all the way during the course of this innings.
As he plays another shot there off the pads down to the fine leg region. Otley is looking really good, and on a score of 36 from 48 balls, definitely not bad.
Yeah, so badly line delivery on leg stump. Otley just worked that one down to a fine leg for a single. That takes the score on to 68 for 1.
Well played by Jason Mohammed as Goodridge is attacking the stumps. Previously, he was bowling more outside the line of the off stump. I think definitely attacking the stumps, they're forcing Jason Mohammed to play the ball simply because we have Ramlin who has a slip. I believe that might be Kalicharan in first slip.
So Dinesh Ramlin, he would know all about these guys and M. Davey. So I'm sure he worked out a plan how he wants his bowlers to be bowling.
As that's a quick single there again. Jason Mohammed playing the ball to the short mid-off region, running a quick single. Otley obliging with the call, being outside there from the first over. Is that rain?
Yeah, there's a sprinkle here that has started here at the Queen's Park Oval. But the groundsman, they do seem to be in a hurry because they know these conditions pretty well. But it's very, very threatening indeed, having looked at those clouds.
Well, definitely the groundsmen seem to not be worried about this passing cloud, as I haven't seen any one of them move as yet. As there's a quick single being taken again by Otley.
So Otley giving Kyle Rupchan a working over there at mid-off. And at this level, Davey, you must be on your toes to try and intercept that ball before these batters could rotate. So they're putting the likes of Kyle Rupchan under a lot of pressure, both mid-on and mid-off. They've been in the hot seat. But these guys are just taking the pace of the deliveries and running really, really well between the wickets.
I also believe that they both mid-on and mid-off have adjusted themselves even shorter in the circle, and these guys seem to be putting even more pressure on them by still taking the quick single in their hands.
But it's important for the likes of Hodge and Ford and Kyle Rupchan not to come in too tight as well, Davey, because if the likes of Jason Mohammed were to pierce that gap between the stump and mid-on, that will really take it away to the boundary.
Well, Goodridge has been bowling to his field quite successfully forcing the batsman to play. Or as we said that, the commentators curse as this one is cut to the forward point region there for 4 runs by Jason Mohammed.
So
Commentators curse.
Yeah, commentators curse indeed. Goodrich not finishing as well as Dennis Ramlin would have liked him to. Just going into the pitch, hard length, but Jason Mohammed was standing tall and punching that ball through that extra cover region for a boundary. That takes Trinidad on to 74 for 1 after 15 overs, and they've really made, a lot of inroads in terms of getting to that 200. But the rain is chucking on here at the Queen's Park Oval, and the groundsmen
They're forced to bring the covers on now.
And it just seems to be caught out a bit, Davey.
They have. They were not ready or didn't seem to be ready for this quick shower that has just come down. And they are struggling there to get these covers in place.
So with that little shower, that little rain falling on the pitch, do you think it's going to freshen it up a bit?
Definitely. A little bit of moisture on the pitch there now would definitely add to the bowlers, especially Goodrich, who has been bowling pretty well. 3 overs, 18 runs, 1 wicket.
You being the captain of the CCC at the resumption of play, which I'm sure is going to be shortly, Davey, would you be tempted to possibly go with another seamer and possibly make a change with Romario Greaves?
Well, Greaves have bowled 5 overs for 20 runs, so it's not a bad idea at resumption of play to probably bring back one of your seamers or even start a new seamer. Definitely with the pitch getting a bit of moisture on it, there's a possibility ball being able to skid on a bit more than normal. So yeah, definitely I would be looking at that.
Very good point there, DV. But one would hope that it doesn't have a telling effect. That little drizzle that got onto the pitch. One would hope that it doesn't have a telling effect at the resumption of play, which to me we don't seem to be going to lose much time here. The rain has slowed down considerably, and it's more or less now just a matter of time before we get back on the park, baby.
Well, yes, and also now you have a lot to consider. The 2 batsmen that we have in Jason Mohammed and Keon Otley have to come back out and play a different game. They can't come back out and just work the ball around like they did before. And now they'll have to take their time, seeing that the pitch has a little bit of moisture on it now. Maybe a couple overs, 2-3 overs, look at the ball again, and then resumption.
Alright, so just to bring you up to speed with what has transpired here at the Queen's Park Oval, the combined campuses and colleges losing the toss this morning, being asked to bat, sent into bat by Trinidad Tobago Red Force. Kristen Kalisharan getting 37, McCarthy getting 28, Matthew Ford getting 26, Burton 23, bowling for Trinidad Tobago Red Force. Imran Khan returning to the starting 11. He had wonderful figures of 4 for 53 from 10 overs. Terrence Hines got 2 for 18 from 7. Jason Mohammed, what a wonderful spell he had as well, 2 for 19 from 7. And Yannick Correa, he finished on 2 for 37 from his 10. Trinidad and Tobago replying to CCC's 200 all out in the 50th over. Keon Otley, he's well placed on 37 not out. Joshua De Silva just been dismissed, bowled all over the shop by Goodrich, and Jason Mohammed is partnering him at this stage. So at the break here, we will take a short break. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing 201 for victory. They are well placed at 74 for 1. But as soon as play resumes here at the Queen's Park Oval, we will come back to you right away to bring you live coverage of the CG United 50 Super Cup 2022.
Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval, and it's good news because the umpires are out, and we understand that it's going to be a 26-over game now. It's getting on to just about 5 o'clock, and it means that the CCC will have to bowl a further 11 overs to constitute, well, just 5 overs are needed to constitute a game, but the umpires have opted to they say there's enough time for 11 overs to be completed, that 26 overs have to be bowled. We are not too sure as yet what the target is for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. We'll have to wait and get that information. What we can tell you, it will be decided on the Duckworth-Lewis situation. It means that if the 11 overs are to be completed, the Red Force will have to get a certain amount of runs at the end of 26 overs. The most important thing, however, they will have to keep ahead of that Duckworth-Lewis, because if bad light, once 5 overs have been completed and we get to 20 overs, then it's all down to the Duckworth-Lewis method, because if after 22 overs the game is called off for bad life or for whatever reason, it means that Trinidad Tobago Red Force will have to be ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis method after the 22 overs. But right now it's a 26-over game, and the Red Force, we are waiting to find out exactly what the total will be that the Red Force are going to chase. The two batsmen coming out, Kejon Otley, he's on 37 not out. With him is Jason Mohammed, he's on 9. The man dismissed, Joshua De Silva, he went bowled by Goodrich for 22. The total was then, it's now 74 for 1. And the CCC players, they're still huddled. We're not seeing them, they're just out of the picture, but they are huddled just in front of the pavilion having a meeting, their final meeting, as they now start to walk. There they come, they're walking towards the middle, and we'll just have to hope that we're able to get in these 26 overs, or most important, at least 5 overs to constitute this as a game. I'm Colin Murray alongside Ian Wilson. Ian, it's very interesting, and we have to say a lot of rain fell, and kudos to the ground staff here at the Queen's Park Oval. I think they've done a wonderful job that we even considering getting play in.
Yes, a very wonderful job they have done, and of course congratulations to them, and of course the Queen's Park Oval known for that good drainage, and of course we are happy that we are going to get some cricket. It's always good to have a result instead of just distributing 1 point each.
Yeah, it's and I think the Red Force would be the most anxious to get on here. The CCC, of course, they have nothing to gain at this point in time, but the umpires insisted that we see, is that Dinesh Ramdin having a word with the umpire, Gregory Brathwaite? Yes, it is, and obviously saying to him, I'm not too sure what I'm doing out here, but the rules constitute that once the umpires determine that the conditions are fit for play, then play has to get underway.
And of course, Dinesh Ramdin, with a lot of familiarity with the team, of course, being a Trinidadian himself, former Red Force captain and West Indies captain, he definitely will know a lot of the players. And of course, they are good friends. So, of course, it's going to be very interesting the next 11 overs or so, as he mentioned. We may not get the full 11 overs, but once we can get past 20, that will be good.
Yeah, that's, as we said, it constitutes a game. We're still unclear as to the figure that the Red Force has to get to win this game, and we will get that information shortly, and as soon as we get it, we will certainly pass it on to you. So again, welcome to all our viewers, wherever you may be. It is, it's unfortunate that the rain came, and it was a really, I would think, Ian, heavy shower, maybe about 15-20 minutes of steady rain.
Yes, it was. But what was different to the rain before it came heavy? It was light, and that if the rain would have just fall heavy from the start, it would have been better. But it was delaying with the light rain, and then it fell. It started to fall.
I've never heard somebody wishing for a heavy shower, but yeah, that's okay. That's all right. You can wish for that. But the most important thing now, however, is that we have been actually going to get some play in. I would have thought by now, though, we would have all been home or wherever we would have been had it not been for that rain. But we're just about getting ready to restart here. And let's see. I'm trying to locate the actual target. 66 balls, 41 runs to win. So the Red Force, they've got to get to 115, is it?
Yes, sir.
Here is the restart, and the first ball down the leg side, and appeal goes up. And Matthew Ford again. He's been appealing all day long. Come on, son. You appealed. The umpire says not out. Get back to your mark and get on with it. And no. It's difficult to say whether he touched the ball. It could have flicked the pad. There was a noise on the way through. Whether it flicked the pad, took the bat, umpire didn't agree with umpire Carl Tuckett. Didn't agree with Matthew Ford. But it's not the first time we've seen Matthew Ford appeal and really, I don't like to see this. You've made the appeal. The umpire said not out, get on with the game, even if you disagree with him.
And what I also noticed too, he appealed until he almost reached by the wicketkeeper. Now, we already have a situation of the playing time, and he's taking his cool time to get back to the top of his mark.
Come on, young Ford, get on with the game. This is all a learning experience, and he's too much of a good player to worry about things like that. The umpire is there to make his decision. Well, he's now delayed that run up, so he's got to go back to the top of his mark. Not too sure, Ian, if I like what I'm seeing.
I'm concerned by the time wasting, looking like time wasting, delaying, not delivering that delivery. So what should have been the third delivery is now the second delivery. And the DL pass score, according to the board, is 42. So we are Trinidad and Tobago well ahead as this ball is driven, not getting past extra cover.
It seemed to have hit the bottom part of the bat. No timing from Otley. So we've just got about 5 past 5. And still another 64 deliveries to be bowled. There is the score at 74 for 1. And right at the bottom, 64 balls to be bowled. Runs required 41. So that should be pretty easy. I would think the Red Force should get that before those 64 balls are being bowled. But then again, here is Ford again. That's a good slower delivery. Could be problems for Otley. Mohammed wasn't interested in that run. Good delivery again from Ford, the slower one. So he's varying it. He's a good player. There's no doubt Matthew Ford. He's a talent, and I just don't want to see him get into these bad habits. The umpires have said play, whether you disagree with them or you agree with them, it's irrelevant. You've got to get on with the game.
And he's just a young guy, only 20 years of age. He did play in the CPL this year with the St. Lucia Kings, and he was very impressive.
Very. And that's what I'm saying. He's a talent. There's no doubt. I would like to see him put on maybe a yard of pace, but he moves the ball nicely. Gets a nice bit of movement, and even his batting. He's not a bad batter, as we saw this morning when he got to 26. Well, the first run for the Red Force since the resumption. Otley goes up to 38. Brings Mohammed into strike.
Otley has been in some good form in this tournament. He's getting some starts. He's among the runs. He did play 2 matches for the West Indies in 2021 against Bangladesh. So he is a player with a lot of quality. And of course, he's batting with who would have been his captain in that tour, Jason Mohammed, who has a more experienced player. So of course, they would know what it takes to get the Red Force home.
There's Ford starting his run up. Turns, goes back again to the top of his mark. As Ramden is asking the man at backward point to go down towards a third man.
not seeing a lot of the movement that he was getting when he was bowling from this end earlier, when he was bowling from the commentary box end. He was getting some away movement from the right-hander.
Well, there is the. Hopefully, that's not a dark cloud coming in with any rain. But we're going to get another rain interruption. Let's hope that we get through this 5 overs at least to constitute a game. So 1 delivery left in this over from Matthew Ford. None for 13 so far, 5.5 overs. So he starts his run up again and he walks back to the top of his mark. So let's see what's going to happen with this final delivery. Now this is ridiculous now. This is really, really ridiculous. Because, you know, the run-up has been covered, right? The run-up has been covered, and I really don't see what the problem is. If this was in the outfield, umpire Gregory Braffett went across to umpire Tuckett and said to have a word with Ford, because this is nonsensical now. You know, had that run-up there not been covered, I would have had a problem. But the run-ups were covered, that area. So, you know, and he's reaching up to the mark and then suddenly stops.
So I'm thinking it's a tactical, time-wasting tactic.
And that's a good, pleasant shot from Mohammed. He's just going to get the single, as there is cover in the deep. Badesi is the man out there, and they pick up an easy single. So the end of the over, finally the over has come to an end. And I think that over took at least 9 minutes to bowl. So the Red Force need 39 now in 60 balls, and let's see who is going to operate from this, the Willie Rodriguez end, the Jerry Gomez Media Center. I would think they may look at Goodrich. He had 3 overs, 1 for 18. He picked up the wicket of Da Silva, and there is a lot of discussion going on. And let's see who is being called. Is it Powell? Because Goodrich, they've decided not to go with Goodrich. Oh, let's see. They still seems to be a spinner, because Ramden is standing up to the stumps. There is Goodrich, but Goodrich is not going to operate. Let's see who is the man. Is it Graves? No, that doesn't look like Graves either. Yes, it is Powell. Michael Powell is the man going to operate. He had 2 overs for 21 runs. He was harshly treated by both Otley and by Da Silva.
Mm-hmm. But the good thing about it, Matthew Ford bowled his 6 overs. Now, because it's a 26 over game, I suspect that 4 bowlers can bowl 5 overs and 1 bowler could bowl 6 overs. So that should be the end of Matthew Ford's spell.
They're going to go through for a quick single, and really attacking the ball there was Ford, trying to attack it to maybe get Mohammed short of his ground, but that's good running, because as Mohammed played the shot, they went through for the run. So 1 more to the total, and it means that 38 now required for the Red Force to get victory here.
And that particular ball from Powell was way too short and wide. Let's see if we can line it up a bit better with a better length.
Not a good line, and got away with it, because one would have thought that Otley could have hit it a little squarer, but in the end he was choked for room and was just helping it off the hip region and got it down to that fine leg. So 1 more to the total. That goes up to 78. 37 now needed for the Red Force to get victory here in 58 deliveries.
The Red Force well ahead. According to the board, and the scoreboard says that the DL pass score is 48, so we are well ahead, 30 runs ahead. But of course, we still need to get to 20 overs.
Well, here is Powell. That's going to be a wide. Signal a wide by the umpire. He's got this slingy action. And the thing is, when you got that type of slingy action, you've got to control the deliveries.
It's a very difficult way to bowl. We've seen most slingy bowling, the bowlers, they have that issue. Mitchell Johnson, as good as he was, he had some issues with his slingy action as well.
Early in his career, didn't he? I think he settled down nicely later on. It was a dangerous bowler, was that left arm over the wicket. It's a good delivery, a little bit of pace from Powell, and just wide of that off stump, and Mohammed was reaching for it. Beat him outside the line of the off stump. Had some bounce as well.
So Powell is really generating some pace. When he gets it right, he can be a handful.
Thought he bowled far too short in his earlier spell. He was a little too short. That should be another wide. Yes, it is a wide signal by the umpire Brathwaite.
No.
So 36 required here for victory. It's going to start to get a little darker now.
Mhm.
And the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team would want at least 20 overs to be completed. It's going on 5:15 now. I would think in about 20 minutes or so, Ian. It's going to be a consideration for light.
Yes, so it would be nice if we can get in the 20 overs quickly.
You're not going to tell that to CCC, are you?
Well, the first over did take about 9 minutes to be completed. And of course, 2 wides already in this over.
That's right. Well, they've got, 2 deliveries left in this over from Powell.
And
So the over should have been completed already. But 2 deliveries left because of the 2 wides.
And of course, CCC will know that the Red Force are well ahead with the DL score. So they will be trying their best to prevent 20 overs from being completed.
Ford is being pushed back from a mid-on towards a long-on, and pretty much taking his time and telling Powell to go ahead and bowl the delivery. And that's tickled around the corner from Ockley. There's a man at that short fine leg, and again they can only pick up a single. So the runs coming in singles, but I'm sure the Red Force would be looking at boundaries because still 33 runs are needed. And 55 deliveries left.
And of course, it's very important. It's also very important to maintain the wickets, because once a wicket falls, it would affect the DL pass score. So,
That's right.
so it's very important to keep your wicket and not to play any risky shots. And that is what they are doing so far. Running the singles, if you get a bad ball, then you can try to hit it for 4, but play it safe.
That's a good shot, but still only a single in it. So the end of the over from Powell, the end of his second over, the end of the second over since the resumption, and the end of his first over. 17 overs have now been completed. 83 for 1. Otley is on 40, and Mohammed is on 13.
And what is very important, 17 overs gone. So just 3 more overs need to be completed, so we can call this a match. So, of course, there should be a change from the southern end.
It could very well be Goodrich. I think it's going to be Goodrich.
So they have their intentions. They are playing the faster bowlers and not the spinners to try to speed it up.
Yes, it is going to be Amari Goodrich. 32 runs needed. So Goodrich operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, a 5-4 field. It's got 5 men in the offside, 4 on the on. It's got a man out at that deep square cover. He's got a long on, and then he's got a deep backward square leg. Here's Goodrich, and he misses his run. Well, it's all these tactics here now, just delaying tactics, and it's really not good. I'm not pleased with the CCC doing these delaying tactics. You know, the umpire said to play the game, get on with the game, and there's nothing wrong with the run-up. If the fieldsmen were slipping all over the place, then I'd say fine. But there's really nothing wrong with the run-up, and that's a good shot. But again, they're not going to get a boundary. And they're going to pick up 2 runs as the man out in the deep there looks to be Graves, running around to his right. Now, he was slipping there as he was going to his right to do the fielding out in the deep. And they pick up 2 runs.
When he was slipping there, I looked with some concern a bit, because I know the umpires will be looking at that.
Yeah, and you know that I have no problem with that. If in the outfield they're going to be slipping and things, then that's a different story. But don't tell me from the bowler's run-up where you're going to be slipping. That's a lovely shot. That's probably going to run away. Yes, it does. That's a glorious shot from Jace Mohammed. Goodrich pitched it up, and he went into the extra cover drive. He timed it beautifully, got it to the left of the man at mid-off. That was Burton. He took a step to his left and dived and couldn't stop it. Let's have a look at that shot again.
All along the carpet, it was not uppish. It was not an uppish shot. It was not in the air. All along the carpet, 4 runs, and that was a beautiful shot.
So we see now that Graves is down. He is at that this backward square leg position, and he is sitting on the ground. There he is, complaining that he slipped. And let's see, what's the situation here? No, that was genuine. If he slipped, that's fine. My only concern is he didn't go down right away. He got back up, he threw the ball in, he went and he sat down, and now he's holding on to his groin. So it's obviously some tactics here by the CCC. We see umpire Brathwaite having a word with Dinesh Ramdin. They're laughing a bit with, so it's certainly not a conversation where they're getting annoyed with each other. But still, 16 deliveries left to constitute this as a game, and that must be the concern now of the Red Force players.
Yes, it is, and we are seeing that we are starting to lose the light. So of course the Red Force team will be concerned by that, and of course,
well, they're all laughing. The umpires are laughing. Umpire Brathwaite is having a look at his watch. And in the meantime, the light is changing. It's starting to get a little bit dark. There's no doubt that we can get in the 52 balls that's left. What the Red Force are concerned is they would want to get 16 balls in at least.
Yes.
Because they're well ahead of Duckworth Lewis. And now, how long will the umpires give here to Graves getting treatment? That's the next question.
and
That's correct. I'm hearing somebody say take him off the field, and maybe that makes sense.
Of
Get him
course.
off the field
Of
and
course.
bring on a substitute and let him field, because he can't just stay there and get treatment for the next 5 or 10 minutes. How long does it take?
And this is what they will be doing. They will be taking advantage of the situation. Because in football, you know, the stretcher would come on, take him off the field. You play with 10 men until you get a substitute.
That's right. Well, so Graves is back up. Let's see. Is he going to walk off the field or is he going to go back to his... Now, if he is that injured, maybe he should come off the field. But he's going back towards that deep backward square position.
Jason Mohammed doesn't look too happy. He's engaging utterly in a conversation about something off the field.
Goodridge is going back to the... He's still there in mid-pitch, chatting with Badesi. As Mohammed and Otley in conversation.
"17 overs and 2 deliveries, so just 16 more deliveries.
26 runs needed.
And the Red Force will just want to get in that.
Yeah. Now the 26 runs, if it comes before the 20 overs, then the game is done. So these two would be looking to get those 26 runs as soon as possible. So here comes Goodridge. Just a single in it this time for Mohammed.
I've been watching Goodridge for the past couple games, and I've liked what I'm seeing with this young fast bowler. Certainly has a lot to work with. As of course we talked about Matthew Ford as well, other players. They have some talent across the Caribbean to work with.
He's got a good height and he's well built. And that's the kind of build you want to see for a fast bowler.
Yes, he's built for fast bowling.
Otley missed out there. I thought that wasn't short enough to play that shot. Now he is down. And
Rounding to him to get up.
probably, yeah. Well, it's never easy when you get hit in Niagara Falls, Ian.
Always a problem to get hit in that area. He will really be desperate to get on with it, so you know that it was really a genuine knock that he has.
I don't think it was short enough to play that pull shot. It also made some extra height on him. But he's a strong boy. He'll survive.
He's on 40 yet again. Has been putting together some good scores in this tournament.
So here comes Goodridge. And Otley is looking for two. Will they come back for the second? I don't think they will. Otley was looking for it. Mohammed wasn't interested. And in the end, they had to settle for a single. So one more to the total. It's one delivery left to complete over number 18. The Red Force 91 for 1. At this point in time, read the Duckworth-Lewis method. They're well ahead because the Duckworth-Lewis should be at 59, should be the score, and they're 91 at this point.
Yeah, so that's not the issue right now in terms of the Red Force. They will be really hoping to, as I mentioned before, get the 24 runs before the 20 overs or the light, or get to 20 overs.
Here is Goodridge. One delivery left to complete his fourth over. And Mohammed, will they come back for the second? Let's see. Yes, they will. As 2 runs. As Ford seems to be complaining about everything. gave chase, stopped the ball from going into the boundary, but couldn't stop them from getting 2 runs. So 2 more to the total at the end of the over. The end of over number 18. At the end of it, Otley is 41. Mohammed is on 22. It's 93 for 1.
I'm seeing Ford complaining to the now the square leg umpire, showing him that spot that they were working on, putting the grass on the spot, because when he was making that run for the delivery, as he was taking off, he slipped in that area, and that same area of concern during the break, where they were trying to get that spot on the field that was actually giving the umpires a lot of concern, where they were putting the sand. He just slipped. He was complaining to the umpire, but the umpire decides he'll continue with the game.
Well, we're just coming up to the 19th over now, and it's going to be Powell is going to continue. He's had 3 overs, none for 28. It's going to be bowling to the left-handed Kijon Otley. So it's question is, can we get in 2 overs? This and another one. The Duckworth-Lewis method now, the par score for Trinidad Tobago Red Force is 65, and they are 93. So they're pretty much well ahead of that. They need to, from a Red Force perspective, they need to get in at least these 2 overs, not lose a wicket, and then anything else is possible after that. But it's either that or the 22 runs. We see umpire Brathwaite going across to have a word with umpire Tuckett. Maybe they should turn on the lights here at the Oval. Here is Powell. See Ramden just making another change to the field. He's asking the man at long off to come into mid-off. Here's Powell. He's going to pick up a single as Videsi comes in from that deep cover position. So 1 more to the total, 94 for 1.
And of course, the Red Force doing the right thing. They're not going to go after any big shots. They're already way ahead. And with any wicket that would fall, that would adjust the DL score. So just get the runs however they come in terms of singles. There's no need to rush anything. And the faster you get through to 20 overs, the better.
So 94 for 1. Otley 42, Mohammed on 22. Powell in his 4th over, none for 29. That's going to be a wide. So 1 more to the total. And of course, these wides don't really help the Red Force, Ian, because it just prolongs the over.
I was not going to say that. That's another way to prolong the overs, and it's another way, another tactical way to keep this game going.
But you know, to me, you've got to also look at your own reputation. Now, with Mikel Powell bowling all these wides, I'm saying to myself, well, you know, is he a much better bowler than what we're seeing? Because he's not doing himself any good by just running in and bowling these wides. That's much better. Attack the batsman, bowl that ball just outside the line of the off stump. You know that Mohammed is going to try to come after you. So keep the ball outside the line of the off stump and see what happens.
And that was a very good delivery, a nice pacey delivery as well.
Had a little bounce as well.
Yes, so it's and that is what he should have been trying to do all this time. Because as he mentioned, every wide you bowl, it messes your figures and it goes against your statistics, your career statistics that will remain with you until you retire.
Yeah, but I'm not even worried about that it's going against his statistics. I'm looking at him as a bowler. This is a young, promising fast bowler. If you're going to be bowling those wides, you know, it doesn't augur well for you in going forward.
That's very true.
It's Mohammed having a swish at this one. He's going to get a run because a misfield there by Kalicharan at mid-wicket, and they pick up a single. So the total goes up now to 95. Umpire Brathwaite walking across to have a word again with umpire Tuckett.
So, Kijon Utley just 8 away from yet another 50 in this tournament. Jason Mohammed are a long way off. He's on 23. So that's a little milestone that Utley might be looking at.
I'm not too sure what the discussion is between the two umpires. And they must be concerned about the light. But, again, they've only got 9 deliveries left to constitute this as a match. And I tell you what, we restarted at what? Just about 5 o'clock?
Just about 5 o'clock.
So they've taken 35 minutes to bowl 3 overs and 3 balls.
And this is certainly not good. The over rate, the very slow over rate, I might add.
I'm saying it's almost a stop at our over rate. It's not even slow. It's gone beyond slow.
And that was a loose delivery. The batsman, Utley.
Thought it was a slower one, that Utley was a little too early into the shot. 2 deliveries left to complete over number 19. Powell's 4th over, none for 31 so far. Taking his time, going back to the top of his mark.
Just about 8, and we are going at an average about 8 minutes per over.
Utley drives. He's going to pick up a single. Again goes forward, comes in from long on. 1 more to the total. Again, umpire Brathwaite goes across to have a word with umpire Tuckett. Not too sure what they keep discussing.
You're seeing them discussing. They are not speaking to the batsman, offering them light. You're not seeing that. So they're just having their own discussion there. And of course, the CCC players will be happy with that. Now,
I think they've called it a day. Well, I think they've actually called it a day here, which is very unfortunate, because in my view, the CCC, they just delayed this game, and I would have said that they should have continued playing until at least the 20 overs have been completed, unless they felt there was danger to the batsmen. But I thought it was poor sportsmanship on the part of CCC. They bowled 3.5 overs in 35, let's say now 40 minutes. Now that's just not on.
Yeah, that is very poor. That is poor tactics. It's poor from the CCC. And of course, let's see what the Cricket West Indies.
Well, nothing is going to be done about it. You know that. Come on. These things happen all the time, and it's just another day in West Indies cricket.
Yeah, but that is very poor. That's not good for the young ones who are watching. That's not good for the young ones who are learning to play the game. And it's definitely not good for the players out there, the young players who should be learning from these kind of situations. And it's very poor.
Really, not the kind of cricket we would have wanted to see. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. So that the game has been called off here with the Trinidad Tobago Red Force 97 for 1. Utley was on 43, Mohammed 23. They needed 18 runs from 43 balls. And really and truly, at the end of the day, you have to say that some of the Red Force players, a couple of the Red Force players coming out to shake hands with the CCC players. And I suppose you have to say, Ian, maybe if the roles were reversed, the Red Force would have done maybe the exact same thing.
Yes.
But, at the end of the day, it's not good for the game, and it was really very disappointing as far as I was concerned.
Yes, very disappointing. But as I mentioned, these things happened. I've seen it happen at test level. I've seen it happen all over. I remember one particular game right here in the Caribbean. West Indies playing a test match against South Africa, Dinenat Ramnarine and Mervyn Dillon were the wicket.
Yes, that's right.
And they tried all kind of things to extend and waste time. So it's a tactic that is always used, but it doesn't mean that it's a good tactic.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. So that's the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. The Red Force, 97 for 1. The game has been called off after 18.5 overs. It's going to be deemed a no contest. Means both teams with the CCC will finally get their point. And it's a game that has been called off by the umpires with just over and one ball left to complete what would have been a game. But that's the way. One can't do anything about the weather. It is what it is, and again, we've had some rain. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. No result in this game between TNT Red Force and the CCC. The scores are the CCC, they were bowled out for 200 in the final delivery of their 50 overs. Imran Khan, the pick of the bowlers, with 4 for 53. And the Red Force, in reply, 97 for 1 after 18.5 overs. Otley, 43 not out. Mohammed, 23 not out. Da Silva, 22. The lone wicket taker was Goodrich. He had 1 for 28. So from all of us here at the Queen's Park Oval, it's goodbye until more coverage. We bring you more coverage of the CG United Super 50 tournament.